knowing a home of songs called our burden. The Knights Radiant, Navani, Bridge 4, Taravangian, Vire, Lesian, Wit. 98. An unwholesome shade. I look forward to ruling the humans. Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days. To Delanar, the scent of smoke was inexorably tied to that of blood. He would have trouble counting how many times he'd performed this same long hike across a fresh battlefield. It had become a habit to perform a kind of autopsy of the fighting as he surveyed its aftermath. One could read the movements of troops by the way the dead had fallen. Swaths of singers there indicated a line had broken and chaos had ruled. Human corpses bunched up against a wide river showed the enemy had used the waters, sluggish since it had been a few days since the last storm, to push an entire company onto poor footing. Bodies stuck with arrows in the front indicated the first beats of the battle, and arrows in the back indicated the last ones as soldiers broke and fled. He passed many corpses stuck with arrows bearing white goose feathers, a kind of fletching the horn-eaters had delivered in batches to aid the war effort. Blood flowed across the field, seeking little rifts in the stone, places where rainwater had left its mark. The blood here was more orange than red, but the two mixed to make an unwholesome shade, the off-red of a rotting methy fruit. The smoke hung heavy in the air. On a battlefield this far afield, you burned the dead right here, sending only the officers home, already made into statues by the soulcasters. Singer and human bodies smelled the same when they burned, a scent that would always bother him because of a specific battlefield, a specific city, a burned-out scar that was the mark of his greatest failure and his greatest shame. Charnel groups moved through the dead today, solemnly cutting patches from uniforms as each was supposed to have the man's name inked on the back by the quartermaster scribe. Sometimes that didn't happen, or sometimes the writing was ruined in the fighting. Those families would go without closure for the rest of their lives, knowing, but wondering anyway, hoping. Walking among the dead, he couldn't help but hear Taravangian's terrible yet hauntingly logical voice. There was a way to see the war ended. All Dalinar had to do was stop fighting. He wasn't ready yet, but the time might come. Every general knew there was a time to turn your sword point down and deliver it to your enemy with head bowed. Surrender was a valid tactic when your goal was the preservation of your people. At some point, continuing to fight worked contrary to that goal. He could trust that the fused were not intent on extinction. Odium, however, he could not trust. Something told Dalinar the ancient god of humankind, long abandoned, would not view this battlefield with the same regret Dalinar did. He finished his grim survey, Zeth at his side as always. Several Azish generals, each newly decorated for their valor in this battle, also accompanied him, along with two Emuli leaders who were archers. Remarkably, the highest calling among the Emuli army was seen as archery. Dalinar knew his way around a bow, though he'd never considered it a particularly regal weapon, but here it was revered. Dalinar walked a careful line for the local generals. He did not want them to see how much he reviled the deaths. A commander could not afford to revile the work in which he engaged. It did not make them bad men to be proud of their victory or to enjoy tactics and strategy. Dalinar's forces would not get far employing pacifists as field generals. The storms. Ever since he'd conquered the thrill and sent it to be sunk deep in the ocean, he'd found himself loathing these smells, these sights. That was becoming his deepest secret. The Blackthorn had finally become what men had been accusing him of for years. A soldier who had lost the will to kill. He looped around, leaving the dead behind, instead passing victorious companies feasting in the very shadow of their butchery. He congratulated them, acted like the figurehead he'd made of himself. Of all those he saw, only the mink seemed to notice the truth, that there was a reason Dalinar had worked so hard to find his replacement. The short-haired Dazian man fell in behind Dalinar.
"The war on Emerald is done, as of this battle," the mink said. "The rest is cleanup. Unless the enemy infuses his troops here with serious resources, which would be incredibly wasteful at this point, we'll own Emerald within the month."
"The enemy threw it away," Dalinar said.
"That's a stronger term than I'd use," the mink said. "They fought. They wanted to hold. At the same time, they knew they couldn't move resources away from Yakaved right now. That would risk destabilizing there and perhaps lead us to claim it in the coming months. It is well the enemy wants to occupy and rule, not just destroy. They could have thrown enough at us here to end us on this front, but that would have left the rest of their war efforts in ruin. As it is, they knew exactly how many troops to put in Emerald to lure us in with a large enough force, but they also knew to cut their losses if the battle turned against them."
"You've been extremely helpful," Dalinar said.
"Just remember your promise. Alethkar next, then Herr Daz."
"You're a Theru before both," Dalinar said, "but you have my word. No operations against the Iriali, no attempt to seize Yakaved until your people are free." He likely didn't need the promise. The mink was a wily man, and had easily recognized that if Dalinar were ever to recover Alethkar, it would be the best thing that could happen for an eventual recovery of the mink's homeland. Once Yakaved had gone to the enemy, Herr Daz's tactical importance had soared. The mink departed to go enjoy the post-battle celebration with his personal unit of Herdazian freedom fighters. Dalinar ended up in the small battlefield command tent beside a goblet full of rubies. Couldn't they have been a different color? Storms. It had been a long time since a battle had affected him like this. "It's like I'm drifting in the ocean," he thought. "We won today, but Navani is still trapped." If he couldn't retake Urithiru, everything collapsed. Losing it was a huge setback in his true goal, pushing Odium to be frightened enough to make a deal. So he sprang to his feet with relief when Sigzil, the Windrunner, entered, along with two of his team, and Starguile, the Lightweaver, a handsome man with a soldier's build and a ready smile. The name was a little much. Dalinar doubted he'd had that one since birth, but he had a reputation for friendliness, and the light-eyed women of the court certainly seemed to think highly of him. Like the other Lightweavers, the man refused to wear a uniform, something about not feeling right wearing it again. Indeed, he bowed to Dalinar instead of saluting. "Tell me good news, Radiant Sigzil," Dalinar said. "Please." "Starguile?" Sigzil asked. "Sure thing," Starguile said, breathing in stormlight from a pouch at his belt. He began to paint with his fingers in the air. Each of them did it differently. Shallan had explained that they each needed some kind of focus to make their surge binding work. Hers was drawings. Starguile appeared to have a different method, something more akin to painting. The light weaving created a view from above, surveying a shoreline landscape. An army camped along the shore, though it didn't have much discipline. Large groups of men around campfires, no real uniforms, a variety of weapons. Ishar's troops seemed to have good numbers, however, and they were well equipped. Their success on the battlefields in this region made Dalinar careful not to underestimate them. They might not have proper uniforms, but these were battle-hardened veterans. "Here, Bright Lord," Starguile said, and the image began moving as if in real life. "I can keep it all in my head so long as I focus on the colors." "The colors?" Dalinar said. I was a pigmenter's son growing up, Bright Lord. I've always seen the world by its colors. Squint your eyes a little and everything is really just color and shapes. Dalinar inspected the moving illusion. It depicted the entire camp of people, and most interestingly, a large pavilion at the center. It was colored in ring patterns like the bracelets he'd seen Tukari wear. He thought they had religious significance, though he didn't know much about the region. The Tukari were renowned for their mercenaries, their perfumes, and he believed their jewelry. The illusion rippled as Dalinar walked closer. A single person stood in front of the pavilion. He wasn't wearing the same clothing as the soldiers and wasn't holding a weapon. "We get down closer in a second, sir," Sigzil said. "You should notice the person out front." "I see him," Dalinar said, leaning forward. Indeed, the image soon drew closer to the pavilion and the figure became more distinct. An older man. Didn't seem Tukari or Alethi. Yes, he was probably Shin, which was what Wit had said Ishar would appear to be. An older Shin man with a white beard and pale skin. Tukar was named after Tuk, their word for the herald Telenelot. But it wasn't Tong who ruled them. Not now. It was a different herald. Ishar wore simple robes, deep blue. He spread his hands out to the sides, frost crystallizing on the stone around him, forming lines. A glyph, the symbol for mystery, a question. It seemed directed at Dalinar specifically. This was absolutely the right man. Dalinar didn't need to consult the drawings that Wit had provided. He heard a hiss from beside him, and glanced with surprise to see that Szeth had left his post by the entrance to the tent. He'd joined Dalinar, standing very close to the illusion. "One of my..." Szeth stopped himself, likely remembering that he wore the image of an Alethi man. "Blood of my fathers," he said instead. "That man is Shin?" "Rather," Dalinar said, "he is from the people who long ago settled Shinovar and became the Shin. The heralds existed before our nationalities were formed." Szeth seemed transfixed, as if he'd never considered that one of the heralds might be Shin. Dalinar understood. He'd seen many depictions of all 10 heralds, and they were usually all painted as Alethi. You had to search the masterworks of earlier ages to find depictions of the heralds representing all the peoples of Roshar. The illusion moved on from Ishar as the Windrunners finished their sweep of the area, bringing Stargyle higher, safely out of bowshot. The light weaving disintegrated. "That's all we saw, Bright Lord," Stargyle said. "I could show it again if you want." "No need," Dalinar said. "We've found him, and he's waiting for me." "Waiting for you, sir?" Sigzil asked, glancing toward Lyn and Leighton. "Yes," Dalinar said. "Do another scouting mission and report back on what you find. I want to consult with Yasna first, but we're going to go meet that man, Radiant Sigzil, and find out what he knows."
99. Not bound.
"I had my title and my rhythms stripped from me for daring insist they should not be killed, but should instead be reconditioned, repurposed." Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days.
Yasna leaned back in her chair, lit by sphere light. The Spanreed report had just arrived. Today's conflict with the enemy armies had ended. The coalition forces had won. Emul was, essentially, now theirs. She still ached from her part in earlier battles, though she'd sat this one out. Dalinar had been there, and they didn't want to put both of them on the same battlefield at once. Regardless, this particular offensive being finished checked one thing off her list, but there was so much to do still, with Urithiru in enemy hands. Her house here in their command camp was far nicer than the one Dalinar had picked for himself. She'd chosen it not for the luxury, or for the space, but because it had a second floor. Locked away in a central room on the second level, sharing no walls with the outside, alone, save for Wit's company, she could finally let herself relax. If a shard bearer broke in, or if a skybreaker came through one of the upper windows, her fabrial traps would go off, sounding the alarm and giving her time to fight or escape into Shadesmar before she could be killed. She had a boat waiting on the other side, as close to analogous to this location as Shadesmar would allow. She kept stores of stormlight in the pockets of her dressing gown, which she now wore. She would never again be caught unaware. She would never again be left struggling in Shadesmar without proper resources, forced to spend weeks hunting a perpendicularity. It was only with these preparations that Yasna felt safe enough to let herself become frustrated. In her lifetime studying history, Yasna had been guided by two principles. First, that she must cut through the biases of the historians in order to understand the past. Second, that only in understanding the past could she properly prepare for the future. She'd dedicated so much to this study, but a life's work could be shaken when history got up and started talking to you. She leafed through papers more valuable than the purest emerald, filled with her interviews with the heralds Ash and Talm. Living history. People who had seen the events she'd read about. In essence, years of her life had been wasted. What good were her theories now? They were halfway reliable recreations of what might have happened, pieced together from fragments of different manuscripts. Well, now she could simply ask. The challenge of Stormhold? Oh, Ash had been there. King Iolid had been drunk. The Treaty of Four Knights? A delaying tactic intended to position the enemy for a betrayal. All those debates, and Jochi was right while Yasna was wrong. Settled as easily as that. Of course, there were things the heralds didn't know. Things they wouldn't say, or, in Talm's case, things they couldn't say. Yasna flipped through the pages, trying to piece together anything from her more recent interviews that would help with the situation at Irithiru. Even the heralds knew little of this sibling, the secretive Tower Spren. She needed to present this to the other Veristatalians, see what they could tease from it all. Yet the words of the heralds cast doubt on her second guiding principle, that the past was the best gauge of the future. There was another way. The enemy could see what would happen in the future. That terrified her. In relying on the past, Yasna saw the future through a clouded glass from within a chasm, if at all. Odium had a prime spot atop the watchtower. She sighed, and Wit unfolded himself from the chair snug in the corner on the other side of the room. He stretched, then wandered over and knelt beside her, before taking her unclothed safe hand and kissing the tip of the index finger. At that, Yasna felt a little thrill of mystery. She'd come to realize, early in her youth, that she didn't approach relationships the same way everyone else seemed to. Her partners in the past had always complained that she was too cold, so academic. That had frustrated her. How was she to learn what others felt if she couldn't ask them? She didn't have that problem with Wit. He presented an entire world of other problems, but he never was bothered by her questions, even if he often dodged them. "My dear," he said, "you pay me no heed. Be careful not to give undue attention only to the ravings of the mad. I warn you, without proper affection, your wit will wilt." She removed her hand from his grip and studied him. Keen eyes, a nose that was perhaps a bit too sharp. Most women, she suspected, would find him physically attractive, and indeed, she appreciated his statuesque quality, with such interesting proportions and such an intense face. The nose humanized him, in her opinion, made him feel more real. Curiously, he wasn't a Lethe, but he had transformed himself to look like one. She'd been able to tease that much from him. He was something more ancient. He'd laughed when she'd asked, and said the Alethi hadn't existed when he'd been born, so he couldn't have been credited the honor of being one of her gifted people. She found the way he spoke fascinating. After all this time, and all her worries, here was one who was her intellectual equal, perhaps her superior. She didn't trust him, of course, but that was part of what intrigued her. "How do we beat him, Wit?" she asked softly. "If he can truly see the future, then what possible chance do we have?" "I once knew a man," Wit said, "who was the finest gambler in all his realm. Where he lived, you make your cards walk themselves around the table by breathing life into them. He was the best. Intelligent, skilled with the breath of life, a shrewd gambler. He knew exactly how to bet and when. Everyone was waiting for the day when he lost, and eventually he did." "That's different, Wit," Yasna said. "He couldn't literally see the future." "Ah, but you see, I was rigging the games. So I did know the future, as much as Odium does anyway. I shouldn't have been able to lose, yet I did." "How?" "Someone else rigged the game, so that no matter what move I made, I could not win. The game was a tie, something I hadn't anticipated. I'd focused my cheating on making certain I didn't lose, but I'd bet on myself winning. And I bet it all, you see. If I'd have been more clever, I'd have let less be lost." "So," she said, "how do we set it up so Odium doesn't win, even if he can't lose?" Wit unfolded a paper from his pocket, still kneeling beside her. He seemed to genuinely like her, and she found his companionship invigorating, full of questions, delights, and surprises. She could provide the intimacy he desired, though she knew he found her lack of excitement on that axis odd, perhaps unsatisfying. That was not a new experience for her. She'd always found it curious how others put their physical urges ahead of the more powerful emotions of bonding, relating, and engaging. The chance to scheme, to connect with a being like Wit, that was exciting. She was curious how the relationship would develop, and that invigorated her. After so many failures, this was something new and interesting. She cupped his face with her hand. She wished she could, deep down, truly trust him. He was something she and this world had never before known. That was electrifying. It was also so extremely dangerous. Wit smiled at her, then smoothed out the paper on her writing desk. It was scribed in his own hand, of course. He came from a land where men had been encouraged to write, the same as women. He shot her a glance, then his smile became a grin. Yes, he did seem genuinely fond of their relationship, as much as she was. Indeed, he said it had taken him by surprise, as it had her. "A contract," she said, turning from him and reading the paper. "For Dalinar's contest with Odium." Wit had undoubtedly sculpted each word with precision. "If Dalinar wins, Odium retreats to damnation for 1,000 years. If Odium wins, he must remain in the system, but gets Roshar to do with as he pleases. The monarchs will submit to his rule, as will the Radiants who follow Dalinar." "Perfect," Wit said. "Wouldn't you say?" Yasna sat back. "Perfect for you. If this is agreed to, you win no matter what. Odium remains contained in the Rosharan system either way." Wit spread his hands before himself. I've learned a few things since that challenge with the cards so many years ago. But Yasna, this is for the best. If Dalinar wins, well, your people get what they want. But if Dalinar loses, Odium is contained. We're limiting our losses, making certain that at the boundaries of this planet, hell and hate must hold. It puts everything on this one contest of champions, Yasna said. I hate that tradition, even when played for lower stakes. Says the woman who used me in a ploy to manipulate that very tradition not 2 weeks ago. Lower stakes, Yasna repeated, involving a meaningless loss such as your death. Yasna! Wit, you're immortal, she said. You told me yourself. And you believed me? He asked, aghast. She paused and studied him. He grinned, then kissed her hand again. He seemed to think that sort of thing would eventually spark passion in her, when in truth, physical stimulation was so inferior to mental stimulation. I told you I haven't died when killed. Yet, he said. Doesn't mean someone won't find a way someday, and I'd rather not give them an opportunity. Besides, even for me, being killed can confound. Don't distract me, she said. Can we really risk the fate of the world on a simple duel? Ah, but it's not a duel, Yasna. That's the thing. It's not about the contest, but what leads up to the contest. I know Reyes. He is arrogant and enjoys being worshipped. He never does anything without delighting in how he can show off. He's also careful, subtle. So to win, we need to make him certain he can't utterly lose. This contract does that. If his fail state is that he has to wait 1,000 years to try again, well, that won't bother him. He has been here for thousands of years already, so he'll see another 1,000 as an acceptable loss. But to you and the budding Radiance, 1,000 years is a long time, long as a soulless star slumbers. A soulless star, yes, slumbers, as they do. She stared at him flatly. Long as a rat rends rust? He asked. Long as seasons see stories? Oh, that's delightful, Yasna. Pretend I was the one who could somehow stress said symphonian sounds. She cocked an eyebrow at him. It means beautiful, he said. No, it doesn't. She again studied the contract. Sometimes I feel you aren't taking this as seriously as you should, Wit. It's a personal failing, he said. The more serious something becomes, the more I find myself inappropriately involved. Indeedy. Yasna sighed. I'll stop, he said with a grin. I promise. But look, Yasna, Reyes, Odium, is someone we can defeat. If he has one great failing, it's that he thinks he's smarter than he is. He tried exceptionally hard to make Dalinar into his champion. Why? Because he doesn't merely want to win. He wants to win in a way that says something to everyone watching. He was so certain he could turn the Blackthorn that he bet almost everything on that singular gamble. Now, he must be scared. While he pretends he has a dozen other plans, he's scrambling to locate a champion who can legitimately win. Because he knows, same as I'm telling you, that the contest won't only be about who can stab the hardest with their spear. What will it be about, then? Same thing it's always about, Yasna, Wit said. The hearts of men and women. Do you trust the hearts of those who fight on your side? She paused and hoped he didn't read too much into it. Staring at the contract, she couldn't help but feel outmatched by all of this. She, who had been preparing for nearly 2 decades for these exact events, felt uncertain. Did she trust her own heart, when confronted with ancient troubles that had surely defeated better women than her? A wise answer, Wit whispered. I didn't give one. A wise answer. He squeezed her hand. If you give Odium this contract and get me the assurance that he cannot break free of this planetary system, no matter what happens, then you won't have to trust the hearts of mortals, Yasna. Because you'll have me, and everything I can give you. You've told me he would destroy you if he found you. We'll add a line to the contract, Wit said, naming me as a contractual liaison for honor, whom Dalinar represents. This will protect me from Odium's direct attacks for the life of the contract. He will have to abide by those terms, as they are part of the promise Reyes made by taking up the Shard of Odium. To fail that promise would give others an opening against him, and said failures have killed gods before. Odium knows it. So do this, and I can help you openly, as myself. And who is that, Wit? She asked. Who are you, really? Someone, he said, who wisely turned down the power the others all took, and in so doing, gained freedoms they can never again have. I, Yasna, am someone who is not bound. She met his eyes, the eyes of something that wasn't a man, a thing that was eternal as a spren, or, if he was to be believed, something even older. I feel, she said, like I should be terrified by that statement. That's why I'm so fond of you, he said. You are poised, you are smart, and you are always ready with a ploy. But when each of those things fails you, Yasna, you are, above all else, paranoid.
100. Watchers at the Rim.
Humans are weapons. We singers revere passion, do we not? How can we throw away such an excellent channeling of it?
Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days. Kaladin woke with a start, ready to fight. He struggled, his heart racing as he found his hands bound. Why? What was happening? He grunted, threshing in the darkness, and he started to remember. He'd tied his hands together on purpose to prevent him from punching someone who woke him like he'd done to David yesterday. He gasped, fighting the terror as he huddled against the wall. Kaladin told himself the visions were only nightmares, but he still wanted to claw at his own skull, burrow into it, pull out all the terrible thoughts, the overwhelming darkness. Storms. He was so tired. Eventually, he managed to calm himself enough to free his hands. He searched around the black chamber, but saw nothing. They hadn't left out any lights. Teft, however, was snoring softly. Everything was all right. Kaladin was all right. He fumbled around his mat, looking for the canteen he'd placed there when going to sleep. What had awakened him? He remembered a song, a distant song. He found the canteen, but then saw a light on the wall, faint, almost invisible, even in the darkness. Hesitant, he wiped the sweat from his brow, then reached out and touched the garnet. A voice, so very quiet, spoke in his mind. Help. Please. Storms, the tower spren sounded frail. What is wrong? They found the last node?
Yes. At the model.
The model? Kaladin frowned, then remembered the large model of the tower in the infirmary room. In there? Near the Radiance? Storms. That's where his parents were.
There is something else. So much worse.
What? Kaladin demanded. What could be worse?
They will soon kill all the Radiants.
The Radiants, Kaladin said. The captive ones?
Please send me Relaine.
The voice faded along with the light. Kaladin took a deep breath, trembling. Could he do this again? He took out a spear, then woke Teft. The other bridgeman came awake, grabbing Kaladin by the arm reflexively. His grip was weak. Despite what he said, the time in a coma had left him enervated. I have to fight, Kaladin thought. I'm the only one who can.
What is it?
Teft said. Something's happening, Kaladin said. The tower's spren woke me, saying the final node has been located. The sibling told me the Radiants are in danger and asked me to send Relaine. I think they meant to send Relaine to Navani like we'd been planning. Our hand seems to have been forced. We need to try to rescue the Radiants. Teft nodded, groaning as he sat up. You don't seem surprised, Kaladin said.
I'm not,
Teft said, heaving himself to his feet.
This was coming, lad, no matter what we did. I'm sorry. Doesn't seem we have time to do it your father's way.
Watchers at the rim, Kaladin said softly. We need to move quickly. You get Lift ready to sneak into the Radiants, so she can begin waking them up. I'll make a fuss outside to lure out the guards and distract the pursuer. If the guards don't come out, though, we'll have to neutralize them.
All right, then. Good enough.
Teft pointed to the side, to where something lay folded on the ground. Bridge 4 uniforms. Kaladin had asked Dabbid to get them changes of clothing. That was what he'd found. As they began to dress, Dabbid returned, frantic. He came up and grabbed Kaladin's arm. The Tower Spren talk to you too? Kaladin asked. Dabbid nodded.
They sounded so weak.
Do you know where Relaine is? Kaladin asked.
I'm going to meet him,
Dabbid said.
4th floor. Something's happened with Bentley that has him really shaken. He didn't want to talk in the infirmary.
Tell him the plan as a go, Kaladin said. Someone needs to inform the Queen. Do you think you two can get to her?
Relaine thinks he can,
Dabbid said.
I will go with him. People ignore me.
Go then, Kaladin said. Tell her what we're doing, and that we're going to have to get the Radiants out. Then you two take up hiding in this room and don't make any storms. We'll escape with the Radiants, get Dalinar and return for you. Dabbid wrung his hands, but nodded.
Bridge 4,
he whispered. Bridge 4, Kaladin said. I don't want to leave you two alone, Dabbid, but we need to move now, and I want the Queen to be contacted. Plus, the sibling said something about sending Relaine to them.
They said it to me too,
Dabbid said. He gave the salute, which Kaladin returned, then moved off at a run. If something goes wrong, Kaladin said to Teft, continuing to dress in his uniform, get out that window. They'd practiced Kaladin's trick of infusing objects and his boots to climb down walls. In an emergency, someone might have to jump out the window and hope to regain their powers before they hit the ground, but that was an absolute last resort. The current plan was for the Windrunners to climb down the outside, each with another Radiant strapped to their backs. It was far from a perfect plan, but it was better than letting the Fused murder the Radiants while they were in comas. Even if you only get yourself out, Kaladin said, do it, rather than staying and making a hopeless stand. Take your spren and get to Dalinar.
And you?
Teft said.
You'll follow, right?
Kaladin hesitated.
If I run, you run,
Teft said.
Look, what happened the last 2 times a node was discovered?
The pursuer was waiting for me, Kaladin admitted.
It will be again,
Teft said.
This is a trap, plain and simple. What the enemy doesn't know is that we don't care about the node. We're trying to free the Radiants. So distract them a little, yes. But then run and let them have their storming fabril.
I could try that.
Give me an oath, lad. We can't do anything more in this tower. We need to reach Dalinar. I'm going to head that way with as many Radiants as I can rescue. You've got my back, right?
Always, Kaladin said, nodding. I swear it. Get as many of the radiants out as you can and then run. Once you do, I'll follow. 101. Undertext.
I love their art. The way they depict us is divine. All red shades and black lines. We appear demonic and fearsome. They project all fear and terror upon us.
Musings of L on the first of the final 10 days. Dalinar stepped into the Prime's war camp home and immediately felt as if he'd entered the wrong building. Surely this was a storage room where they were keeping extra furniture gathered from the surrounding abandoned towns. But no, Dalinar was merely accustomed to austerity. It was an Alethi wartime virtue for a commander to eschew comfort. Dalinar had perhaps taken this idea too far on occasion, but he'd become comfortable with simple furniture, bare walls. Even his rooms in Urithiru had grown too cluttered for his taste. Young Yanagon came from a different tradition. This entry room was so full of rich furniture, painted bronze on every surface that wasn't of some plush material, that it created a maze Dalinar had to wind through to reach the other side. Adding to the difficulty, the room was also packed with a battalion's worth of servants. Twice, Dalinar encountered someone in bright Azish patterns who had to physically climb onto a couch to let him pass. Where had they found all of this? And those tapestries draping every visible space on the walls? Had they carried them all this way? He knew the Azish were more accustomed to long supply chains. They didn't have access to the number of food-making soulcasters that the Alethi did. But this was excessive, wasn't it? Though, he noted, turning back across the room as he reached the other side, this would certainly slow an assassin or a force who tried to break in here and attack the Prime. In the next room, he found an even greater oddity. The Prime, Yanagon I, Emperor of Makabak, sat in a throne at the head of a long table. Nobody else ate at the table, but it was stuffed with lit candelabras and plates of food. Yanagon was finishing his breakfast, mostly pre-cut fruit. He wore a mantle of heavy cloth and an ornate headdress. He ate primly, spearing each bite of fruit with a long skewer, then raising it to his lips. He barely seemed to move, with one hand held crossed before his chest as he manipulated the skewer with the other. A large rank of people stood to either side of him. They mostly seemed to be camp followers. Washwomen, wheelwrights, Reshi Chull keepers, seamstresses. Dalinar picked out only a few uniforms. Yasna had already arrived for the meeting. She stood among the groups of people, and a servant ushered Dalinar in that direction as well, so he joined the bizarre display, standing and watching the Emperor eat his fruit, one delicate bite at a time. Dalinar liked the Azish, and they'd proven to be good allies with a shockingly effective military. But storms above and damnation beyond were they strange. Although curiously, he found their excess to be less nauseating than when an Alethi High Prince indulged. In Alethkar, this would be an expression of arrogance and a lack of self-restraint. Here, there was a certain cohesion to the display. Alethi servants of the highest order wore simple black and white, but the Azish ones were dressed almost as richly as the Emperor. The overflowing table didn't seem to be for Yanagon. He was merely another ornament. This was about the position of Prime, and the Empire itself, more than an elevation of the individual man. From what Dalinar had heard, they'd had trouble appointing this most recent Prime. The reason for that was, of course, standing directly behind Dalinar, Szeth, the assassin in white, had killed the last two Primes. At the same time, Dalinar couldn't imagine anyone wanting to be Prime. They had to deal with all this pomp, always on display. Maybe that was why their scholarly republic worked in a way Yasna liked so much. They had accidentally made the position of emperor so awful, no sane person would want it. So they'd needed to find other ways to rule the country. Dalinar had learned enough social grace to remain quiet until the display was complete. Each of the onlookers was then given a bronze plate full of food, which they accepted after bowing to the Emperor. As they left, one by one, other servants quickly made space at the table for Jasnah and Dalinar, though the clock he wore in his arm bracer told him he was still a few minutes early for the meeting. Damnation's own device, that was. Had him hopping about like the Prime. Though admittedly, Dalinar was realizing how much less of his time was wasted now that everyone knew precisely when to meet together. Without ever saying a word, Navani was bringing order to his life.
Be safe, please, our life's light, my gem heart.
He sent Szeth out, as neither of the other two monarchs had guards in the room. As they settled, the last of the observers leaving, Nura bowed to the Prime, then took a seat at the table deliberately positioned to be lower than the three of them. Some in the Empire considered it a scandal that Dalinar, Jasnah, and Fen were always seated at the same height as the Prime, but Yanagon had insisted. Dalinar, Jasnah, the youth said, relaxing as he removed his headdress and set it onto the table. Nura gave him a glance at that, but Dalinar smiled. She obviously thought the Prime should maintain decorum, but Dalinar liked seeing the youth grow more comfortable with his position and his fellow monarchs.
I'm sorry we didn't have plates of food for you as well,
Yanagon continued in Azish.
I should have known you'd both arrive early. It would have made a fine memento, Majesty,
Jasnah said, laying out some papers on the table.
But we were not of the chosen today, so it wouldn't feel right to be so favored.
The boy looked to Nura.
I told you she understood.
Your wisdom grows, Imperial Majesty, the older woman said. She was an Azish vizier, a high-level civil servant. Her own outfit had less gold on it than the Prime's, but it was nevertheless fantastically colored, with a cap and contrasting coat of a multitude of patterns and hues. Her long hair was graying and wound into a braid that emerged from her cap on one side.
All right, Jasnah,
Yanagon said, leaning forward to inspect Jasnah's papers, though as far as Dalinar knew, he couldn't read Alethi.
Tell it to me straight.
Dalinar braced himself.
We have practically no chance of recovering Urithiru,
Jasnah said in Azish, her voice barely accented.
Our scouts confirm that fabrials don't work near it. That means if we were to recreate a smaller version of my mother's flying machine to deliver troops, it would drop the moment it drew too close. They've also blocked off the caverns. My uncle delivered a small force to the bottom, and that action seems to have informed the enemy that we know their ruse is up. They are no longer sending fake messages via span-reed, and we've seen Singer troops on the balconies. With a sharp blade, which we discovered can be delivered into the protected area so long as it is not bound, our troops can cut through the blockage at the bottom. But while doing that, the force would be exposed to archers on higher ground. And if we made it through that rubble, fighting all the way up through a contested tunnel system would be a nightmare. A march by soldiers along the tops of the mountains is impossible for a multitude of reasons. But if we did reach the tower, we'd lose. Our battlefields are a careful balance of Radiant against Fused, Shardbearer against Regal, Soldier against Soldier. At Urithiru, we'd have no Radiance, and the entire strategy would topple.
We'd have Kaladin, Dalinar said. His powers still work. The Stormfather thinks it's because he's far enough along in his oaths.
With all due respect to him, Jasnah said, Kaladin is just one man, and one you relieved of duty before we left.
She was correct, of course. Common sense dictated that one man was nothing against an army of Fused. Yet Dalinar wondered. Once, in the war camps, he'd argued with Kaladin's soldiers who had set up a vigil for the young Windrunner, then presumed dead. Dalinar had been proven wrong at that time. Now he found himself possessing some of the same faith as those soldiers. Beaten down, broken, surrounded by enemies, Kaladin continued to fight. He knew how to take the next step. They couldn't leave him to take it alone.
Our best chance, Dalinar said to the others, is to deliver me and a force through Shadesmar to the tower. I might be able to open a perpendicularity there, and we could surprise the enemy with an attack.
You might be able to open one there, Uncle, Yasna said. What does the Stormfather think?
He isn't certain I am far enough along in my oaths or my skills to manage it yet, Dalinar admitted.
Yasna tapped her notes. An assault through Shadesmar would require a large number of ships, something we don't have on that side, and which I see no way of obtaining.
We need to find a way to support Kaladin, Navani, and whatever resistance they are building, Dalinar said. We might not need a large force of ships. A small group of trained soldiers might be able to sneak in, then disable the fabrial the enemy is using to stop radiance.
Undoubtedly, Yasna said. That is the method the enemy used to get into the tower. They will be guarding against this same tactic. So, what? Yanagon said, chewing on some nuts he had hidden in a pocket of his oversized robes. Yasna, you argue against every point Dalinar makes. Are you saying we should give up Urithiru to the enemy? Our entire war effort falls apart without it, Nura said. It was the means by which we connected our disparate forces. Not necessarily, Yasna said, showing some small maps to the Prime. As long as we have a stronger navy and proper air support, we can control the southern half of Roshar. It will necessitate weeks or months of travel, but we can coordinate our battlefields as long as we have span rates. Still, Yanagon said, glancing at Nura. The older woman nodded in agreement.
This is a major blow, Dalinar said. Yasna, we can't simply abandon Urithiru. You yourself spent years trying to locate it.
I'm not suggesting we do, Uncle, she said, her voice cold. I'm merely presenting facts. For now, I think we need to act as if we will not soon retake the tower, which might mean moving against Ishar's troops in Tukar, so we can secure those positions. At any rate, we should be planning how to support our forces in southern Alethkar against the Vadens. They were all valid points, the core of a cohesive and well-reasoned battle strategy. She was trying hard, and mostly succeeding at learning to be a capable tactical commander. He couldn't blame her for feeling she had something to prove there. Her entire life had been a series of people demanding she prove herself to them. However, her quickness to abandon Urithiru smelled too similar to what Taravangian had done in abandoning Roshar. Give up quickly once you think you're beaten.
Yasna, he said, we need to try harder to liberate Urithiru.
I'm not saying we shouldn't, only that such an action is going to be very difficult and costly. I'm trying to outline those costs so we're aware of them.
The way you talk lacks hope.
Hope, she said, spreading her papers out on the table. Have I ever told you how much I dislike that word? Think of what it means, what it implies. You have hope when you're outnumbered. You have hope when you lack options. Hope is always irrational, Uncle.
Fortunately, we are not entirely rational beings.
Nor should we want to be, she agreed. At the same time, how often has hope been the reason someone refuses to move on and accept a realistic attitude? How often has hope caused more pain or delayed healing? How often has hope prevented someone from standing up and doing what needs to be done because they cling to a wish for everything to be different? I would say, Yanagon said, leaning forward, that hope defines us, Yasna. Without it, we are not human. Perhaps you are correct, Yasna said, a phrase she often used when she wasn't convinced, but also didn't want to continue an argument. Very well then, let us discuss Urithiru.
Your powers will work, Dalinar said, at least partially. You have set the fourth ideal.
Yes, she said. I have. Though the Stormfather is uncertain whether the Fourth Oath will truly allow a Radiant to withstand the suppression. Am I correct? You are, Dalinar said. But if the enemy is resupplying via the Oath Gates, there is only one way we can realistically do anything about this situation. We must destroy their suppression fabrial. And so my suggestion of a small team makes the most sense. And you are to lead it? Yasna said. Yes, Dalinar said. You are still far from mastering your powers. What if you can't open a perpendicularity at Urithiru? I've been experimenting, practicing, Dalinar said. But yes, I have a long way to go. So I've been considering another solution. He selected one of Yasna's maps, then turned it for the others to see. We came here to Emul to use a hammer and anvil tactic, shoving our enemy against an army here. The army of Ishar, the being the Azish call Tashi. Yes, and? Yasna asked. I have scouts surveying his position, Dalinar said, and have visual confirmation shown to me via light weaving that the man himself is there. Wit's drawings confirm it. I have spoken with the Stormfather, and the two of us think this is our best solution. Ishar is a master with the bondsmithing art. If I can recruit him, he could be the secret to saving Urithiru. Pardon, Nora said, but haven't we determined that the heralds are all insane? It was hard for her to say. Their religion viewed the heralds as deities. The Makabaki people worshipped them and not the Almighty. Yes, Dalinar said, but Ash indicates Ishar might have escaped with less damage than others. She trusts him. We've had letters from Ishar, Uncle, Yasna said, that are not encouraging. I want to try speaking with him anyway, Dalinar said. We've been mostly ignoring his armies, other than to use them as our anvil. But if I were to approach with a flag of peace and parley, Ishar... Wait, Yanagon said. You're going to go personally? Yes, Dalinar said. I need to see Ishar. Ask him questions. Send your radiance, Nora said. Take this being captive. Bring him here. Then talk to him. I would rather go myself, Dalinar said. But, Yanagon said, sounding utterly baffled, you're a king. This is even worse than when Yasna went out in flight and fought the enemy. It's an old family tradition, Majesty, Yasna said. We are prone to putting ourselves into the thick of things. I blame long-standing Alethi conditioning that says the best general is the one who leads the charge. I suppose, Yanagon said, that a history of having excessive numbers of shards might create a feeling of invincibility. But Dalinar, why do you raise this point now? To get our advice? More to warn you, he said. I've deliberately put the Mink in command of our military so I can step away to see to more, spiritual matters. Yasna and Wit are preparing a contract for me to present to Odium once we have pushed him to come speak to me again. Until we can make that work, I need to do something to help. I need to bring Ishar to our side, then see if he can teach me how to restore the Oath Pact and help me rescue Urithiru. Well, Yanagon said, looking to Nora, being allies with the Alethi is interesting. Go with Yezir's own speed then, I suppose. Yezir is dead, Dalinar thought, though he didn't say it. Yasna took the reins of the conversation next, explaining the contract she was preparing for Odium. She and Dalinar had already talked to Queen Fen earlier via Spanreed. Dalinar offered some explanations, but mostly let Yasna do the persuading. She had an uphill battle, as getting the monarchs to agree to this contest would take some doing. Yasna could manage it. He was confident in her. His job, he was increasingly certain, involved his bondsmithing, the Oath Pact, and the Heralds. Eventually, the meeting came to an end. They agreed to meet again to talk over more points in the contract, but for now, Yanagon had to attend some religious ceremonies for his people. Dalinar needed to prepare for his trip to Tukar. He intended to go as soon as was reasonable. As they rose to leave, Yanagon replaced his headdress.
Dalinar, the youth said. Do we know anything of Lift? We left her at the tower.
Kaladin said the other Radiants were unconscious, Dalinar said. That probably includes her.
Maybe,
Yanagon said.
She often does what she isn't supposed to. If you hear word, send to me, please.
Dalinar nodded, joining Yasna and withdrawing from Yanagon's palace. The exterior might look as ordinary as every other building in the village, but a palace it was. He collected Zeth, who was holding something for him. Dalinar took the large book, intimidating in size, though he knew it to be shorter than it appeared. The paper inside was covered with his own bulky letter lines, larger and thicker than was proper, drawn deliberately with his fat fingers. He held the book toward Yasna. He'd allowed early drafts and portions of it to be shared, and they'd gotten out all over the Coalition by now. However, he hadn't considered the book finished until he'd made some last changes earlier this week.
Oathbringer?
She said, taking it eagerly.
It's complete?
No, but my part is done, Dalinar said. This is the original, but the scribes have made copies following my last round of alterations. I wanted you to have the one I wrote.
You should feel proud, Uncle. You make history with this volume.
I fear you'll find it to be mostly religious drivel.
Ideas are not useless simply because they involve religious thinking, Yasna said. Nearly all of the ancient scholars I revere were religious, and I appreciate how their faith shaped them, even if I do not appreciate the faith itself.
The things you said about hope in the meeting, Dalinar said, they bothered me, Yasna, but perhaps in a good way. Who in the world would dispute an idea as fundamental as hope? Yet because we all accept it as vital, we don't think about it, what it really means. You do.
I try,
she said, glancing back toward the Prime's palace.
Tell me, am I pushing too hard to establish myself as a military leader? I feel it's an important precedent, as your book here is. But I hit the target a little too squarely, didn't I?
Dalinar smiled, then put his hand on hers, which held up the book. We are revealing a new world, Yasna, and the way before us is dark until we bring it light. We'll be forgiven if we stumble on unseen ground now and then. He squeezed her hand. I would like you to do something for me. All of the great philosophical texts I've read have an undertext. Yes, about that. He wasn't the only man who had been shaken to discover that for centuries the women in their lives had been leaving commentaries for one another. Something dictated by a man would often have his wife's or scribe's thoughts underneath, never shared aloud. An entire world hidden from those who thought they were ruling it. I would like you to write the undertext for Oathbringer, Dalinar said. Openly, to be read and discovered by any who would like to read it.
Uncle?
Yasna said.
I'm not certain the tradition should continue. It was questionable to begin with.
I find the insights offered in the undertexts to be essential, Dalinar said. They change how I read. History is written by the victors, as many are fond of saying, but at least we have contrary insights by those who watched. I would like to know what you think of what I've said.
I will not hold back, Uncle, Yasna said. If much of this is religious, I will be compelled to be honest. I will point out your confirmation biases, your fallacies. Perhaps it would be better if you gave the undertext task to my mother.
I considered that, he said, but I promised to unite instead of divide. I don't do that by giving my book only to those who agree with me. If we're revealing a new world, Yasna, should we not do it together? Arguments and all? I feel like we are never going to agree on the details, you and I. This book, though, it could show that we agree on the more important matters. After all, if an avowed atheist and a man starting his own religion can unite, then who can object that their personal differences are too large to surmount? That's what you're doing, then? She asked. Creating a religion? Revising the old one, at the very least, Eleanor said. When the full text of this is released, I suspect it will create a larger schism among Vornism. Me being involved won't help that. I want your thoughts nonetheless, if you are willing to give them. She pulled the book close. I consider it among the greatest honors I have ever been offered, Uncle. Be warned, however, I am not known for my brevity. This could take me years. I will be thorough, I will offer consequence, and I may undermine your entire argument. But I will be respectful. Whatever you need, Yasna. He smiled. I hope that in your additions, you will create something greater than I could have alone. She smiled back. Don't say it that way. You make it sound like the odds are against it being possible. Or I should say that it is the most reasonable outcome. Thank you, Uncle, for your trust.
102. High storm coming.
To humans, our very visages become symbols. You find echoes of it even in the art from centuries before this return. Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days.
There was a long line at the Oath Gates today, but that was nothing new. Raboniel was certain the human kingdoms knew of the occupation by now, and so had authorized the Oath Gates to be opened more frequently, allowing Singer troops and servants occupying the tower to rotate out. Venli's group of 15 friends huddled behind her, holding their supplies, hopefully appearing to be merely another batch of workers given a chance to return to Kolonar for a break. Venli pulled her coat tight against the wind. Listeners didn't get as cold as humans seemed to, but she could still feel the bite of the wind, particularly since this form had carapace only as ornamentation, not true armor. She wasn't completely certain what to do after reaching Kolonar. Raboniel's writ would certainly get her people out of the city, and even out of Alethkar, but Venli couldn't wait the weeks or months it would take for them to walk to the Shattered Plains. She had to find out if her mother was still alive. How far would the power of the writ go? Raboniel was feared, respected. Could Venli get her entire team of 15 flown to that scout post via Heavenly One? Her mind spun with lies about a secret mission from Raboniel at the Shattered Plains. Indeed, it wasn't too far from the truth. Raboniel had all but commanded her to go investigate the listener remnants. And what then? Venli thought. Raboniel knows about them. She knows I'm going. She's manipulating me. For what end? It didn't matter. Venli had to go. It was time. Timber pulsed softly as she stood in the line, mat case over her shoulder, trying to ignore the wind. Are you disappointed in me? Venli whispered to Conceit. For leaving Relaine and the humans? Timber pulsed. Yes, she was. The little spren was never afraid to be straight with Venli. What do you expect me to do? She whispered, turning her head away from Dull so he wouldn't hear her talking. Help with their insane plan? He'll get all those Radiants killed. Besides, you think I'd be any help to them? Timber pulsed. Venli was doing well, learning. She could help. If I weren't a coward, Venli thought. What if we got you a different host? A singer who cares, like Relaine. Timber pulsed. What do you mean? Venli demanded. You can't want me. I'm an accident, a mistake. Another pulse. Mistakes can't be wonderful, Timber. That's what defines them as mistakes. She pulsed, more confident. How could she be more confident with each complaint? Stupid spren. And why wasn't this line moving? The transfers should be quick. They needed to exchange people and supplies before the high storm arrived. Venli told her people to wait, then stepped out of line. She marched to the front, where a couple of singers, formerly Azish by their clothing, were arguing. "What is it?" Venli demanded to Craven. The two took in her regal form. Then the female answered. "We have to wait to perform the exchange, Chosen," she said, using an old formal singer term. "The human who works the oath gates for us has run off. No one else has a living blade, which is needed to operate the fabrial now," the other explained. "If you could find the one they call Fire and ask when he will return." Venli glanced toward the sky. She could feel the wind picking up. "The high storm is nearly here. We should move everyone inside." The two argued at first, but Venli spoke more firmly. Soon they started herding the frustrated singers toward the tower. Venli walked along the plateau, Timber pulsing excitedly. She saw this as an opportunity. "Why do you believe in me?" Venli whispered. "I've given you no reason. I've ruined everything I've touched. I'm a selfish, impotent, sorry excuse for a listener." Timber pulsed. Venli had saved her. Venli had saved Lift. "Yes, but I had to be coaxed into both," Venli said. "I'm not a hero. I'm an accident." Timber was firm. Some people charged toward the goal, running for all they had. Others stumbled, but it wasn't the speed that mattered. It was the direction they were going. Venli lingered at the entrance to Urithiru. She hesitated, glancing over her shoulder. The previous high storm had reached all the way past the 6th tier. This one would likely envelop nearly the entire tower. A rare occurrence, their scholars thought. She felt as if she could sense the power of it, the fury bearing down on them. "What if," she whispered to Timber, "I offered to use this writ to smuggle Stormblessed or his family out of Urithiru?" Timber pulsed uncertainly. Would the writ's authority extend that far? Venli thought perhaps it would. She wouldn't be able to get any of the unconscious radiants out. They were too closely watched. And someone would send to Raboniel for confirmation. But a few random humans? That might work. She found Dul and the others inside the front doors. Venli gathered them around, away from prying ears, and quickly handed her writ to Mazish. "Take this," Venli said. "If I don't return, you should be able to use it to get away." "Without you?" Mazish said. "Venli." "I'll almost certainly return," Venli said. "But just in case, take the map too. You'll need it to find your way to the other listeners in secret." "Where are you going?" Dul asked. Venli hummed to the lost. "I think we should offer to bring the surgeon and his family, including their son, the Windrunner, out with us. Help them escape the tower. Take them to their own people at the Shattered Plains." She watched them, expecting fear, perhaps condemnation. This would jeopardize their safety. Instead, as a group, they hummed to consideration. "Having a Windrunner on our side could be useful," Mazish said. "He could certainly help us get to the Shattered Plains quicker." "Yes," said Schumann, the new recruit, still a little too eager for Venli's taste. "This is a great idea." "Would he help us, though?" Dul asked. "He treated Relaine well," Mazish said, "even when he thought Relaine was only another parshman." I don't like what the humans did, but if we put this one in our debt, my gut says he won't betray us. Venli scanned the other faces. Singers with a variety of skin patterns, now humming a variety of rhythms. None of them hummed to betrayal, and they gave her encouraging nods. Very well, Venli said. Wait for me until the storm has passed. If I've not returned by then, take the next Oathgate transfer to Kolinar. I'll find you there. They hummed at her words, so Venli started toward the atrium, hoping she'd be quick enough to stop Berlain from trying his desperate plan. She didn't know for certain if he'd take her offer, but this was the direction she should be moving. Navani knelt on the floor of her office. It still smelled of smoke from the explosion the day before. Despite Raboniel saying she wanted to scrape the chamber for broken pieces of the dagger, no one arrived to do that. They hadn't taken her to her rooms above. They hadn't brought her meals. They'd simply left her alone to contemplate her utter failure. She felt numb. After her previous failure, when she'd exposed the node to her enemies, she'd picked herself up and moved on. This time, she felt stuck, worn, like an old banner left too long exposed to the elements, ripped by storms, bleached by the sun, now hanging in tatters, waiting to slip off the pole. We can kill Radiant Spren. In the end, all Raboniel's talk of working together had been a lie. Of course it had. Navani had known it would be. She'd planned for it and tried to hide what she knew. But had she really expected that to work? She'd repeatedly confirmed to herself that she couldn't outthink the Fused. They were ancient, capable beyond mortal understanding, beings outside of time and she kept staring at the place where Raboniel's daughter had died, where Raboniel had wept, holding the corpse of her child. Such a human moment. Navani curled up on her pallet, though sleep had eluded her all night. She had spent the hours listening to the Fused in the hallway, playing notes on metal plates, and demanding new ones, until one final sound had echoed against the stone hallways. A chilling, awful sound that was wrong in all the right ways. Raboniel had found the tone. The tone that could kill Spren. Should Navani feel pride? Even in that time of near madness, her research had been so meticulous and well annotated that Raboniel was able to follow it. What had taken Navani days, the Fused replicated in hours, breaking open a mystery that had stood for thousands of years. Evidence that Navani was a true scholar, after all? No, she thought, staring at the ceiling. No, don't you dare take that distinction for yourself. If she'd been a scholar, she'd have understood the implications of her work. She was a child playing dress-up again. A farmer could stumble across a new plant in the wilderness. Did that make him a botanist? She eventually forced herself up to do the only thing she was certain she couldn't ruin. She found ink and paper in the wreckage of the room, then knelt and began to paint prayers. It was partially for the comfort of familiarity, but storm her, she still believed. Perhaps that was as foolish as thinking herself a scholar. Who did she think was listening? Was she only praying because she was afraid? Yes, she thought, continuing to paint. I'm afraid. And I have to hope that someone somewhere is listening. That someone has a plan. That it all matters somehow. Yasna took comfort in the idea that there was no plan. That everything was random. She said that a chaotic universe meant the only actions of actual importance were the ones they decided were important. That gave people autonomy. Navani loved her daughter, but couldn't see it the same way. Organization and order existed in the very way the world worked. From the patterns on leaves to the system of compounds and chemical reactions. It all whispered to her. Someone had known anti-void light was possible. Someone had known Navani would create it first. Someone had seen all this, planned for it, and put her here. She had to believe that. She had to believe, therefore, that there was a way out. Please, she prayed, painting the glyph for divine direction. Please, I'm trying so hard to do what is right. Please guide me. What do I do? A voice sounded outside the room, and in her sleep-deprived state, she first mistook it for a voice speaking to her in answer. And then she heard what it was saying. The best way to distract the bondsmith is to kill his wife, the voice said, rough, cold. I am therefore here to perform the act that you have so far refused to do. Navani stood and walked to the door. Her female in guard was someone new, but she didn't forbid Navani from peering down the hall toward Raboniel's workstation beside the sibling's shield. A man in a black uniform stood before Raboniel. Neat, close-cropped black hair, a narrow, hawkish face with a prominent nose and sunken cheeks. Moash, the murderer. I continue to have use for the Queen, Raboniel said. My orders are from Odium himself, Moash said. If a fused's voice was overly ornamented with rhythms and meaning, his voice was the opposite, dead, a voice like slate. He ordered you to come to me, Vire, Raboniel said, and I requested for you to be sent. So today, I need you to deal with my problems first. There is a worm in the tower, eating his way through walls. He is increasingly an issue. I warned you about Stormblessed, Moash said. I warned all of you, and you did not listen. You will kill him, Raboniel said. No enemy can kill Kaladin Stormblessed, Moash said. You promised that no enemy can kill Stormblessed, Moash said. He is a force like the storms, and you cannot kill the storms, Fused. Raboniel handed Moash something, a small dagger. You speak foolishness. A man is merely a man, no matter how skilled. That dagger can destroy his spren. Spread that sand, and it will turn faintly white when an invisible spren flies overhead. Use it to locate his honor spren, then strike at it, depriving him of power. I can't kill him, Moash repeated a third time, tucking the dagger away. But I promise something better. We make this a covenant, Fused. I ruin Stormblessed, leave him unable to interfere, and you deliver me the Queen. Accepted? Navani felt herself grow cold. Raboniel didn't even glance in her direction. Accepted, Raboniel said. But do another thing for me. The Pursuer has been sent to destroy the final node, but I think he is delaying to encourage Stormblessed to show up and fight him for it. Break the node for me. Moash nodded and accepted what seemed to be a small diagram explaining the location of the node. He turned on his heel with military precision and marched up the hallway. If he saw her, he made no comment, passing like a cold wind. Monster, Navani said. Anger sprang at her feet. Traitor! You would attack your own friend? He stopped short. Staring straight ahead, he spoke. Where were you, Light Eyes, when your son condemned innocents to death? He turned, affixing Navani with those lifeless eyes. Where were you, Queen, when your son sent Roshone to Kaladin's hometown? A political outcast, a known murderer, exiled to a small village where he couldn't do any damage, right? Roshone killed Kaladin's brother, You could have stopped it, if any of you cared. You were never my queen. You are nothing to me. You are nothing to anyone. So don't speak to me of treason or friendship. You have no idea what this day will cost me. He continued forward, bearing no visible weapon save the dagger tucked into his belt. A dagger designed to kill a spren, a dagger that Navani had essentially created. He reached the end of the hallway, burst alight with stormlight, which somehow worked for him, and streaked into the air, rising through the open stairwell toward the ground floor. Navani slumped in the doorway, objections withering in her throat. She knew he was wrong, but she couldn't find her voice. Something about that man unnerved her to the point of panic. He wasn't human. He was a void bringer. If that word had ever applied to any, it was Moash. "What do you need?" her guard asked. "Have you been fed?" Navani licked her lips. "I need a candle, please, for burning prayers." Remarkably, she fetched it. Taking the candle, shivering, Navani cupped the flame and walked to her pallet. There she knelt and began burning her glyph words, one at a time. If there was a god, if the Almighty was still out there somewhere, had he created Moash? Why? Why bring such a thing into the world? "Please," she thought, begging as a ward shriveled, her prayers casting smoke into the air. "Please, tell me what to do. Show me something. Let me know you're there." As the last prayer drifted toward the tranquiline halls, she sat back on her heels, numb, wanting to huddle down and forget about her problems. When she moved to do so, however, in the candlelight, she caught sight of something glittering amid the wreckage of her desk. As if in a trance, Navani rose and walked over. The guard wasn't looking. Navani brushed aside ash to find a metal dagger with a diamond affixed to the pommel. She stared at it, confused. It had exploded, hadn't it? No, this is the second one. The one Raboniel used to kill her daughter. She tossed it aside as if hating it once the deed was done. A precious, priceless weapon, and the fused had discarded it. How long had Raboniel been awake? Did she feel like Navani, exhausted, pushed to the limit, forgetting important details? For there, glimmering violet black in the gemstone, was a soft glow, not completely used up in the previous killing. A small charge of anti-void light.
Kaladin took the steps down, one at a time, unhurried as he walked toward the trap. A certain momentum pushed him forward, as if his next actions were soul-cast into stone, already unchangeable. A mountain seemed to fill in behind him, blocking his retreat. Forward. Only forward. One step after another. He emerged from the stairwell onto the ground floor. Two dire-form regals had been guarding the path, but they backed off, hands on swords, humming frantically. Kaladin ignored them, turning toward the atrium. He set his spear to his shoulder and strode through this central corridor. No more hiding. He was too tired to hide, too wrung out for tactics and strategy. The pursuer wanted him? Well, he would have Kaladin, presented as he had always been seen. Dressed in his uniform, striding to the fight, his head high. Humans and singers alike scattered before him. Kaladin saw many of the humans wearing the markings Rlain had described, shash glyphs drawn on their foreheads. Storm them? They believed in him. They wore the symbol of his shame, his failure, and his imprisonment. And they made it something better. He couldn't help feeling that this was it. The last time he'd wear the uniform. His final act as a member of Bridge 4. One way or another, he had to move on from the life he'd been clinging to, and the simple squad of soldiers who had formed the heart of that life. All these people believed in a version of him who had already died, High Marshal Kaladin Stormblessed, the valiant soldier, leader of the Windrunners, stalwart and unwavering. Like Cal, the innocent youth, squad leader Kaladin, the soldier in Amaram's army, and Kaladin the slave, High Marshal Stormblessed had passed. Kaladin had become someone new, someone who could not measure up to the legend. But with all these people believing in him, falling in behind him, whispering with hope and anticipation, perhaps he could resurrect Stormblessed for one last battle. He didn't worry about exposing himself. There was nowhere to run. Regals and Singer soldiers gathered in bunches, tailing him and whispering harshly, but they would let a fused deal with a radiant. Other fused would know, though. Kaladin had been claimed already. He was pursued. As Kaladin drew near to the breakaway, the hallway to his right would merge with a large open marketplace. He finally felt her. He stopped fast, looking that direction. The dozens of people following him hushed as he stared intently and raised his right hand in the direction of the market. Syl, he thought. I'm here. Find me. A line of light, barely visible, bounced around in the distance. It turned and spun toward him, picking up speed, its path growing straighter. She grew brighter, and awareness of her blossomed in his mind. They were not whole, either one, without the other. She recovered herself with a gasp, then landed on his hand, wearing her girlish dress. Are you all right? He whispered.
No, she said. No, not at all. That felt like it did when I nearly died. Like it did when I drifted for centuries. I feel sad, Kaladin, and cold.
I understand those feelings, he replied. But the enemy, Syl. They're going to execute the Radiants, and they might have my parents. She peered up at him. Then her shape fuzzed, and she was instantly in a uniform like his, colored Colin blue. Kaladin nodded, then turned and continued, shattered by the hopes and prayers of hundreds, shattered by his own reputation. A man who would never cry in the night, huddled against the wall, terrified. A man he was determined to pretend to be. One last time. He checked Navani's flying gauntlet, which he'd attached to his belt, easy to unhook if needed, at his right side, so it pointed behind him. Kaladin and David had reset its conjoined weights the other night. It hadn't worked so well for him in the previous fight, but now he understood its limitations. It was a device designed by engineers, not soldiers. He couldn't wear it on his hand, where it would interfere with his ability to hold a spear. But perhaps it could offer him an edge in another capacity. With Syl flying as a ribbon of light beside his head, he strode into the atrium, with that endless wall of glass rising as a window in front of him. An equally endless hollow shaft in the stone rose up toward the pinnacle of the tower, surrounded by balconies on most levels. Heavenly ones hovered in the air, though he didn't have time to search for Leshwi. Syl moved out in front of him, then paused, hovering, seeming curious.
What? He asked. High storm coming, she said in his head.
Of course there was. It was that kind of day. People in the atrium began to scatter as they saw him, accompanied by anticipation spren. As the place emptied, he picked up a hulking figure standing in the dead center of the chamber, blocking the way to the room on the other side, the infirmary. Kaladin brandished his spear in challenge, but the pursuer cared nothing for honor. He was here for the kill, and he came streaking at Kaladin to claim it. 103. The legend you live. Watch them struggle, witness their writhing, their refusal to surrender. Humans cling to the rocks with the vigor of any Rosharan vine. Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days. There he is, Teft said, ducking and moving with the crowd of people in the atrium. With a cloak over his uniform, he didn't draw attention. He'd found that was often the case. Kaladin turned heads even if he was dressed in rags. He was that kind of man. But Teft, he looked forgettable. In this cloak, he was simply another worker, walking with his daughter through the atrium. Hopefully Lift would keep her head down so the hood of her own cloak obscured her features. Otherwise, someone might wonder why his daughter looked an awful lot like a certain bothersome radiant who was always making trouble in the tower.
What took him so long?
Lift whispered as the two of them sidled over along the wall of the atrium, acting frightened of the sudden rush of people who made way for Kaladin and the pursuer.
Boy, that's the grandstand,
Teft said. But Storms, it was hard not to feel inspired at the sight of Kaladin, framed in the entryway like that, in a sharp blue uniform, his hair free, his scars bold and stark on his forehead, eyes intense enough to pierce the darkest storm.
You did good with that one, Teft,
he thought, giving himself permission to feel a little pride.
You ruined your own life something fierce, but you did good with that one.
Fenderana whispered comfort in his ear. She'd shrunk at his request and rode on his shoulder. He nodded at the words. If his family hadn't gotten involved with the Invisitors, he wouldn't have known how to help Kaladin when he'd needed it. And then the Blackthorn probably would have died, and they wouldn't have found this tower. So, maybe it was time to let go of what he'd done. Together, they inched along the wall toward the infirmary. Storm him if having his own personal spren wasn't the best thing that had happened to him, other than Bridge 4. She could be a little crusty at times, which made them a good match. She also refused to accept his excuses, which made them an even better match. Kaladin started fighting, and Teft couldn't spare him much more than a wish of goodwill. The lad would be fine. Teft simply had to do his part. They waited to see if the guards in the infirmary came out of the ruckus, and blessedly they did. Unfortunately, one remained at the door, gaping at the battle, but apparently determined to remain at his post. Stormform Regal, too, which was just Teft's luck. Still, he and Lift were able to work the press of the crowd to their advantage, pretending they were confused civilians. Maybe that Stormform would let them hide in the infirmary. Instead, the Regal at the door showed them an indifferent palm, gesturing for them to flee in another direction. He turned aside a number of other people who saw the infirmary as a convenient escape, so Teft and Lift didn't draw undue attention. People in the atrium cried out as Kaladin and the pursuer clashed. Heavenly ones floated down to watch the battle, their long trains descending like curtains, adding to the surreal sight. In fact, everybody's eyes were fixed on the contest between Kaladin and the pursuer. So, Teft took the Regal guard by the arm. These Regals had that captive lightning running through them, so touching the singer gave Teft a shock. He cried out and shook his hand, backing away as the Stormform turned toward him in annoyance.
Please, Bright Lord,
Teft said.
What is happening?
As the Regal focused on him, Lift slipped around behind and cracked the door open.
Be on with you,
the Regal said. Don't bother. Teft rushed the singer, tackling him around the waist and throwing him backward through the open door. The Regal's powers sent another shock through Teft, but in the confusion, Teft was able to get him to the ground and put him in a dead man's hold. Lift shut the door with a click. She waited, anxious, as Teft struggled to keep pressure on the creature's throat. He pulled in all the stormlight he had, but felt the Stormform's power growing, the creature's skin crackling with red lightning.
Healing,
Teft said. Lift leapt over and pressed her hand against his leg as the Stormform released a bolt of power straight through Teft into the floor. The crack it made was incredible. Teft felt a burning pain, like someone had decided to use his stomach as a convenient place to build their fire pit. But he held on, and Lift healed him. He even managed to roll to the side and use Stormlight to stick the Regal to the ground. That let him keep the pressure on and resist the shocks that followed, less powerful than the first. Finally, the Regal went limp, unconscious. Teft huffed and stood, though he first had to unstick his clothing from the floor. Storming Stormlight. He looked down and found the front of his shirt had been burned clean through. He glanced to Fenderana, who had grown to full size. She folded her arms thoughtfully. "What?" he asked.
"Your hair is standing up," she said, then grinned. She looked like a little kid when she did that, and he couldn't help returning the expression. "Move," she said to him. "Seal the door." Right. He stepped over and infused the doorframe with stormlight. Someone would have heard that lightning bolt. "Lift," he shouted as he worked. "Get to it! I want these radiants up and taking orders faster than an arrow falls." He glanced to Fenderana, standing beside him and meeting his eyes. "We can do this. Get them up, grab Cal's family, get out." "Through the window?" she asked. Outside the east-facing window was a sheer drop of hundreds of feet. He felt moderately good about his ability to climb down it. How far would everyone have to get before their radiant powers returned? He feared the Heavenly Ones would find out before then and come after them. Well, he'd see what the others said once they were awake. Tech turned from the new sealed door to inspect the room and Lift's progress. Where was that surgeon and his... Lift screamed. She leaped back as one of the bodies on the floor nearby emerged from beneath the sheet. The figure, dressed all in black, swung a shard blade at her. She nearly managed to get away, but the blade caught her in the thighs, cutting with the grace of an eel through the air. Lift collapsed, her legs ruined by the blade. The figure in the black uniform turned from Lift and, blazing with stormlight, focused on Teft. Sunken cheeks, prominent nose, glowing eyes. Moash. Kaladin didn't run. He knew what the pursuer would do. Indeed, the creature acted as he had each time before, dropping a husk and streaking toward Kaladin to grapple him. That was one husk spent. The pursuer had two others before he would be trapped in his form and had to either flee or face Kaladin and risk dying. Kaladin stepped directly into the pursuer's path and dropped his spear, willingly entering the grapple. Turning at the last moment, he caught the pursuer's hands as they reached for him. Thrumming with stormlight, Kaladin held the pursuer's wrists. Strong as the creature was stronger than he was, but Kaladin wouldn't run or hide. Not this time. This time he only had to give Teft and Lift enough space to work. And Kaladin had discovered something during their last fight. This creature was not a soldier. "Give in, little man," the pursuer said. "I am as unavoidable as the coming storm. I will chase you forever." "Good," Kaladin said. "Bravado," the pursuer said, laughing. He managed to hook Kaladin's foot, then used his superior strength to shove Kaladin to the ground. Best Kaladin could do was hang on and pull him down as well. The pursuer kneed Kaladin in the gut, then twisted to get him in a hold. "So foolish," Kaladin writhed, barely able to keep from being immobilized. Syl flitted around them. As the pursuer tried for a lock, Kaladin twisted around and met the pursuer's eyes, then smiled. The pursuer growled and repositioned to press Kaladin against the ground by his shoulders. "I'm not afraid of you," Kaladin said, "but you're going to be afraid of me." "Madness," the pursuer said. "Your inevitable fate has caused madness in your frail mind." Kaladin grunted, back to the cold stone, using both hands to push the pursuer's right hand away. He kept his eyes locked on the pursuer's. "I killed you," Kaladin said, "and I'll kill you now. Then every time you return for me, I'll kill you again." "I'm immortal," the pursuer growled, but his rhythm had changed, not so confident. "Doesn't matter," Kaladin said. "I've heard what people say about you. Your life isn't the blood in your veins, but the legend you live. Each death kills that legend a little more. Each time I defeat you, it will rip you apart, until you're no longer known as the pursuer. You'll be known as the defeated. The creature who, no matter how hard he tries, can't ever beat me!" Kaladin reached down and activated Navani's device at his belt, then pressed the grip that dropped the weight. It was as if someone had suddenly tied a rope to his waist and then pulled him out of the pursuer's grip, sliding him across the floor of the atrium. He deactivated the device, then rolled to his feet, looking across the short distance at his enemy. Syl fell in beside him, glaring at the pursuer in a perfect mimic of his posture. Then, together, they smiled as Kaladin pulled out his scalpel. Moash kicked Lift toward the wall, sending her limp and tumbling. She lay still and didn't move after that.
Moash floated forward, blade out, attention affixed solely on Teft. Teft cursed himself for a fool. He'd focused on taking care of the Regal at the door. He should have known to check for irregularities. Now that he looked, he could see Cal's parents and brother bound and gagged, visible through a gap in the cloth of the draped-off section at the rear. The real trap wasn't outside with the pursuer. It was in here, with a much deadlier foe. A man who had been trained for war by Kaladin himself. "Hello, Teft," Moash said softly, landing in front of the rows of unconscious people on the floor. "How are the men?" "Safe from you," Teft said, pushing aside his cloak and unsheathing the long knife he had hidden underneath. Couldn't move through a crowd unseen with a spear, unfortunately. "Not all of them, Teft," Moash said. There was a shadow on his face, despite the room's many lit spheres. Moash lunged forward, and Teft danced back, stepping carefully over the body of the unconscious Regal. He had space here in front of the door, with no fallen radiance to upset his footing. All Moash did at first was open a sack and throw something out across the floor nearby. Black sand? What on Roshar? Teft held out his weapon, Fendarana at his side, but the knife seemed tiny compared to Moash's weapon, the assassin's honor blade, the one that had killed old Gavilar. It looked wicked in Moash's hand, shorter than most blades, but in a lithe, deliberate way. This wasn't a weapon for slaying great monsters of stone. It was a weapon for killing men. 104. Full of hope. Humans are a poem, a song. Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days. "Hey," someone said to the rhythm of reprimand. "What are you doing?" Verlaine turned, shifting the barrel of water from one shoulder to the other. Dabbit pulled in close to him, frightened at the challenge. The two of them were in a nondescript passage of Urithiru, close to the steps down to the basement. This was the last guard post, and Verlaine thought they had made it past. "We're delivering water," Verlaine said to Consolation, tapping his small water barrel. He wore makeup covering his tattoo, blending it into his skin pattern. "To the scholars." "Why are you doing it?" the singer said, not a fused or regal, merely an ordinary guard. She walked over and put a hand on Verlaine's shoulder. "Let the human do that kind of work, friend. You are meant for greater things." She glanced at Dabbit, who looked at the ground, and attuned irritation. This wasn't the kind of resistance he'd anticipated. "It's my job," Verlaine said to the guard. "Who assigned axe-hound's work to a singer?" she demanded. "Come with me. You strike an imposing figure in war form. I'll teach you the sword. Go recruiting for our squad." I would rather do what I'm supposed to," he said to Consolation. He pulled free, and thankfully she let him go. He and Dabbit continued along the hallway. "Can you believe it?" she said from behind. "How can so many keep on thinking like slaves? It's sad." "Yeah," one of the other guards said. "I wouldn't expect it of that one most of all, considering..." Verlaine attuned anxiety. "That one?" the female said, her voice echoing in the hallway. "Yeah, he's that listener, isn't he? The one that was in prison until Raboniel's voice pulled him out?" Damnation. Verlaine walked a little quicker, but it was no use as soon as he heard boots chasing him. The guard grabbed him by the elbow. "Wait now," she said. "You're the listener?" "I am," Verlaine said to Consolation. "Delivering water? You? A traitor?" "We're not..." He attuned determination and turned around. "We're not traitors. Bentley is Raboniel's voice." "Yeah," the female said. "Well, you're not going down where the human queen is, not until I get confirmation that you're allowed. Come with me." Dabbit pulled in closer to Verlaine, trembling. Verlaine looked toward the Singer guards. 4 of them. No, he wasn't going to fight them. And not only because of the numbers. Fine, he said. Let's ask your superior so I can get on with my duty. They pulled him away and David followed, whimpering softly as they were led, step by step, farther from their goal. Well, if the sibling wanted him down there for some reason, they'd have to find a way to get him out of this. The pursuer lunged for Kaladin. Kaladin, however, was ready. He activated Navani's device, which was still attached to his belt. That tugged Kaladin backward faster than a man could leap, and so he stayed out of the pursuer's grip. By this point, the singers had cleared most of the atrium of civilians. They'd lined the walls with soldiers, but not the flat side of the room with the window, though crowds continued to watch from the hallways and the balconies, trusting in Kaladin. Heavenly ones hovered above the circular chamber as if to judge the contest. In effect, it was an arena. Kaladin projected as much strength and confidence as he could. He almost started to feel it, the worn-out, weathered fatigue retreating. He needed the pursuer to believe, to understand, that he had far more to lose from this contest than Kaladin did. And he seemed to, for as Kaladin reached the other side of the room and disengaged Navani's device, the creature ejected his second body and shot toward Kaladin as a ribbon. He wanted to end this battle quickly. The window had darkened from the approaching storm wall, which announced the high storm. It hit with a fury that Kaladin could barely hear, and spheres became the room's only source of light. Kaladin seized the fuse out of the air as he formed, and they clashed again. That was the pursuer's third body. If he ejected this time, he'd have to go recharge or risk forming a fourth body and being killed. They went to ground again, rolling as they wrestled, Kaladin trying to maneuver his knife. The pursuer could heal with void light, but the more of that he lost, the more likely he'd have to retreat. This time the creature offered no taunts as he tried to get a grip on Kaladin's head, likely to smash it to the ground, as he knew Kaladin's healing wasn't working properly. That gave Kaladin a chance to stab upward, forcing the pursuer to grab his arm instead. "You're no soldier," Kaladin said loudly, his voice echoing to all of those listening. "That's what I realized about you, defeated one. You've never faced death." "Silence!" the pursuer growled, twisting Kaladin's wrist. Kaladin grunted, then rolled them both to the side, narrowly protecting his wrist from serious damage. He dropped the knife. Fortunately, he had found others. "I've faced it every day of my life," Kaladin shouted, rolling on top of the fused. "You wonder why I don't fear you? I've lived with the knowledge that death is hounding me. You're nothing new." "Be quiet!" "But I'm something you have never known," Kaladin shouted, slamming the pursuer down by his shoulders. "Thousands of years of life can't prepare you for something you've never met before, defeated one. It can't prepare you for someone who does not fear you." Kaladin pulled out his boot knife and raised it. The pursuer, seeing that coming, didn't do what he should have. He didn't try to grapple or knee Kaladin's stomach. He panicked and shot away as a ribbon of light, fleeing. He materialized a short distance away in front of the watching soldiers. His fourth body. His last one. The one he was vulnerable in. He turned to look back at Kaladin, now standing atop his husk. "I am death itself, defeated one," Kaladin said. "And I've finally caught up to you."
Venli found a mob of people blocking the central corridor as she tried to reach the atrium. She attuned anxiety and pushed through the press. Since she was a regal, people did make way. Eventually, she reached the front of the crowd, where a group of warforms stood in a line, blocking the way forward. She suspected she knew what was happening. Relaine and his friends had already begun their rescue plan. She was too late. "Make room!" Venli demanded to derision. "What is happening?" One of the warforms turned. Venli didn't know him personally, but he was one of the pursuer's soldiers. "Our master is fighting Stormblast," he said. "We're to keep a perimeter, prevent people from interfering." Venli craned her neck, tall enough to see that the room was being guarded by about 100 of the pursuer's troops, though she also saw some of Raboniel's personal guard, which she'd picked up from Leshway. Venli tuned the terrors. What now? Could she help? She found as she searched that she genuinely wanted to. Not because timber was pushing her, and not because this was merely the path she was on, but because of the songs of the stones and the whispers of those who had come before her. "I'm the voice of the Lady of Wishes," Venli said. "You think that your blockade applies to me? Step aside." Reluctantly, the soldiers made way for her, and once she had a clear view, she couldn't help but pause. There was something about the way Stormblessed fought. Even grappling with the pursuer, rolling across the ground, there was a certain determination to him. He freed himself from the grapple, then somehow leaped back 20 feet, though his powers shouldn't have been working that well. The pursuer became a ribbon and chased him, but Stormblessed didn't run. He reached out and seized the pursuer right as he appeared. Fascinating. She could see why Leshwi found the humans so interesting. There was nothing Venli could do about this battle. She had to think about Relaine and Lirin and his family. She searched the air and located Leshwi hovering nearby. Venli made her way over to Leshwi as Stormblessed stood tall atop the pursuer's husk. The lady floated down. She would not interfere in a duel such as this. "This looks bad for Stormblessed," Venli whispered. "No," Leshwi said to Exaltation. "The pursuer has used all of his husks. He will need to flee and renew." "Why doesn't he?" Venli asked. "Look," Leshwi said, and pointed at the silent atrium. A perimeter of soldiers with humans crowded behind them, peeking through, fused in the air, all staring at the two combatants. An incredible soldier who seemed immortal and impervious, completely in control, and a fused who somehow looked small by comparison.
Teft dodged through the infirmary. He didn't dare engage Moash directly. Instead, he tried to stay out of reach, buying time. For what, though? Moash drifted closer to them, eyes glowing. "Stormblessed isn't going to come in and help, is he?" Benderana asked softly, floating beside Teft.
Kaladin can't be everywhere at once,
Teft said.
He's just one man. He often forgets that.
He jumped backward over a body. Lift had stirred and was quietly pulling herself across the ground toward one of the nearby radiants, her legs dragging behind. Good girl, Teft thought. He needed to keep Moash's attention.
Never known a man to turn traitor as hard as you did,
Teft called to Moash.
What was it that got you? What made you willing to kill your own?
Peace, Moash said, halting in the middle of the room. It was peace, Teft.
This is peace,
Teft said, gesturing.
Fighting your friends?
We're not fighting.
You run like a coward. Every good sergeant is a coward, and proud of it. Someone needs to talk sense to the officers.
Moash hovered in place, a black stain in the air. Before he could look and see Lift, Benderana appeared to him, standing a short distance away. Moash glanced toward her sharply. Good. Distraction. Moash, however, casually turned and slashed his shard blade through the face of a radiant beneath him. The unconscious woman's eyes burned, and Lift cried out in horror, heaving herself forward to reach the body, as if she could do anything. Moash glanced at Teft, then raised his blade toward Lift.
Fine,
Teft said, striding forward.
Bastard. You want me? Fine. Fight me. I'll show you who the better man is.
Moash landed beside the body and walked straight toward Teft.
We both know who the better warrior is, Teft. I didn't say better warrior, you idiot,
Teft said, lunging in with his knife. The stab was a feint, but Moash knew it. He sidestepped at precisely the right time and tripped Teft as he tried to turn and swing again. Teft went down with a grunt. He tried to roll, but Moash landed and kicked him in the side, hard. Something crunched in Teft's chest. A wound that blossomed with pain and didn't heal, despite his stormlight. Moash loomed overhead and raised his blade, then swung it down without further comment.
Teft dropped his knife, useless against a blade, and raised his hands. He felt something from Fenderana, a harmony between them. Teft was forgiven. Teft was forgiven, and he was close. Moash's shard blade met something in the air, a phantom spear shaft barely coalescing between Teft's hands, and stopped. It threw sparks, but it stopped. Teft gritted his teeth and held on as Moash finally showed an emotion. Surprise. He stumbled back, his eyes wide. Teft let go, and Fenderana appeared beside him on the ground, puffing from exertion. He felt sweat trickling down his brow. Manifesting her like that, even a little, had been like trying to push an axe hound through a keyhole. He wasn't certain he or she could do it a second time. Best to try something else. Teft held his side, grimacing as he forced himself into a kneeling position.
All right, lad. I'm done. You got me. I surrender. Let's wait for Kaladin to show up and you can continue this conversation with him.
I'm not here for Kaladin, Teft, Moash said softly. And I'm not here for your surrender. Teft steeled himself.
Cripple him, he thought. Make that blade a liability, too big to use.
His best hope. Because Teft did have hope. That was what he'd recovered these years in Bridge 4. The moss might take him again, but if it did, well, he would fight back again. The past could rot. Teft, Windrunner, had hope. He managed to get to his feet, prepared for Moash to lunge at him. But when Moash moved, it wasn't toward Teft. It was toward Fenderana.
What?
Teft stood stunned as Moash pulled a strange dagger from his belt and slammed it down right where Fenderana was kneeling. She looked up with surprise and took the knife straight in the forehead. Then she screamed. Teft leaped for her, howling, watching in horror as she shrank, writhing as Moash's dagger pinned her to the floor. Her essence burned, flaring outward like an explosion. Something ripped inside Teft, something deeper than his own heart. A part of his soul, his being, was torn away. He collapsed immediately, falling near the white spot in the sand that was all that remained of Fenderana. No. It hurt so much. Agony like a sudden terrible stillness, nothingness, emptiness. It can't be. Moash tucked the dagger away methodically. I can't feel sorrow anymore, Teft. For that I am grateful. Moash turned Teft over with his foot. His broken ribs screamed, but felt like such an insignificant pain now. But you know what? Moash said, standing over him. There was always a part of me that resented how you were so eager to follow him. Right from the start, his little axe hound, licking his feet. He loves you. I thought I'd have to use his father, but I am satisfied to have found something better. You are a monster, Teft whispered. Moash took Teft calmly by the front of his burned shirt and hoisted him up. I am no monster. I am merely silence, the quiet that eventually takes all men.
Tell yourself that lie, Moash,
Teft growled, gripping the hand that held him, his own hand claw-like from the horrible pain.
But know this. You can kill me, but you can't have what I have. You can never have it. Because I die knowing I'm loved.
Moash grunted and dropped him to the ground. Then he stabbed Teft directly through the neck with his shard blade. Confident, and somehow still full of hope, Teft died. 105. Children of Passions. For ones so soft, they are somehow strong. Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days.
The high storm blowing outside the enormous window presented a view that Kaladin often saw, but others rarely knew. Flashing lightning, a swirling tempest, power raw and unchained. Kaladin stepped off the pursuer's decaying husk and walked forward, toward the enemy. The pursuer searched around, likely realizing how large his audience was. Hundreds watching. He lived by lore, by reputation. He always killed anyone who killed him. He won each conflict eventually. Now he saw that crumbling. Kaladin could hear it in the increasingly panicked rhythm the pursuer hummed. Saw it in his eyes. "Run," Kaladin told him. "Flee! I'll chase you. I will never stop. I am eternal. I am the storm." The pursuer stumbled back, but then encountered his soldiers holding the perimeter, humming an encouraging rhythm. Behind them, humans gawked, their foreheads painted.
Has it been long enough, do you think?
Syl whispered.
Are the others free?
"Hopefully," Kaladin said. "But I don't think they'll be able to escape into that high storm."
Then they'll have to come out here, and we'll have to push for the crystal pillar room,
she said, looking toward the infirmary.
Why haven't they appeared yet?
Once we defeat the pursuer, when he bricks and runs, we'll find out, Kaladin said, unhooking Navani's device from his waist.
Something's wrong,
she said softly.
Something dark.
Kaladin stepped to the very center of the atrium, marked by a swirling pattern of strata. He pointed his knife at the pursuer. "Last body," Kaladin called. "Come fight, and we'll see who dies. We'll see if your reputation survives the hour." The pursuer, to his credit, came charging in. As he arrived, grabbing Kaladin pressed Navani's device against the pursuer's chest and lashed the bar down, binding it in place. It launched backward, carrying the pursuer with it. He slammed into the glass of the window, and his carapace cracked as he struck. He shook himself, recovering quickly, but didn't heal. He'd used up his void light. With effort, the pursuer struggled to move the device and managed to extricate himself from it, leaving it pressed to the window, which was smeared with his orange blood. More blood dripped from the cracked carapace at his chest. Kaladin stalked toward him, holding the knife. "Flee!" The pursuer's eyes widened, and he stepped to the side toward his soldiers. "Flee!" Kaladin said. The creature fell silent. No humming, no speaking. "Run from me!" Kaladin demanded. He did, dripping blood and shoving his way past the Singer soldiers. He'd retreated from previous battles, but this time they both knew it meant something different. This creature was no longer the pursuer. He knew it. The Singers knew it. And the humans watching behind knew it. They began to chant, glory spren bursting in the air. Storm-blessed, storm-blessed, storm-blessed. Trembling, Kaladin retrieved and deactivated Navani's device, then returned to the center of the room. He could feel their energy propelling him, a counter to the darkness. He turned toward the infirmary. The door had been opened. When had that happened? He stepped toward it, but could see the radiants in their lines on the floor covered in sheets. Why weren't they up and awake? Were they feigning? That could work, pretending they were still asleep. Something dropped from above. A body hit the ground in front of Kaladin with a callous smack of skull on stone. It rolled, and Kaladin saw burned-out eyes, a terribly familiar bearded face. A face that had smiled at him countless times, cursed at him an equal number, but had always been there when everything else went dark. Teft. Teft was dead. Moash landed a short distance from where Kaladin knelt over Teft's body. Several of the watching soldiers stepped toward the Windrunner, but Moash raised his hand and stopped them. "No," he said softly as heavenly ones hovered down around him. "Leave him be. This is how we win." Moash knew exactly what Kaladin was feeling. That crushing sense of despair. That knowledge that nothing would be the same. Nothing could ever be the same. Light had left the world and could never be rekindled. Kaladin cradled Teft's corpse, letting out a low, piteous whine. He began to tremble and shake, becoming as insensate as he had when King Elokar had died, as he had after Moash had killed Rashon. And if Kaladin responded that way to the deaths of his enemies, well, Teft dying would be worse. Far, far worse. Kaladin had been unraveling for years. That, Moash said to the fused, is how you break a storm. He'll be useless from here on out. Make sure nobody touches him. I have something to do. He walked into the infirmary room. At the rear was the model of the tower, intricate in its detail, cut into a cross-section with one half on either side. He knelt and peered at a copy of the room with the crystal pillar. Beside it, produced in miniature, were a small crystal globe and gemstone. The fabrial glowed with a tiny light barely visible. The final node of the tower's defenses, placed where anyone who looked would see it, but think nothing of it. Raboniel had known, though. How long? He suspected she'd figured it out days ago, and was stalling to continue her research here. That one was trouble. He summoned his blade and used the tip to destroy the tiny fabric. Then he walked over to the sectioned-off portion of the room. The child edge dancer lay there, tied up and unconscious, next to Kaladin's parents and brother. Odium was interested in the edge dancer, and Moash had been forbidden to kill her. Hopefully he hadn't struck her head too hard. He didn't always control that as he should. For now, he grabbed Lirin by his bound hands and dragged him, screaming through his gag, out of the infirmary. There Moash waited until the pursuer came flying back as a shameful ribbon of light. The pursuer formed a body, and Moash pushed Lirin into the creature's hands. "This is Stormblast's father," Moash whispered. "No, don't say it loudly. Don't draw Kaladin's attention. His father is insurance. Kaladin has huge issues with the man. If Kaladin somehow regains his senses, immediately kill his father in front of him."
This is nonsense,
the pursuer growled.
I could kill Stormblast now.
"No," Moash said, grabbing the pursuer and pointing at his face. "You know I have our master's blessing. You know I speak to command. You will not touch Stormblast. You can't hurt him. You can't kill him.
He's just a man."
"Don't touch him," Moash said. "If you interfere, it will awaken him to vengeance. We don't want that yet. There are two paths open to him. One is to take the route I did and give up his pain. The other is the route he should have taken long ago. The path where he raises the only hand that can kill Kaladin Stormblast. His own." The pursuer didn't like it, judging by the rhythm he hummed, but he accepted Kaladin's bound and gagged father and seemed willing to stay put. The guards had quieted the rowdy humans, and the atrium was falling still. Kaladin knelt before the storm, clinging to a dead man, shaking. Moash hesitated, searching inside himself. And he felt nothing, just coldness. Good. He had reached his potential. "Don't ruin this," he told the gathered fused. "I need to go kill a queen."
Navani waited for her chance. She had tried talking to the sibling, but had heard only whimpers, so she had returned to the front of her room to wait for her chance to arrive. It came when her door guard suddenly shouted, putting her hands to her head in disbelief. She ran down the hallway. When Navani peeked out, she saw what had caused the commotion. The field around the crystal pillar was gone. Someone had destroyed the final node. The sibling was exposed. Navani almost ran over to attack with the anti-void-light dagger. She hesitated, though, eyeing her traps in the hallway. "A magnet. I need a magnet." She'd seen one earlier near the wreckage of her desk. She scrambled over and picked it up out of the rubble. Outside, she heard Raboniel's order echo with a clear voice. "Run," she said to the guard. "Tell the word of deeds and the knight known to attend me. We have work to do." The guard dashed away. When Navani peeked out again, Raboniel was stepping into the chamber with the crystal pillar, alone. A chance. Navani slipped into the hallway and moved quietly toward Raboniel. After passing the crates with her carefully prepared traps, she touched the magnet to a corner of the last crate and heard a click. She only dared take the time to arm one, a pain rail that filled anyone who crossed this point in the hallway with immense agony. That done, she moved to the end of the corridor. The room with the crystal pillar seemed darker than she remembered it. The sibling had been almost fully corrupted. Raboniel stood with her hand pressed against the pillar to finish the job. Navani forced herself forward, dagger held in a tight grip. "You should run, Navani," Raboniel said to a calm rhythm, her voice echoing in the room. "There is a copy of our notebook on my desk in the hallway, along with your anti-void light plate. Take them and make your escape." Navani froze in place, holding the dagger's hilt so tightly she thought she might never be able to uncurl her fingers. "She knows I'm here. She knows what you did in sending the guard away. Logic, Navani. What does it mean?" "You're letting me go on purpose?" she said. "Since the final node has been destroyed," Raboniel said, "Vire will soon return to claim his promised compensation. However, if you have escaped on your own, well then I have not defaulted on my covenant with him." "I can't leave the sibling to you." "What do you think to do?" Raboniel asked. "Fight me?" She turned, so calm and composed. Her eyes flickered to the dagger, then she hummed softly to a confused rhythm. She'd forgotten about it. She wasn't as in control as she pretended. "Is this how you wish to end our association?" Raboniel asked. "Struggling like brutes in the wilderness, scholars such as we, reduced to the exploitation of common blades? Run, Navani. You cannot defeat a fused in battle." She was right on that count. "I can't abandon the sibling," Navani said. "My honor won't allow it." "We're all children of odium in the end," Raboniel said. "Children of our passions." "You just said we were scholars," Navani said. "Others might be controlled by their passions. We are something more, something better." She took a deep breath, then turned the dagger in her hand, hilt out. "I'll give you this. Then you and I can go back to my room to wait together. If Vire does defeat Stormblessed, I will submit to him. If not, you will agree to leave the sibling." "A foolish gamble," Raboniel said. "No, a compromise. We can discuss as we wait, and if we come to a more perfect accommodation, all the better." She proffered the dagger. "Very well," Raboniel said. She took the dagger with a quick snap of her hand, showing that she didn't completely trust Navani, as well she shouldn't. Raboniel strode down the hallway, Navani following several paces behind. "Let's get to this quickly, Navani," Raboniel said. "I should think that the two of us—" Then Raboniel stepped directly into Navani's fabrial trap.
106. 100 discordant rhythms. For ones so varied, they are somehow intense. Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days. Kaladin clung to Teft's limp form and felt it all crumbling. The flimsy facade of confidence he had built to let himself fight the way he pretended he was fine. Syl landed on his shoulder, arms wrapped around herself, and said nothing. What was there to say? It was over. It was all just over. What was there to life if he couldn't protect the people he loved? Long ago, he'd promised himself he'd try one last time. He'd try to save the men of Bridge 4. And he'd failed. Teft had been so vibrant, so alive, so sturdy and so constant. He'd finally defeated his own monsters, had finally come into his own, claiming his radiance. He had been a wonderful, loving, amazing man. He'd depended on Kaladin, like Tien, like 100 others. But he couldn't save them. He couldn't protect them. Syl whimpered, shrinking in on herself. Kaladin wished he could shrink as well. Maybe if he'd lived as his father wanted, he could have avoided this. He said he fought to protect, but he didn't end up protecting anything, did he? He just destroyed, killed. Kaladin Stormblessed wasn't dead. He'd never existed. Kaladin Stormblessed was a lie. He always had been. The numbness claimed him. That hollow darkness that was so much worse than pain. He couldn't think, didn't want to think, didn't want anything. This time, Adolin wasn't there to pull him out of it, to force him to keep walking. This time, Kaladin was given exactly what he deserved. Nothing and nothingness.
Navani froze in place. Raboniel, suddenly struck with incredible pain from Navani's trap, collapsed, dropping the dagger. Steeling herself, Navani went down on her hands and knees, then lunged forward to grab it. The pain was excruciating, but Navani had tested these devices upon herself, and she knew what they did. She lost control of her legs, but managed to crawl forward and plunge the dagger into Raboniel's chest. She kept her weight on the weapon, pressing it down, smelling burned flesh. Raboniel screamed, writhing, clawing at Navani. The pain rail did its job, however, and prevented her from fighting back effectively. "I'm sorry," Navani said through gritted teeth. "I'm sorry, but next time, try not to be so trusting." The pain rail soon ran out. Navani had set it up days ago, with a small void-light gemstone for power. It hadn't been intended to work for very long. She was pleased by the range, though. She'd specifically worked on that feature. Navani sat up, then wrapped her arms around herself, trying to fight off the phantom effects of the pain. Finally, she looked toward Raboniel's corpse, and found the fused's eyes quivering, not glassy and white like her daughter's had been. Navani scrambled away. Raboniel moved her arms limply, then turned her head toward Navani. "How?" Navani demanded. "Why are you alive?" "Not enough light," Raboniel croaked. She gripped the knife in her chest and pulled it free, letting out a sigh. "It hurts. I'm not..." She closed her eyes, though she continued to breathe. Navani inched forward, wary. "You must take the notebook," Raboniel said. "And you must run. Via returns." "You tell me to run after I tried to kill you?" "Not tried," Raboniel said. "I cannot hear rhythms. My soul dying." She pried open her eyes and fixed them on Navani. "You tricked me well, Navani. Clever, clever. Well done." "How can you say that?" Navani said, glancing toward the desk and the papers on it. Live as long as and you can appreciate anything that still surprises you. Go, Navani, run. The war must end. Navani felt sick now that she'd gone through with it. An unexpected pain pricked her at the betrayal. Nevertheless, she moved to the desk and picked up the notebook. I need to get this out of the tower, she realized. It is perhaps even more important than the sibling. A way to kill Fused permanently. A way to end the war. If both Radiant Spren and Fused could die for good, it could stop, couldn't it? Stormfather, she whispered. That's what it was all about. Raboniel wanted to end the war, one way or another. The notebook Navani held was a copy, and Navani realized that the original notebook would be in Kholinar, delivered to the leaders of the Singer military, likely along with the vacuum chamber and the metal plates. Navani walked over to Raboniel. You wanted a way to end it, she said. You don't care who wins. I care, Raboniel whispered. I want the Singers to win. But your side, winning, is better than the war continuing forever, Navani said. Raboniel nodded, her eyes closed. Go, run. Vyre will... Navani looked up as a blur flashed in the hallway, reflecting light. A thump hit her chest, and she grunted at the impact, stunned briefly, before pain began to wash through her body, sharp and alarming. A knife, she thought, befuddled to see the hilt of a throwing knife sticking from the side of her torso, next to her right breast. When she took a breath, the pain sharpened with a sudden spike. She looked up, pressing her hand to the wound, feeling warm blood spill out. At the far end of the hallway, a figure in a black uniform walked slowly forward. A shard blade appeared in his hand. The assassin's blade. Moash had returned. High Marshal Kaladin was dead. Venli watched the human, so consumed by his grief that he knelt there motionless for minutes on end, and they all watched. Silent heavenly ones, solemn guards, disbelieving humans. No one seemed to want to speak, or even breathe. That was how Venli should have felt upon losing her sister. Why didn't she have the emotions of a normal person? She'd been sad, but she didn't think she'd ever been so overcome by grief that she acted like Stormblessed. Timber pulsed comfortingly inside her. Everyone was different, and Venli was on the right path. Except, there wasn't really a point in returning to help now, was there? It was over. Beside her, Leshwi descended until her feet touched the ground. Then she bowed her head. Show her, Timber pulsed, what you are. What? Now? Show her. Reveal what she was? In front of everyone? Venli shrank at the thought, attuning the terrors. One by one, the other heavenly ones touched down, as if in respect, for an enemy. This is stupidity, the pursuer said, shoving Lirin into Leshwi's hands. I can't believe we're all just standing here. Leshwi looked up from her vigil, humming to spite. Then amazingly, she pulled out a knife and cut Lirin's hands free. I have not forgotten how you tried to turn the Nine against me, the pursuer said, pointing at Leshwi. You seek to destroy my legacy. Your legacy is dead, defeated one, Leshwi said. It died when you ran from him. My legacy is untouched, the pursuer roared, causing Venli to stumble back, afraid.
and this is complete madness. I will prove myself and continue my tradition.
No, Leshwi said, passing the still gagged human to one of the other heavenly ones. She grabbed the pursuer, but he left a husk in her hand, exploding out as a ribbon of light to cross the atrium floor. No, Venli whispered. The pursuer appeared above Stormblessed. The fused yanked a sharpened carapace spur off his arm, then, holding it like a dagger, he grabbed the kneeling man by one shoulder. Kaladin Stormblessed looked up and let loose a howl that seemed to vibrate with 100 discordant rhythms. Venli attuned the lost in return. The pursuer stabbed, but Stormblessed grabbed his arm and turned, becoming a blur of motion. He somehow twisted around so he was behind the pursuer, then found a knife somewhere on his person, moving with such speed that Venli had trouble tracking him. Stormblessed slammed the knife at the pursuer's neck, who barely ejected from the husk in time. He reformed and tried to grab Stormblessed again, but there was no contest now. Kaladin moved like the wind, fast and flowing as he rammed his dagger through the pursuer's arm, causing him to shout in pain. A knife toward the face followed, and the pursuer ejected yet again. No one chanted or shouted this time, but when Stormblessed turned around, Venli saw his face, and she immediately attuned the terrors. His eyes were glowing like a radiance, his face a mask of pain and anguish, but the eyes... She swore the light had a yellowish-red cast to it. Like... The pursuer appeared near the soldiers at the perimeter by the wall.
Go!
He shouted to his men.
Attack him! Kill him! And then kill the other Radiants! Your orders are chaos and death!
The pursuer charged forward. The soldiers followed, then shied away. They wouldn't face Stormblessed and those eyes of his, so the pursuer was left with no choice but to engage. Venli didn't know if he realized, but he was on his final body. Perhaps he knew he couldn't run this time, not and salvage any kind of reputation. Stormblessed dashed to him, and they met near the vast window, flashing with lightning. The pursuer tried to grab him, and Kaladin welcomed it, folding into the deadly embrace, then expertly slamming them both up against the window. Kaladin pressed the pursuer to the glass. The storm outside flashed, shaking the tower, vibrating it and splashing it with light. In that moment, Kaladin did something to the window. As he stepped back, he left the pursuer stuck to the glass, immobilized and lacking the void light to eject his soul. Kaladin didn't attack. Instead, he reached down and infused the ground, but with power that didn't glow as strong as she thought it should. The pursuer's head. It was pulling forward against his neck, his eyes bulging. He groaned, and Venli realized that Stormblessed had infused the ground, then made it pull on the pursuer's head, but his body was stuck to the wall. Kaladin turned and strode toward the watching heavenly ones, as the pursuer's head ripped from his body and slammed to the floor with a crunch.
Stormblessed,
Leshwi said, stepping out to meet him.
you have fought and won. Your loss is powerful, I know, as mortals are.
Kaladin shoved her aside. He was coming for Venli, she was sure of it. She braced herself, but he stalked past her, leaving her trembling to the terrors. Instead, Kaladin strode for the Heavenly One who was holding his father. Of course. That Heavenly One panicked, as any would. She shot off into the air, carrying the man. Two other Heavenly Ones followed. Stormblessed looked up, then launched into the air using the strange fabrial that mimicked the lashings. Venli slumped to the ground, feeling worn out, though she hadn't done anything. At least it seemed to be over. but not for the soldiers from the pursuer's personal army, who gathered around his corpse. Dead a second time, to the same man. His reputation might be in shambles, but he was still fused. He would return. The soldiers turned toward the infirmary, remembering his last orders. They couldn't kill Stormblessed, but they could finish off the invalid Radiance.
Kaladin could barely see straight. He had only a vague memory of killing the pursuer. He knew he'd done it, but remembering was hard. Thinking was hard. He soared upward, chasing the creatures who had taken his father. He heard Liren's shouts echoing from above, so he'd gotten his gag off. Each sound condemned Kaladin. He didn't actually believe he could save his father. It was as if Liren was already dead and screaming at Kaladin from damnation. Kaladin wasn't exactly certain why he followed, but he had to get up high. Perhaps he could see better from up high. Syl streaked ahead of him, entering the shafts that let lifts reach the final tiers of the tower. She landed on the topmost level of Urithiru. Kaladin arrived after activating a second weight halfway through the flight, then swung himself over the railing and deactivated the device in one move. He landed facing a heavenly one who tried to block his path. Kaladin. He left that heavenly one broken and dying, then tore through the upper chambers. Where? The roof. They'd make for the roof to escape. Indeed, he found another fused blocking the stairwell up, and Kaladin slammed Navani's device into the fused's chest and locked it in place, sending him flying away, up through the stairwell and off into the sky. Kaladin, I've forgotten. Syl's voice. She was zipping around him, but he could barely hear her. Kaladin burst out onto the top of the tower. The storm spread out around them, almost to the pinnacle, a dark ocean of black clouds rumbling with discontent. The last of the Heavenly Ones was here, holding Kaladin's father. The fused backed away, shouting something Kaladin couldn't understand. Kaladin, I've forgotten the words. He advanced on the Heavenly One, and in a panic, she threw his father out into the blackness. Kaladin saw Liren's face for a brief moment before he vanished. Into the pit, the swirling storm and tempest. Kaladin scrambled to the edge of the tower and looked down. Suddenly, he knew why he'd come this high. He knew where he was going. He'd stood on this ledge before, long ago in the rain. This time, he jumped.
107. Uniting.
For one so lost, they are somehow determined.
Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days.
Navani managed to get to her feet, but after a few steps, fleeing toward the pillar, away from Moash, she was lightheaded and woozy. Each breath was agony, and she was losing so much blood. She stumbled and pressed up against the wall, smearing blood across a mural of a comet-shaped spren to keep from falling. She glanced over her shoulder. Moash continued walking, an inevitable motion, not rushed. His sword, with its elegant curve, held to the side, so it left a small cut in the floor beside him.
Light eyes,
Moash said.
lying eyes, rulers who failed to rule. Your son was a coward at the end, Queen. He begged me for his life, crying. Appropriate that he should die as he lived.
She saved her breath, not daring to respond despite her fury, and pressed on down the hallway, trailing blood.
I killed a friend today,
Moash said, his terrible voice growing softer.
I thought surely that would hurt. Remarkably, it didn't. I have become my best self. Free. No more pain. I bring you silence, Navani. Payment for what you've done. How you've lived. The way you...
Navani hazarded a glance over her shoulder as he cut off, suddenly. Moash had stopped above Raboniel's body. The fused had latched onto his foot with one hand. He cocked his head, seeming baffled. Raboniel launched herself at him, clawing up his body. Her legs didn't work, but she gripped Moash with talon-like fingers, snarling, and stabbed him repeatedly with the dagger Navani had left. The knife had no anti-void light remaining, but it was draining his stormlight. Raboniel had reversed the blade. Moash flinched at the attack, distracted, trying to maneuver his shard blade to fight off the crazed fused who grappled with him. Move, Navani thought to herself. Raboniel was trying to buy time. Even with renewed vigor, Navani didn't get far before the pain became too much. She stumbled into the room with the crystal pillar, abandoning thoughts of trying to escape into the tunnels beneath Urithiru. Instead, she forced herself forward to the pillar, then fell against it. "Sibling?" she whispered, tasting blood on her lips. "Sibling?" She expected to hear whimpering or weeping, the only response she'd received over the last few days. This time she heard a strange tone, both harmonious and discordant at once. The rhythm of war.
Dalinar flew through the air, lashed by Lyn, the Windrunner, on his way to find the Herald Ishar. He felt something, rumbling, a distant storm. Everything
Message.
Was light around him up here, the sun shining, making it difficult to believe that somewhere it was dark and tempestuous. Somewhere, someone was lost in that blackness. The Stormfather appeared beside him, moving in the air alongside Dalinar, a rare occurrence. The Stormfather never had features, merely a vague impression of a figure the same size as Dalinar, yet extending into infinity. Something was wrong.
What?
Dalinar said.
The son of Tanavast has entered the storm for the last time.
The Stormfather said.
I feel him. Kaladin?
Dalinar said, eager.
He's escaped? No. This is something far worse.
Show me. Kaladin fell. The wind tossed him and whipped at him. He was just rags. Just rags for a person.
I've forgotten the words, Kaladin,
Syl said, weeping.
I see only darkness.
He felt something in his hand, her fingers somehow gripping his as they fell on the storm. He couldn't save Teft. He couldn't save his father. He couldn't save himself. He'd pushed too hard, used a grindstone on his soul until it had become paper thin. He'd failed anyway. Those were the only words that mattered, the only true words. I'm not strong enough, he whispered to the angry winds and closed his eyes, letting go of her hand. Dalinar was the storm around Kaladin, and at the same time he wasn't. The Stormfather didn't give Dalinar as much control as he had before, likely fearing that Dalinar would want to push him again. He was right. Dalinar watched Kaladin tumble, lost. No stormlight, eyes closed. It wasn't the bearing of a man who was fighting, nor was it the bearing of someone who rode the winds. It was the bearing of someone who had given up.
What do we do?
Dalinar asked the Stormfather.
We witness. It is our duty.
We must help.
There is no help, Dalinar. He is too close to the tower's interference to use his powers, and you cannot blow him free of this.
Dalinar watched, pained, the rain his tears. There had to be something. The moment between, Dalinar said. When you infuse spheres, you can stop time.
Slow it greatly, the Stormfather said, through investiture and connection to the spiritual. But just briefly.
Do it, Dalinar said. Give him more time.
Venli hummed to agony as the slaughter began. Not of the Radiants, not yet. Of the civilians. As soon as the pursuers' soldiers started toward the helpless Radiants, the watching crowd of humans went insane, led by a few determined souls, including a gruff-looking man with one arm. The humans started fighting, a full-on rebellion of unarmed people against trained soldiers in war form. Venli turned away as the killing began. The humans didn't give up, though. They flooded the space between the war forms and the room with the Radiants, blocking the way with their own bodies. Can we prevent this? Venli asked Leshwi, who had settled beside her after being pushed aside by Stormblessed. I will need the authority of Raboniel to countermand this particular order, Leshwi said to Abashment. The Pursuer has command of Loin the Tower. I have already sent another of the Heavenly Ones to ask Raboniel. Venli winced at the screams. But Raboniel said these radiants were to be preserved. No longer, Leshwi said. Something happened in the night. Raboniel had needed the radiants for tests she intended to perform, but she had one of them brought to her, and afterward she said she needed no further tests. The rest are now a liability, possibly a danger, should they wake. She looked toward the dying humans, then shied away as some warforms ran past with bloody axes. It is unfortunate, Leshwi said. I do not sing to joy in this type of conflict, but we have done it before, and will do it again, in the name of reclaiming our world. Can't we be better? Venli begged to disappointment. Isn't there a way? Leshwi looked at her, cocking her head. Venli had again used one of the wrong rhythms. Venli searched the room, past the anger spren and fear spren. Some of the singer troops weren't joining in the killing. She picked out Rothan and Malal, Leshwi's soldiers. They hesitated and did not join in. Leshwi picked better people than that. Show her, Timber pulsed. Show her, show her, show her. Venli braced herself. Then she drew in stormlight from the spheres in her pocket and let herself begin glowing. Leshwi hummed immediately to destruction and grabbed Venli by the face in a powerful grip. What? She said. What have you done?
Kaladin entered the place between moments. He'd met the Stormfather here on that first horrible night when he'd been strung up in the storm. The night when Syl had fought so hard to protect him. This time he drifted in the darkness. No wind tossed him, and the air became impossibly calm, impossibly quiet, as if he were floating alone in the ocean.
Why won't you say the words?
The Stormfather asked. I've forgotten them, Kaladin whispered.
You have not.
Will they mean anything if I don't feel them, Stormfather? Can I lie to swear an ideal? Silence. Pure, incriminating silence. He wants me, as he wanted Moash, Kaladin said. If he keeps pushing, he'll have me. So I have to go.
That is a lie,
the Stormfather said.
It is his ultimate lie, son of honor. The lie that says you have no choice. The lie that there is no more journey worth taking.
He was right. A tiny part of Kaladin, a part that could not lie to himself, knew it was true. What if I'm too tired? Kaladin whispered. What if there's nothing left to give? What if that is why I cannot say your words, Stormfather? What if it's just too much?
You would consign my daughter to misery again?
Kaladin winced, but it was true. Could he do that to Syl? He gritted his teeth as he began to struggle, began to fight through the nothingness, through the inability to think. He fought through the pain, the agony still raw of losing his friend. He screamed, trembled, then sank inward. Too weak, he whispered. There simply wasn't anything left for him to give. It's not enough, Dalinar said. He couldn't see in this endless darkness, yet he could feel someone inside it. Two someones. Kaladin and his spren. Storms, they hurt. We need to give them more time, Dalinar said.
We cannot,
the Stormfather said.
Respect his frailty and don't force me on this, Dalinar. You could break things you do not understand. the consequences of which could be catastrophic. Have you no compassion? Dalinar demanded. Have you no heart? I am a storm, the Stormfather said. I chose the ways of a storm. Choose better then!
Dalinar searched in the darkness, the infinity. He was full of stormlight in a place where that didn't matter. In a place where all things connected. A place beyond Shadesmar, a place beyond time, a place where...
What is that?
Dalinar asked.
That warmth. I feel nothing.
Dalinar drew the warmth close and understood.
This place is where you make the visions happen, isn't it?
Dalinar asked.
Time sometimes moved oddly in those.
Yes, the Stormfather said.
But you must have connection for a vision. You must have a reason for it, a meaning. It cannot be just anything. Good,
Dalinar said, forging a bond.
What are you doing? Connecting him,
Dalinar said.
Uniting him.
The Stormfather rumbled.
With what?
108 moments. For ones so confused, they are somehow brilliant. Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days. Kaladin jolted, opening his eyes in confusion. He was in a small tent. No Shar? He blinked and sat up, finding himself beside a boy, maybe 11 or 12 years old, in an antiquated uniform. Leather skirt and cap? Kaladin was dressed similarly. "What do you think, Dim?" the boy asked him. "Should we run?" Kaladin scanned the small tent, baffled. Then he heard sounds outside. A battlefield? Yes, men yelling and dying. He stood up and stepped out into the light, blinking against it. A hillside, with some stump-weight trees on it. This wasn't the Shattered Plains. I know this place, Kaladin thought. Amaram's colors, men in leather armor. Storms, he was on a battlefield from his youth. The exhaustion had taken a toll on him. He was hallucinating. The surgeon in him was worried at that. A young squad leader walked up, haggard. Storms, he couldn't be older than 17 or 18. That seemed so young to Kaladin now, though he wasn't that much older. The squad leader was arguing with a shorter soldier beside him. "We can't hold," the squad leader said. "It's impossible. Storms, they're gathering for another advance." "The orders are clear," the other man said, barely out of his teens himself. "Bright Lord Shalair says we're to hold here. No retreat." "To damnation with that man," the squad leader said, wiping his sweaty hair, surrounded by jets of exhaustion spraying. Kaladin immediately felt a kinship with the poor fool. Given impossible orders and not enough resources? Looking along the ragged battle line, Kaladin guessed the man was in over his head with all the higher-ranked soldiers dead. There were barely enough men to form 3 squads, and half of those were wounded. "This is Amaram's fault," Kaladin said, playing with the lives of half-trained men and outdated equipment, all to make himself look good so he'll get moved to the Shattered Plains. The young squad leader glanced at Kaladin, frowning. "You shouldn't talk like that, kid," the man said, running his hand through his hair again. "It could get you strung up if the High Marshal hears." The man took a deep breath. "Form up the wounded men on that flank. Tell everyone to get ready to hold. And you, messenger boy, grab your friend and get some spears. Gore, put them in front." "In front?" the other man asked. "You're certain, Vorth?" "You work with what you have," the man said, hiking back the way he had come. Work with what you have. Everything spun around Kaladin, and he suddenly remembered this exact battlefield. He knew where he was. He knew that squad leader's face. How had he not seen it immediately? Kaladin had been here, rushing through the lines, searching for... He spun on his heel and found a young man, too young, approaching Vorth. He had an open, inviting face and too much spring in his step as he approached the squad leader. "I'll go with them, sir," Tien said. "Fine. Go. Tien picked up a spear. He gathered the other messenger boy from the tent and started toward the place where he'd been told to stand. No, Tien, Kaladin said. I can't watch this. Not again. Tien came and took Kaladin's hand, then walked him forward. It's all right, he said. I know you're frightened, but here we can stand together. All of us. 3 are stronger than 1, right? He held out his spear, and the other boy, who was crying, did the same. Tien, Kaladin said. Why did you do it? You should have stayed safe. Tien turned to him, then smiled. They would have been alone. They needed someone to help them feel brave. They were slaughtered, Kaladin said. So were you. So it was good someone was there, to help them not feel so alone as it happened. You were terrified. I saw your eyes. Of course I was. Tien looked at him as the charge began, and the enemy advanced up the hillside. Who wouldn't be afraid? Doesn't change that I needed to be here. For them. Kaladin remembered getting stabbed on this battlefield, killing a man, then being forced to watch Tien die. He cringed, anticipating that death, but all went dark. The forest, the tent, the figures all vanished, except for Tien. Kaladin fell to his knees. Then Tien, poor little Tien, wrapped his arms around Kaladin and held him. It's all right, he whispered. I'm here to help you feel brave. I'm not a child, you see, Kaladin whispered. I know who you are, Cal. Kaladin looked up at his brother, who somehow, in that moment, was full grown. And Kaladin was a child, clinging to him, holding to him, as the tears started to fall, as he let himself weep at Ted's death. This is wrong, Kaladin said. I'm supposed to hold you, protect you. And you did, as I helped you. He pulled Kaladin tight. Why do we fight, Cal? Why do we keep going? I don't know, Kaladin whispered. I've forgotten. It's so we can be with each other. They all die, Tien. Everyone dies. So they do, don't they? That means it doesn't matter, Kaladin said. None of it matters. See, that's the wrong way of looking at it. Tien held him tighter. Since we all go to the same place in the end, the moments we spend with each other are the only things that do matter. The times we helped each other. Kaladin trembled. Look at it, Cal, Tien said softly. See the colors. If you think letting Teth die is a failure, but all the times you supported him are meaningless, then no wonder it always hurts. Instead, if you think of how lucky you both were to be able to help each other when you were together, well, it looks a lot nicer, doesn't it? I'm not strong enough, Kaladin whispered. You're strong enough for me. I'm not good enough. You're good enough for me. I wasn't there. Tien smiled. You are here for me, Cal. You're here for all of us. And, Kaladin said, tears on his cheeks, if I fail again, you can't, so long as you understand. He pulled Kaladin tight. Kaladin rested his head against Tien's chest, blotting his tears with the cloth of his shirt. Teft believes in you. The enemy thinks he's won. But I want to see his face when he realizes the truth, don't you? It's going to be delightful.
Kaladin found himself smiling. If he kills us, Tien said, he simply dropped us off at a place we were going anyway. We shouldn't hasten it, and it is sad. But see, he can't take our moments, our connection, Kaladin. And those are things that really matter. Kaladin closed his eyes, letting himself enjoy this moment. Is it real? He finally asked. Are you real? Or is this something made by the Stormfather or Wit or someone else? Tien smiled, then pressed something into Kaladin's hand. A small wooden horse. Try to keep track of him this time, Cal. I worked hard on that. Then Kaladin dropped suddenly, the wooden horse evaporating in his hand as he fell. He searched around in the endless blackness. Syl? He called. A pinprick of light weaving around him, but that wasn't her. Syl! Another pinprick, and another, but those weren't her. That was. He reached into the darkness and seized her hand, pulling her to him. She grabbed him, physical in this place and his own size. She held to him and shook as she spoke. I've forgotten the words. I'm supposed to help you, but I can't. You are helping, Kaladin said, by being here. He closed his eyes, feeling the storm as they broke through the moment between and entered the real world. Besides, he whispered, I know the words. Say them, Tien whispered. I have always known these words. Say it, lad. Do it. I accept it, Stormfather. I accept that there will be those I cannot protect. The storm rumbled, and he felt warmth surrounding him, light infusing him. He heard Syl gasp, and a familiar voice, not the Stormfather's. These words are accepted. We couldn't save Tift, Syl, Kaladin whispered. We couldn't save Tien. But we can save my father. And when he opened his eyes, the sky exploded with 1,000 pure lights.
109. Emulsifier.
For ones so tarnished, they are somehow bright. Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days.
Leshwi fell to her knees before Venli. Not flying, not hovering. On her knees. Venli knelt as well, as Leshwi still held to her face. But the grip softened. A cool, beautiful light flooded in through the window behind, like a frozen lightning bolt, brighter than any sphere, bright as the sun. What have you done, Venli? Leshwi said. What have you done? I swore the first ideal of the Radiance, Venli said. I'm sorry. Sorry, Leshwi said. A joy spren burst around her, beautiful, like a blue storm. Sorry? Venli! They've come back to us. They've forgiven us. What? Please, Leshwi said to Longing. Ask your spren. Do they know of an honor spren named Raya? She was my friend once, precious to me. Leshwi had friends among the spren? Storms. Leshwi had lived before the war, when men and singers had been allies. Honor had been the god of the Dawn Singers. Timber pulsed. She doesn't know Raya, Venli said. But she doesn't know a lot of Honor Spren. doesn't think any of the old ones survived the human betrayal. Leshwi nodded, humming softly to one of the old rhythms. My spren, though, Venli said. She has friends who are willing to maybe try again with us. My soul is too long owned by someone else for that, Leshwi said. Venli glanced toward the fighting. The sudden light hadn't halted them. If anything, it had made the pursuers' soldiers more determined as they attacked. They seemed to enjoy the company of the anger spren and pain spren. Some of the humans had wrestled away weapons, but most of them fought unarmed, trying desperately to keep the Radiants safe. I don't know what to do, Venli whispered. I keep wavering between two worlds. I'm too weak, mistress. Leshwi rose into the air, then ripped her side sword from its sheath. It's all right, voice. I know the answer. She flew directly into the fight and began pulling away the soldiers, shouting for them to halt. When they didn't, Leshwi started swinging, and in seconds, her troops had joined her as singer fought singer. Sibling, Navani whispered, clinging to the pillar. What is happening? Why do you make that rhythm? Navani? The voice that responded was soft as a baby's breath on her skin, almost imperceptible. I hear this rhythm. I hear it in the darkness. Why? Where is it coming from? There. Navani was given an impression, a vision that overlaid her senses. A place in the tower, the atrium. Dark from a storm blowing outside? Down here, deep within the basement, she hadn't realized one was going on. Fighting. People were fighting, struggling, dying. Navani squinted at the vision. Her pain was fading, though a part of her felt that was a bad sign. But she could see a fused, flying a foot off the ground, fighting beside someone infused with void light. A regal? And those were humans with them, standing together, side by side. What are they doing? Navani asked. Fighting other singers, I think. It's so dark. Why do they fight each other? What's in that room they defend? Navani whispered. That is where they put the fallen radiants. Emulsifier, Navani whispered. What? A joined purpose. Humans and singers. Honor and odium. They're fighting to protect the helpless, sibling. The vision faded, but before it did, Navani spotted Relaine, the singer who worked with Bridge 4. He's there, Navani said, then found herself coughing. Each convulsion made the pain flare up again. Sibling, he's there. Too far, they whispered. Too late. Outside in the hallway, Moash hacked at Raboniel's left arm, making it fall limp. She clawed at him with her remaining arm, hissing, as the hand with the dagger dropped its weapon and dangled uselessly. Take me, Navani whispered to the sibling. Bond me. No, the sibling said, voice faint. Why? You aren't worthy, Navani.
Relaine heard the shouting long before they reached the atrium. The guards holding him attuned anxiety and hurried him and Dabbit faster, though Relaine remained optimistic. That noise had to be from Kaladin's fight with the pursuer. Relaine was therefore utterly shocked when they walked into the atrium to find a full-on civil war. Singers fought against singers, and a group of humans stood side by side with one of the forces. Relaine's guards went running, perhaps to find some kind of authority figure to sort out this nonsense, leaving him and Dabbit. But the fray ended quickly, and the side with the humans won. Few of the singers seemed to want to fight fused, and so the troops fled, leaving the dead behind them.
What?
David asked softly. The two of them hanging back in one of the side corridors where some human civilians, brave enough to watch but not skilled enough to join, clustered. Verlaine made a quick assessment, then attuned the rhythm of hope. 5 of the Heavenly Ones and about 20 Regals under their command had turned upon the soldiers of the pursuer. The other Heavenly Ones seemed to have refused to join either side and had retreated up higher into the atrium. That was Leshwi hovering near the front of the side that had won, holding a sword coated in orange singer blood. She seemed to be in charge. A good number of people, both human and singer, were down and bleeding. It was a mess.
They need field surgeons,
Verlaine said. Come on. He and David raced in and, as Kaladin had trained them, started a quick triage. People began helping, and in minutes Verlaine had them all binding wounds for both singers and humans, regardless of which side they'd fought on. Liren had supplies in the infirmary, fortunately, and when David returned with them, he brought Hasina, who seemed rattled by the fighting. It was a few minutes before Verlaine got an explanation. Liren had been taken? Kaladin had given chase? Verlaine attuned the lost. No wonder Hasina looked like she'd been through a storm. Still, she seemed eager to have something to do and took over leading the triage. That let Verlaine step away for a breather and wipe his hands. Some humans who had seen it all gave him scattered explanations. The pursuer had ordered the slaughter of helpless Radiants, and both humans and singers had resisted his army. Before Verlaine could go demand answers from Venli, several gruff human men approached him. He recognized them from the sessions Kaladin had been doing, helping them with trauma. They'd been forced to pick up weapons again, the poor Kremlings.
Yes?
Verlaine asked. They led him to a body placed reverently beside the wall, the eyes burned out. Teft. Verlaine fell to his knees as David joined him, letting out a quiet whimper, anguish spread surrounding them. They knelt together, heads bowed. Verlaine sang the Song of the Fallen, a song for a dead hero. It seemed the plan hadn't gone off too well for them either.
Lift?
He asked.
She's in the infirmary,
David whispered.
unconscious. Legs dead from a blade. Looks like someone hit her hard on the head. She is bleeding. I tried to give her stormlight. Nothing happened.
Verlaine attuned mourning. Lift could heal others, but, like with Kaladin and Teft, her internal healing wasn't working. So much for waking the Radiants. He bowed his head for Teft, then left him there. Let the dead rest. It was their way, and he wished to be able to give the man a proper sky burial. Teft had been a good person, one of the best. Behind him, other matters drew Verlaine's attention. The humans and singers were already squabbling.
You need to submit,
Leshwi was saying, hovering above them in her imperious, fused way.
I will explain to Roboniel that the soldiers were uncontrolled and didn't obey my orders.
And you think she'll let us walk? One of the human women shouted. We need to get out of here right now!
If I let you go, Leshwi said, it will seem that I am in rebellion. We can contain this if you submit.
You're not in rebellion?
One of the men demanded.
What was that, then? We ain't obeying one of you again.
Another bellowed.
Ever.
Shouts from both sides rose as singers ordered the people not to argue with one of the fused. Verlaine turned from one group to the other, then attuned determination and wiped the makeup from his tattoo. He strode out between the groups. Field medicine wasn't the only thing Bridge 4 had taught.
Listen up,
he shouted to confidence.
all of you.
Remarkably, they fell silent. Verlaine did his best Teft impersonation as he turned to the humans.
You all know me. I'm Bridge 4. I know you don't like me, but are you willing to trust me?
The humans grumbled, but most of them nodded, prompted by Norrell. Verlaine turned toward the singers.
You all,
he barked to confidence.
absolutely committed treason. You acted against Odium's wishes, and he will seek retribution for that. You're as good as dead. And you fused? You're in for an eternity of torture. Fortunately, you have two people here who can guide you. Listeners from a people who escaped his control. So if you want to survive, you're going to listen to me.
Leshwi folded her arms, but then muttered,
Fine.
The other Heavenly Ones seemed willing to follow her lead. Bentley rushed over, and she was infused with the deep violet light of void light, far more so than an ordinary regal. She glowed more, in fact, than a fused.
What are you?
Verlaine demanded.
A radiant, she said to Consolation. Kind of. I can use void light to power my abilities so they work in the tower.
Figures,
Verlaine grumbled.
collects breath. I wait years, then you, of all people, grab a sprint first.
Maybe that was too much, Teft.
Anyway, it explains how you got lift out. We need to get moving. Odium won't stand for a rebellion among his own. So you singers are going to come with us. We're going to grab the Radiants and we're going to carry them out onto the plateau, where we'll escape via the Oath Gates to the Shattered Plains.
That puts us in the humans' power,
Leshwi said.
I'll get you out of it,
Verlaine said.
after we're all safe. Understood? Gather up our wounded, grab those Radiants, and let's get going! Before Raboniel knows there was a rebellion, I want all involved parties, human and Singer, out of this tower! Go!
They started moving, trusting that he knew what he was saying, which he wasn't certain he did. Transporting a bunch of unconscious people would be slow, and there was a high storm outside.
Verlaine,
Bentley said to Awe.
you gave orders to a fused.
He shrugged.
It's all about an air of authority.
It's more than that, she said. How?
I had good teachers.
Verlaine said, though he was a little surprised himself. He was a spy, used to staying back, letting others lead while he watched. Today, though, there hadn't been anyone else. And having been rejected by both sides, he figured he was an outsider, and therefore as close to a neutral party as there could be in this conflict. Everyone worked together to move the unconscious Radiants and the wounded. Even Leshwi and the 5 other Heavenly Ones each carried a wounded soldier. Verlaine spent the time checking the balconies up above. The dozens of Heavenly Ones who hadn't joined the battle had now vanished, carrying word to Raboniel, undoubtedly, or marshaling their personal forces to stop this rebellion. Once everyone was together, Verlaine waved for them to follow as he started the hike out. Bentley hurried up beside him.
How are we going to work the Oath Gate?
She whispered.
I know the mechanism, Verlaine said. I assume we can use your blade to figure it out.
Bentley hurried at his side as they entered a corridor.
My blade?
You told me you cut Lift out of her cell with a shard blade. I wondered why they let you have one instead of giving it to a fused, but now I can piece it together. Yours is a living Radiant blade, which can work the Oath Gates. I guess your void light lets you summon it?
Bentley hummed to anxiety.
I don't have a blade, Verlaine.
But
I was lying. I used my powers to get her out. Timber says I'm a long way from earning my own blade.
damnation. We'll figure something out,
He said.
Right now, we need to keep moving.
110. Reborn.
Radiant.
Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days. A black storm, black wind, black rain. Then, piercing the blackness like a spear, a lance of light. Kaladin Stormblessed, reborn. Kaladin exploded through the darkness, surrounded by 1,000 joyful wind spren, swirling like a vortex. "Go!" he shouted. "Find him!" Though it felt like he'd been falling for hours, he had spent most of that time in the place between moments. If he was still falling through the sky, mere seconds had passed and his father was falling somewhere below him, still alive. Kaladin pointed downward, reaching out, preparing himself as hundreds of wind spren met the storm and blew it back, creating an open path, a tunnel of light leading toward a single figure tumbling in the air, distant, still alive. Kaladin's lashings piled atop one another as Syl spun around him, laughing. Storms, how he'd missed her laughter. With his hand outstretched, Kaladin watched as a wind spren slammed into it and flashed, outlining his hand with a glowing, transparent gauntlet. A dozen others slammed into him, joyful, exultant. Lines of light exploded around him as the spren transformed, being pulled into this realm and choosing to connect to him. He watched that tiny tumbling figure as it drew closer and closer, the ground so near. They'd fallen the length of the tower and hundreds of feet below it in the storms. The ground rose up to meet them. Almost. Almost. Kaladin stretched out his hand and...
Not worthy. The words echoed against Navani's soul, and for the moment she forgot Moash. She forgot the tower. She was someplace else. Not good enough. Not a scholar. Not a creator. You have no fame, accomplishment, or capacity of your own. Everything that is distinctive about you came from someone else. Lies, she whispered. And they were. They truly were. She pressed her hand to the pillar. Take me as your bondsmith. I am worthy, sibling. I say the words. Life before death. No. So soft. We are too different. You capture Spren. Who better to work together than two who believe differently, she said. Strength before weakness. We can compromise. Isn't that the soul of building bonds? Of uniting? Moash kicked Raboniel away, and she hit the wall, limp as a doll. We can find the answers, Navani said, blood dribbling from her lips. Together, you just want to live. Don't you? The sibling's voice grew too soft to hear. Moash looked down the hallway toward Navani. So she closed her eyes and tried to hum. She tried to find Stormlight's tone, pure and vibrant, but she faltered. Navani couldn't hear that tone, not right now, not with everything falling apart, not with her life seeping away. She found herself humming a different tone instead, the one Raboniel had always given her, with its chaotic rhythm. Yes, this close to death, Navani could only hear that. His tone, eager to claim her. The sibling whimpered, and Navani inverted the tone. All it took was intent. Odium gave her the song, but she twisted it back upon him. She hummed the song of anti-void light, her hand pressed to the pillar. Navani, the sibling said, voice growing stronger. The darkness retreats ever so slightly. What are you doing? I created this for you, Navani said. I tried to... Navani, the sibling said. Navani, it's not enough. The song isn't loud enough. It seems to be hurting that man, though. He has frozen in place. Navani? Her voice faltered. Her bloody hand slipped down to her side, leaving marks on the pillar. I can hear my mother's tone, the sibling said, but not my tone. I think it's because my father is dead. Honor, Navani whispered. Honor is not dead. He lives inside the hearts of his children. Does he? Truly? It seemed a plea, not a challenge. Does he? Navani searched deep. Was what she'd been doing honorable? Creating fabrials? Imprisoning Spren? Could she really say that? Odium's tone rang in her ears, though she'd stopped humming its inverse. Then, a pure song, rising up from within her. Orderly, powerful. Had she done harm without realizing it? Possibly. Had she made mistakes? Certainly. But she'd been trying to help. That was her journey. A journey to discover, learn, and make the world better. Honor's song welled up inside her, and she sang it. The pillar began to vibrate as the siblings sang Cultivation's song, the pure sound of lifelight. The sound began to shift, and Navani modulated her tone, inching it closer and closer to... The two snapped into harmony, the boundless energy of cultivation, always growing and changing, and the calm solidity of honor, organized, structured. They vibrated together, structure and nature, knowledge and wonder, mixing, the song of science itself. That is it, the sibling whispered to the rhythm of the tower. My song. Our emulsifier, Navani whispered to the rhythm of the tower. The common ground, the sibling said, between humans and Spren. That is why I was created so long ago. A rough hand grabbed Navani and spun her around, then pressed her against the pillar. Moash raised his blade. Navani, the sibling said, I accept your words. Power flooded Navani, infused her, making her pain evaporate like water on a hot plate. Together, she and the sibling created life. The energy surged through her so fully, she felt it bursting from her eyes and mouth as she looked up at Moash and spoke. Journey before destination, you bastard!
Lirin hung in the air, his eyes squeezed closed, trembling. He remembered falling and the awful tempest. Darkness. It had all vanished. Something had yanked on his arm, slowing him carefully enough to not rip his arm off, but jarringly enough that it ached. Stillness. In a storm. Was he dead? He opened his eyes and searched upward to find a column of radiant light stretching hundreds of feet in the air, holding back the storm. Wind spread? Thousands upon thousands of them. Lirin dangled from the gauntleted fist of a shard-bearer in resplendent shardplate. Armor that seemed alive as it glowed a vibrant blue at the seams, Bridge 4 glyphs emblazoned across the chest. A flying shard-bearer. Storms. It was him. Kaladin proved it by rotating so that they were right side up, then hoisting Lirin into a tight embrace. Remarkably, as Lirin touched the plate, he couldn't feel it. It became completely transparent, barely visible, in fact, as a faint outline around Kaladin. I'm sorry, Father, Kaladin said. Sorry? For what? I thought your way might be correct, Kaladin said, and that I'd been wrong. But I don't think it's that simple. I think we're both correct. For us. I think perhaps I can accept that, Lirin said. Kaladin leaned back, still holding him as they dangled barely 20 feet above the rocks. Storms. Was that how close they'd come? Cutting it a little tight, don't you think, son? The surgeon must be timely and precise. This is timely, Lirin said. Well, you do hate it when people waste time, Kaladin said, grinning. Then he paused, letting go of Liren with one arm, which was somewhat disconcerting, though Liren now seemed to be floating on his own. Kaladin touched Liren's forehead with fingers that felt normal despite being faintly outlined by the gauntlet. "What is this?" Kaladin asked. Liren remembered, with some embarrassment, what he'd finally let that one-armed fool Norrell do to him. A painted shashglyph on Liren's forehead. "I figured," Liren said, "that if an entire tower was going to show faith in my son, I could maybe try to do the same. I'm sorry, son, for my part." He reached up and brushed aside Kaladin's hair to see the brand there. But as he did, he found scabs flaking away, the brands falling off to the stones below like a shell outgrown, discarded. Clean, smooth skin was left behind. Kaladin reached to his forehead in shock. He prodded at the skin as if amazed. Then he laughed, grabbing Liren in a tighter embrace. "Careful, son," Liren said. "I'm not a Radiant. We mortals break." "Radiants break too," Kaladin whispered. "But then, fortunately, we fill the cracks with something stronger. Come on. We need to protect the people in that tower. You in your way, me in mine." 111. Unchained. "And so I am not at all dissatisfied with recent events." Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days. Dalinar returned from the Stormfather's vision and found himself still flying with the Windrunners, face mask in place, wrapped in several layers of protective clothing. He felt clunky and slow after being the winds moments ago, but he reveled in what he'd heard and felt, what he'd said. These words are accepted. Whatever was happening in Urithiru, Kaladin would face it standing up straight. God beyond bless it to be enough, and that the Windrunner could reach Navani. For now, Dalinar had to focus on his current task. He urged his speed to increase, but of course, that did nothing. He had no control over this lesser flight. In it, Dalinar was little more than an arrow propelled through the air by someone else's power, buffeted by the jealous winds, which did not want him invading their sky. A part of him acknowledged the puerile nature of these complaints. He was flying, covering 100 miles in less than half an hour. His current travel was a wonder, an incredible achievement. But for a brief time, he'd known something better. At least this particular flight was nearly finished. It was a relatively quick jump from the battlefields of Emil down to the border of Tukar, where Ishar's camp had been spotted. The main bulk of the God Priest's armies had repositioned during the Coalition's campaign, fortifying positions in case the Singers or Dalinar's army tried to advance into Tukar. So, as Dalinar's team reached the coast, they found several depopulated camps marked by large bonfire scars on the stone. The region had been denuded, trees chopped for lumber, hills stripped of anything edible. An army could forage and hunt to stay alive here in the west, where plants grew more readily. In the unclaimed hills, that had never been possible. Sigzil slowed their group of 5 Windrunners, Dalinar and Szeth, into a hovering position. Beneath them, Ishar's large pavilion remained, and some 100 soldiers stood in a ring in front. These wore similar clothing, hog's hide battle leathers with hardened cuirasses, painted a dark blue closer to black than the Kholin shade. Not a true uniform, but in a theme at least. Considering their lack of soulcasters and the prevalence of herdsmen in the area, the equipment made sense. They were armed mostly with spears, though some had steel swords. "They're ready for us, all right," the Azish Windrunner said, steadying Dalinar in the air so he didn't drift away. "Right, Lord. I don't like this." We're all radiant, Dalinar said, with plenty of gemstones and a bondsmith to renew our spheres. We're as prepared as anyone could be for whatever will happen below. The company lord glanced toward Zeth, who had been ostensibly flown by Sigzil, but had actually used his own stormlight. Dalinar had let Sigzil in on the secret, naturally. He wouldn't leave an officer ignorant of his team's capabilities. "Let me at least send someone else down first," Sigzil said. "To talk. Find out what they want." Dalinar took a deep breath, then nodded. He was impatient, but one did not build good officers by ignoring their legitimate suggestions. "That would be wise." Sigzil conferred with his windrunners, then swooped toward the ground. Apparently, someone else had meant him. Sigzil landed and was met by Ishar himself, who emerged from the pavilion. Dalinar could identify the herald immediately. There was a bond between them, a connection. Sigzil was not attacked by the soldiers in the large ring. Talking to Shalash these last few days, Dalinar thought he had a good picture of the old herald. He had always imagined Ishi as a wise, careful man, thoughtful. Really, Dalinar's image of him had always been similar to that of Noadon, the author of The Way of Kings. Shalash had disabused him of these notions. She presented Ishar as a confident, eager man. Energetic, more a battlefield commander than a wise old scholar. He was the man who had discovered how to travel between worlds, leading humans to Roshar in the first place. One word that Shalash had never used was crafty. Ishar was a bold thinker, a man who pulled others after him on seemingly crazed ideas that worked. But he was not a subtle man. Or at least, he hadn't been. Shalash warned that all of them had changed over the millennia, their personal quirks growing more and more pronounced. Dalinar was not surprised that Sigzil was able to speak to the man, then fly back up safely. Ishar did not seem the type to plan an ambush. "Sir," Sigzil said, floating up beside Dalinar, "I don't think he's altogether sane, despite what Shalash says." "That was expected," Dalinar said. "What did he say?" "He claims to be the Almighty," Sigzil said. "God born again after being shattered. He says he's waiting for Odium's champion to come and fight him for the end of the world." "I think he means you, sir." Chilling words. "But he's willing to talk?" "Yes, sir," Sigzil said. "Though I must warn you, I don't like this entire situation." "Understood. Take us down." Sigzil gave the orders, and they made their way to the ground and landed in the center of the ring of soldiers. A few windrunners summoned shard blades, the others, not yet of the third ideal, carried spears. They surrounded Dalinar in a circular formation, but he patted Sigzil on the shoulder and made them part. He walked toward Ishar, Zeth shadowing him on one side, Sigzil on the other. Dalinar had not expected the old herald to look so strong. Dalinar was used to the frailty of men like Taravangian, but the person before him was a warrior. Though he was outfitted in robes and wearing an ardent's beard, his forearms and stance clearly indicated he was accustomed to holding a weapon.
"Champion of Odium,"
Ishar said in a loud, deep voice, speaking Azish.
"it has been a long wait."
"I am not Odium's champion," Dalinar said. "I wish to be your ally in facing him, however."
"Your lies cannot fool me.
I am Tezim, first man, aspect of the Almighty.
I alone prepare for the end of the worlds. I should not have ignored your previous messages to me. I see now what you are, what you must be. Only a servant of my enemy could have captured Urithiru, my holy seat."
"Ishar," Dalinar said softly, "I know what you are."
"I am that man no longer,"
Ishar said.
"I am Herald of Heralds, Soul Bearer of the Oath Pact. I am more than I once was, and I will become yet more. I shall absorb your power, Odium, and become a god among gods. Edelnulcium reborn.
Dalinar took a tentative step forward, waving for the others to stay back.
I spoke to Ash,
Dalinar said calmly. She said to tell you that Taln has returned. He's hurt, and she pleads for your help in restoring him.
Taln,
Ishar said. He adopted a far-off look.
our sin, bearer of our agonies.
Jezrien is dead, Ishar, Dalinar said. Truly dead. You felt it. Ash felt it. He was captured, but his soul faded away after that. Her father, Ishar. She lost her father. She needs your counsel. Taln's madness terrifies her. She needs you.
I prepared myself for your lies, champion of Odium,
Ishar said.
I had not realized they would be so reasonable. Yet you have already done too much to prove who you are. Taking my holy city, summoning your evil storm, sending your minions to torment my people. You have corrupted the Spren to your side so you can have pulse radiance, but I have discovered your secrets.
He held his hands as if to summon a blade.
The time for the end is upon us. Let us begin the battle.
A weapon appeared from mist in his hands. A sinuous shard blade lined with glyphs Dalinar did not recognize, though the blade itself was vaguely familiar. Had he seen it before? Zeth hissed loudly.
That blade, he said. The bondsmith honor blade. My father's sword. Where did you get it? What have you done to my father?
Ishar stepped forward to strike at Dalinar. While some humans left Rlain's band of rebels, returning to their rooms, hoping they hadn't been recognized, most of them stayed. Indeed, the numbers increased as many of the resistors fetched their families. Because Rlain had to let them go fetch families. What else could they do? Leave them to the pursuer, who was known to target the loved ones of people he hunted? All of this ate away at their time. They were also slowed by the need to carry both the wounded and the unconscious Radiants. Rlain did what he could to keep the main group moving, taking them through the breakaway, avoiding the central corridor, where they'd be too easily exposed to Heavenly Ones from above. However, he found himself attuning despair. They were being watched. That Kremling that harbored a void spren was following them along the wall. Rlain's band wasn't quite halfway through the market, still a fair distance from the front of the tower, when cracks broke the air, causing gawking market-goers to flee. Stormform lightning strikes, used as a signal to empty the streets. Rlain backed his haggard group against the wall of the large cavern and put their soldiers up front, the Heavenly Ones flying above. Deepest ones began to emerge from the floor in front of them, and dozens of stormforms approached.
You're right, listener,
Leshwi said, lowering down beside him.
I couldn't have talked us out of this. He knows what we did. Those who approach are humming the rhythm of executions.
Maybe we should have tried to reach the Crystal Pillar room, Rlain said, and escape through the tunnels beneath, as Venli suggested.
No,
Leshwi said.
those tunnels are blocked. Our best hope was to escape out the front entrance of the tower and perhaps cross the mountains. Unfortunately, judging by those rhythms, those who come aren't being sent by Raboniel. Odium wants me to know. I will be tortured like the heralds once I return to Braze.
She saluted Rlain.
So first, we fight.
Rlain nodded, then gripped his spear.
we fight.
He said, then turned to Venli, who had stepped up by his side.
Are there any other Spren like the one who bonded you? Would some want other willing singers? Someone like me?
Yes,
Venli said to Morning.
but I sent them away. The fused would have seen them, hunted them.
She paused, Then her rhythm changed to confusion. "And Timber says... she says you're spoken for?"
What? He said. By that honor-spren who said he'd take me. I turned him down.
The room went dark. Then it shone as crystals grew out from his feet like stained glass windows covering the floor. They showed a figure rising in blue glowing shard plate and a tower coming alight.
"Keep fighting," a voice said in his head. "Salvation will be relayed. Listener, bridger of minds, I have been sent to you by my mother at the request of Renarin, son of Thorns. I have watched you and seen your worthiness. Speak the words and do not despair."
Sigzil blocked Ishar's attack using his shard blade. The other Windrunners swarmed forward to protect Dalinar. Szeth, however, stumbled away. The sight of that honor blade had plainly upset him. The watching Tukari soldiers started to close their circle, but Ishar ordered them back. Then he danced away from Sigzil, shouting at Dalinar.
Fight me, champion! Face me alone!
"I brought no weapon, Ishar," Dalinar said. "The time for the contest of champions has not yet come." Ishar fought brilliantly as the other Windrunners tried to gang up on him. He was a blur with a flashing blade, parrying, dodging, skepping his blade, making it vanish for a brief moment to pass through a weapon trying to block it. The Windrunners had only recently started practicing the technique. Ishar performed the complex move with the grace of long familiarity.
He is a duelist, Dalinar thought. Storms, and a good one. What did you expect? The Stormfather rumbled in his mind. He defended mankind for millennia. The Heralds were not all warriors when they began, but all were by the end. Existing for 3,000 years in a state of near-constant war changes men. Among the Heralds, Ishar was average in skill.
Ishar faced all 5 Windrunners at once, and it seemed easy for him. He blocked one, then another, stepping away as a third tried to spear him down from above, then swept around with his blade, slicing the heads off 2 non-shard spears. Sigzil's shard blade became a long dueling sword designed for lunges. He struck when Ishar's back was turned, but the herald casually twisted and caught the blade with one finger, touching it along the unsharpened side, and guided it past him. Sigzil stumbled as he drew too close, and Ishar lifted that same hand and slammed it against Sigzil's chest, sending him sprawling backward to the stones. Ishar then turned and raised his shard blade in one hand to deflect one of Lynn's strikes. Leighton came in, trying to flank, but he looked clumsy compared to the old herald. Fortunately for the 5, Ishar merely defended himself. Despite earnestly trying, none could land a blow. It was as if they were trying to hit where Ishar was, while he was able to move in anticipation of where they would be.
He is average among them? Dalinar asked. Then who was the best? Taln.
The one who sits in my camp? Dalinar thought, unable to do more than mumble.
Yes, the Stormfather said. There was no dispute. But take care, Ishar's skill as a duelist is a lesser danger. He has recovered his honor blade. He is a bondsmith, unchained.
Ishar suddenly dashed forward, rushing into one of Sigzil's attacks. The old man ducked the strike, then came up and touched Sigzil on the chest. When Ishar's hand withdrew, he trailed a line of stormlight behind him. He touched his hand to the ground, and Sigzil stumbled, gasping as his glow started to fade. Ishar had apparently tethered Sigzil to the stones with some kind of glowing rope that drained the stormlight out and into the ground. The other 4 followed, almost faster than Dalinar could track. One after another, tethered to the stone. Not bound, not frozen, but their light draining away. And all of them stumbled, slowing, as if their lives were being drained with it. Dalinar glanced at Szeth, but the Shin man had fallen to his knees, wide-eyed. Storms. Dalinar should have known better than to depend on the assassin as a bodyguard. Navani had warned him. Szeth was nearly as unstable as the heralds. Dalinar didn't want to see what happened when his troops ran out of Stormlight. He braced himself and thrust his hands between realms, then slammed them together as closed fists, knuckles meeting. In this, he united the three realms, opening a flash of power that washed away all color and infused the radiance with light. Within the well of light, Dalinar was nearly blinded. Figures were mere lines, all shadows banished. Ishar, however, was distinct. Pale, eyes wide, whitened clothing rippling. He dropped his blade and it turned to mist. Transfixed, he stepped toward Dalinar. "How?" Ishar asked. The words sounded clear, an incongruity against the soundless rush of power surrounding them. You open honor's path." "I have bonded the Stormfather," Dalinar said. "I need you, Ishar. I don't need the legend, the Herald of Mysteries. I need the man Ash says you once were. A man willing to risk his life, his work, and his very soul to save mankind." Ishar strode closer. Holding the portal open was difficult, but Dalinar kept his hands pressed together. For the moment, only he and Ishar existed here, in this place painted white. Ishar stopped a step or two from Dalinar. Yes, seeing another bondsmith had shaken him. I can reach him, Dalinar thought. I need a teacher, Dalinar said. I don't know my true capabilities. Odium controls Urithiru, but I think with your help we could restore the radiance there. Please. I see, Ishar said softly. He met Dalinar's eyes. So, the enemy has corrupted the Stormfather too. I had hoped. He shook his head, then reached out and pressed his hand to Dalinar's chest. With the strain of keeping the perpendicularity open, Dalinar wasn't able to move away in time. He tried to drop the perpendicularity, but when he pulled his hands apart, it remained open, power roaring through. Ishar touched his hand to his own chest, creating a line of light between him and Dalinar. I will take this bond to the Stormfather. I will bear it myself. I sense something odd in you. A connection to Odium. He sees you as the one who will fight against him. This cannot be right. I will take that connection as well. Dalinar gasped, falling to his knees as something was torn from him. It felt as if his very soul was being ripped out. The Stormfather screamed, a terrifying, agonized sound like lightning that warped and broke. No, Dalinar thought. No, please. A shadow appeared on the field of whiteness. A shape, the shape of a black sword. This single line of darkness swiped through the line connecting Dalinar to Ishar. The white cord exploded and frayed, trailing wisps of darkness. Ishar was cast away, hitting the stone. The perpendicularity remained open, but its light dimmed to reveal Szeth standing between Dalinar and Ishar, brandishing his strange black shard blade. His illusion melted off like paint in the rain, breaking into light, which was sucked into the sword and consumed. Where, Szeth said to Ishar, his voice quiet, did you get that blade you bear? The herald seemed not to have heard him. He was staring at Szeth's sword as it dripped black liquid smoke. Around it, the white light of the perpendicularity warped and was consumed, like water down a drain. Szeth spun and stabbed the sword into the heart of the perpendicularity. The Stormfather shouted in anger as the perpendicularity collapsed, folding in upon itself. In a flash, the world was full of color again. All 5 windrunners lay on the ground, but they were stirring. Ishar scrambled to his feet before Szeth, who stood with one arm wreathed in black tendrils, gripping the sword that dripped nightmares and bled destruction. Answer me, Szeth screamed. Did you kill the man who held that blade before you? Of course not, foolish man, Ishar said, summoning his blade. The Shin served the heralds. They held my sword for me. They returned it when I revealed myself. Dalinar wiped his brow, pulling himself to his feet. He felt numb, but at the same time, warm. relieved. Whatever the herald had begun, he had not been able to finish.
Are you all right?
He asked the Stormfather.
Yes. He tried to steal our bond. It should not be possible, but honor no longer lives to enforce his laws.
The perpendicularity. Did Szeth destroy it?
Don't be foolish,
The Stormfather said.
no creation of mortal hands can destroy the power of a shard of Adonalsium. He merely collapsed it. You could summon it again.
Dalinar was not convinced that the thing Szeth bore was a simple creation of mortal hands. But he said nothing as he forced himself to check on the Windrunners, whose connections to the ground had vanished. Leighton had found his feet first and was helping Sigzil, who sat on the ground with a hand to his head.
I think your worries about this meeting were well advised,
Dalinar said, kneeling beside the Azish man. Can you get us into the air?
Damnation, Sigzil whispered. I feel like I spent last night drinking Hornita White.
He burst a light with Stormlight, drawing it from the pouch at his belt.
Storms. The light isn't washing away the pain.
Yeah, Lynn said. The other 3 Windrunners were sitting up.
My head is pounding like a Parshendi drum, sir, but we should be able to lash.
Dalinar glanced at Szeth, who was alight with Stormlight, though it was being drawn at a ferocious rate into his weapon.
My people, Szeth shouted, we're not going to return your weapons to you. We kept your secrets, but you lie if you say my father gave you that blade.
Your father was barely a man when I found him,
Ishar said.
The Shin had accepted the unmade, tried to make gods of them. I saved them, and your father did give me this blade. He thanked me for letting him die.
Szeth screamed, charging Ishar, who raised his blade to casually block him, as he had with the Windrunners. However, the meeting of the 2 blades caused a burst of power, and the shockwave sent both men sprawling backward. Ishar hit hard, dropping his blade, and Dalinar was in position to see the length of the honor blade as it hit and bounced, then came to a rest, half stuck into the ground. There was a chip in its unearthly steel where it had met the black sword. Dalinar, in all his life, had never seen a shard blade marred in such a way, let alone one of the honor blades. Ishar looked up at Szeth, dazed, then grabbed his blade and shouted an order. His soldiers, who had watched all this in silence, broke their circle, moving into a formation. Sigzil put a hand on Dalinar's shoulder, infusing him, preparing to lash him. Wait, Dalinar said as Ishar stood and slammed his fists together. A perpendicularity opened, as it had before, releasing a powerful explosion of light.
Impossible,
The Stormfather said in Dalinar's mind.
I didn't feel it happen. How does he do this?
You're the one who warned me he was dangerous, Dalinar thought. Who knows what he's capable of? Across the stone field, Szeth sheathed his sword just before it began feasting on his soul. Dalinar pointed Leighton that way. Grab him. Get into the air. We're leaving. Sigzil, lash me.
Right, sir.
Dalinar Kholin.
That was Ishar's voice.
I can see clearly.
The voice said from within the perpendicularity.
I do not know why. Has a bondsmith been sworn? We have a connection. All of us. Nevertheless, I feel my sanity slipping. My mind is broken, and I do not know if it can be healed. Perhaps you can restore me for a short time after an ideal is spoken near me. Everyone sees a little more clearly when a radiant touches the spiritual realm. For now, listen well. I have the answer, a way to fix the problems that beset us. Come to me in Shinovar. I can reset the Oath Pact, though I must be sane to do it. I must have help, too.
The voice stumbled as if warping.
to defeat you, champion of Odium. We will clash again, and I am ready for your wiles this time. You will not defeat me when next we meet, though you bear a corrupted honor blade that bleeds black smoke. I am almighty!
Delanar lurched, rising into the air as the lashing took effect. The Windrunners darted up after him, including Leighton, who grabbed Zeth. As they left the column of light, Delanar could see Ashar's soldiers stepping into the perpendicularity. A short time later, it vanished. The Herald, his men, and the Honor Blade were gone, transported into Shadesmar.
Together, Navani and the sibling could create light. Light that drove the monster Moash back along the corridor, holding his arm before his eyes. Light that drove the knife from Navani's side as it healed her wound. Light that brought Fabrials to life. Light that sang with the tones of honor and cultivation in tandem. But her spren, the sibling was so weak. Navani grasped the pillar, pouring her power into it, but there was so much chaos muddying the system, like creme in a cistern of pure water. The void light Raboniel had injected. Navani couldn't destroy it, but maybe she could vent it somehow. She saw the tower now as an entity, with lines of garnet very like veins and arteries, and she inhabited that entity. It became her body. She saw thousands of closed doors the scouts had missed in mapping the tower. She saw brilliant mechanisms for controlling pressure, heat. No, stay focused. I think we need to vent the void light, Navani said to the sibling. Aye, the sibling said. How? I can sing the proper tone, Navani said. We fill the system with as much tower light as will fit. Then we stop and vibrate these systems here, here, and here with the anti-void light tone. I suppose, the sibling said. But how can we create the vibration? There's a plate on Raboniel's desk. I'll have my scholars play that. I'll need a model to sing it, but with that I should be able to transfer the vibration through the system. That should force the enemy's corruption out through these broken gemstones in the pump mechanism. What do you think? Yes, the sibling said softly. I think, yes, that might work. With that done, we'll need to restart the tower's protections, Navani said. These are complex Fabrials, made of the essence of spren. Of your essence? Yes, the siblings said, their voice growing stronger. But they are complicated and took many years of pressure Fabrial here, Navani said, inspecting it with her mind. Ah, I see. A network of attractors to bring in air and create a bubble of pressure. Quite ingenious. Yes, and the heating Fabrials, not important now, but you've made housings for them out of metals. You manifested physically as metal and crystal, like shard blades manifest from smaller spren. Yes! As she began working, Navani noticed an oddity. What was that, moving through the tower? High Marshal Kaladin? Flying quickly, his powers restored, wrapped in spren as armor. He had achieved his fourth ideal, and he was going in the wrong direction. She could easily see his mistake. He'd decided the best way to protect the tower was to come here, to the pillar, and rescue Navani. But no, he was needed elsewhere. She drew his attention with flashing lights on the wall. Sibling? Kaladin's voice soon sounded through the system as he touched the crystal vein. Yes and no, High Marshal, Navani said. The pillar is secure. Get to the breakaway market. Tell the enemies you find there that they'd best retreat quickly. He obeyed immediately, changing the direction of his flight. Navani, full of incredible awareness, got to work.
Dalinar persuaded the Windrunners to linger in the sky above Ishar's camp rather than flying immediately back to the Amuli war camp. He worried about them, though. The Radiants drooped like soldiers who had completed a full-day double-time march. Ordinarily, Stormlight would have perked them up, but they complained of headaches their powers couldn't heal.
The effects shouldn't be permanent,
the Stormfather said.
but I cannot say for certain. Ishar connected them to the ground. Essentially, their powers saw the stones as part of their body, and so tried to fill the ground with stormlight as it fills their veins.
I can barely make sense of what you said, Dalinar replied, hanging in the sky far above Ishar's camp. How are such things possible?
The powers of a bondsmith are the powers of creation,
the Stormfather said.
The powers of gods, including the ability to link souls. Always before, Honor was here to guard this power, to limit it. It seems that Ishar knows how to make full use of his new freedom.
The Stormfather paused, then rumbled more softly.
I never liked him, though I was only a wind then, and not completely conscious. I remember him. Ishar was ambitious even before madness took him. He cannot bear sole blame for the destruction of Ashen, humankind's first home. But he was the one Odium first tricked into experimenting with the surges.
You don't particularly like anyone, Dalinar noted.
Not true. There was a human who made me laugh once, long ago. I was somewhat fond of him.
It felt like a rare attempt at levity. Dared Dalinar hope it was progress in the ancient spren? Below, Ishar's large pavilion waited, flapping in the gentle wind. Dalinar had seen no sign of servants or soldiers peeking out. Sir, Sigzil said, floating over to Dalinar. My troops need to rest. A few minutes longer, Dalinar said, narrowing his eyes. What are we waiting for, sir? To see if Ishar returns. He fled to Shadesmar. He could return at any moment. If he does, we're leaving at speed. But if he doesn't... Ishar hadn't been expecting to run. Szeth and that strange raid had driven him away. This could be a rare opportunity, Company Lord. He was a scholar among heralds. He might have written notes that give hints to applications of bondsmith powers. Understood, sir, Sigzil said. Dalinar glanced toward Szeth, who floated on his own away from the others, lashed into the sky by his own power. Dalinar nodded toward him, and Sigzil, catching the meaning, gave Dalinar a brief lashing that sent him over beside the assassin. Szeth was muttering to himself. How did he know? How did the old fool know? No words, Dalinar said as he drifted near Szeth. Ishar? How did he know about your people? Szeth blinked, then focused on Dalinar. It was odd to see him looking like himself with that too pale skin and those wide eyes. Dalinar had grown accustomed to his Alethi illusions. I must begin preparing myself, Szeth said. My next ideal is my quest, my pilgrimage. I must return to my people, Blackthorn. I must face them. As you wish, Dalinar said. He wasn't certain he wanted to unleash this man upon anyone, least of all the one neutral kingdom of note in this conflict. But Yasna had indicated it would happen, and besides, he doubted he could stop Szeth from doing anything he truly wanted to. Your people, they have all of the honor blades? All but 3, Szeth said. The blade of the Windrunners was mine for years. The blade of the Skybreakers was reclaimed by Nin long ago. And of course the blade of the Stonewards was never ours to protect. So there were 7. But if Ishar has his blade... You don't need those other swords, a perky voice said in Dalinar's mind. I am as good as 10 swords. Did you see how great I was? I saw, Dalinar said to the sword. You chipped a shard blade. An honor blade?
I did? Wow! I am a great sword. We destroyed a lot of evil, right?
You promised not to speak into the minds of others, Sword Nimi, Zeth said softly. Do you not remember?
I remember. I just forgot.
I will send a team with you to Shinovar, Dalinar said, as soon as we return to our camp. No, Zeth said. No. I must go alone. But not yet. I must prepare. I have something important to do. He knew. He should not have known. Storms. Dalinar wasn't certain who was more insane, Zeth or the sword. The combination was particularly unnerving.
Without them, you would be dead,
The Stormfather said.
and I'd be bonded against my will. This Shin man is dangerous, but I fear Ishar more.
Sigzil, Dalinar called. I don't think he's going to return anytime soon. Take us down. Let's see if he left anything of value in that tent. Aiden raised the spear he'd found in the acorn. People were crying, surrounded by Fierspren, as the group of beleaguered humans and singers together made a circle around their wounded. They pushed the elderly and the children to the center, but Aiden didn't go with those. His friend watching would see that he wasn't the type to hide. Even women had picked up weapons, including the surgeon's wife, who had given her son to one of the young girls at the center to hold. War was a masculine art, but when you started attacking women, you'd stopped engaging in war. You deserved anything that happened to you after that point. Aiden's father was among the wounded. Alive, bless the heralds, but bleeding badly. He'd fought for the Radiants when Aiden had hidden in the hallway. Storm him, he wasn't going to be a coward again. He wasn't. Aiden fell into line beside a fearsome Parshman in incredible carapace armor, then tried to position himself with his spear out in that Parshman's same posture. The Stormforms marched in, singing a terrible song. Aiden found himself trembling, his hands slick on his spear. Oh, storms! In that moment, he didn't want to earn a spren. He didn't want to fight. He wanted to be home making plates, listening to his father hum. He didn't want to be standing here, knowing that they were all going to... A hand took Aiden by the shoulder and moved him backward. Not all the way back, but enough for the figure to stand in front of him. It was the quiet bridgeman, David. Aiden didn't complain, not after seeing those stormforms. Felt good to have someone in front of him, though the bridgeman's spear shook. He was acting afraid to fool the enemy, right? The stormforms didn't release lightning, which was good. The others had thought they might not because of the marketplace. Their powers were too wild. Regardless, there seemed to be hundreds of them. A call came from somewhere behind, and they came charging in, rippling with red lightning that flashed when they touched something. In seconds, everything was chaos. Aiden screamed, squeezing his eyes shut, holding out his spear and shaking. No, he had to fight. He had to... Something knocked into him from behind, throwing him forward. The strike dazed him, and he lost his spear. When he rolled over, a Voidbringer with red eyes stood above him. The creature casually speared downward. Aiden didn't even have time to scream before clink. Clink? The Stormform cocked his head, humming an odd song. He stabbed at Aiden's chest, but the spear stopped short again. Aiden looked at his body as he lay prone on the floor. His torso was surrounded by glittering blue armor. He raised his hands and found them covered in gauntlets. He was in shardplate. He was in shardplate! Ha! He shouted and kicked the Stormform. The creature went flying, soaring 20 feet and slamming into a wall. Aiden had barely felt any resistance. It was like he'd always imagined it. The shardplate vanished off him and turned into a group of wind spren, which soared over to Dabbid, who was about to take an axe to the head. Clink! Both combatants, the human now shrouded in shardplate and the enemy who had hit him, froze in place, stunned. The enemy backed away and the plate flew off again, this time surrounding the lead Heavenly One. She'd been spearing at a storm form who released a flash of lightning that enveloped her. When Aiden's eyes cleared, he saw her floating in shard plate, staring at her hands in obvious wonder. Confused, the storm forms began calling out, disengaging and reforming into ranks. The armor burst apart, forming those strange windspren who flew into the air overhead before latching onto a figure hovering above the buildings. The plate had fit everyone, but him it matched. A brilliant knight radiant in glowing armor holding aloft an intricate shard spear. He left the helmet off so they could all see. Kaladin Stormblessed, bright as the sun. "I bring word from the sibling," he shouted. "They don't remember inviting you in. And considering that they aren't merely the master of this house, they literally are this house, your actions are quite the insult." Brilliant lights suddenly began running up the walls, making the very core of the stones glow as if molten in the center. Similar lights burst to life in the ceiling. The ground trembled as if the entire mountain were shaking. Clanking sounds rang in the hallways like distant machines, and wind began to blow in the vast chamber, which now was as bright as day. Most amazing, the lightning on the storm forms went out. Deepest ones, who had been clawing out of the ground and grabbing at the feet of soldiers, began screaming and going limp, trapped in the stone. The heavenly ones who had been helping dropped to the ground suddenly, then collapsed unconscious. Groans sounded from behind. The radiance on the floor at the center of the circle began stirring. They were awake. "You may turn in your weapons," Stormblessed said to the enemy, "and return to your kind unharmed, so long as you promise me one thing." He smiled. "Tell him that I'm particularly going to enjoy hearing what he looked like when he found out what happened here today." A strange, unpleasant stench struck Dalinar as he stepped into Ishar's pavilion. The odor was chemically harsh, and he felt a faint burning in his eyes. He blinked in the dim light, finding a large chamber filled with slab tables and sheets shrouding something atop them. Bodies? The Windrunners had gone in first, of course, but they were busy inspecting the recesses of the tent to check for an ambush. Dalinar walked up to one of the slabs and yanked off the shroud. He simply found a body underneath, an incision in its abdomen made with clean surgical precision. Male, with the clothing cut off and lying beside the body. Very pale skin and stark white hair. In death, the hair and skin seemed almost the same color. That skin had a blue cast to it, probably a Natan person. So Ishar was a butcher, a mad surgeon as well as a crazed theocrat. For some reason, that relieved Dalinar. It was disgusting, but this was an ordinary kind of evil. He'd expected something worse. "Sir?" Mela, the Windrunner, called from across the room. "You should see this." Dalinar walked over to Mela, who stood beside one of the other slabs. Zeth remained in the doorway to the pavilion, seated on the ground, holding his sheathed sword across his lap. He seemed not to care about the investigation. Another corpse, half revealed by a drawn-back sheet, was on the slab in front of Mela, though this one was far stranger. The elongated body had a black shell covering most of it, from neck to feet. That had been cut free to open up the chest. Dalinar couldn't make sense of the shell. It looked like clothing, kind of, but was hard like Singer carapace, and had apparently been attached to the skin. The head was a soggy mass of black flesh, soft like intestines, with no visible eyes or features. "What on Roshan?" Dalinar said. "The hands seem human, if too long, but the rest of it..." "I have no idea," Mela said. She glanced away and shivered. "It's not human, sir. I don't know what it is." In the back of Dalinar's mind, the Stormfather rumbled. "This," the Spren said.
This is not possible.
What? Dalinar asked.
This is a cryptic, he said. The Lightweaver Spren. Only they don't have bodies in this realm. They can't.
Sir, Lynn said from a nearby slab. The corpse she'd uncovered was a pile of vines vaguely shaped like a person.
Cultivation Spren,
The Stormfather said.
return to that first body you saw. Now!
Dalinar did not object and walked toward the front of the pavilion. What he'd first dismissed as an ordinary body now seemed anything but. The white-blue hair, the pieces of clothing that were, he now recognized, the exact same color as the body. The Stormfather's thunder grew distant.
I knew him.
The Stormfather said.
I could not see it at first. I did not want to see it. This is Vespen. Honor Spren.
So they're not some kind of attempt at making men into mimicries of Spren, Dalinar said. These are actual Spren corpses.
Spren don't have corpses,
The Stormfather said.
Spren do not die like men. They are power that cannot be destroyed. This is impossible!
Dalinar searched through the chamber where more and more drawn-back sheets revealed different strange corpses. Several just skeletons, others piles of rock.
This place is evil,
The Stormfather said.
beyond evil. What has been done here is an abomination.
Sigzil jogged over, holding some ledgers he'd found in the rear. Dalinar couldn't make sense of them, but Sigzil pointed at the Azish glyphs, reading them. This is a list of experiments, I think, the Company Lord said. The first column is the name of a Spren, the second column a date, the third is a time. Maybe how long they lived? None seem to have survived longer than a few minutes. Fathers, Dalinar said, his hands trembling. And this last column? Notes, sir, Sigzil said. Here, the last entry. Our first honor Spren lived nearly 15 minutes. A new record, and orders of magnitude longer than all previous attempts. Honor Spren seem to have the most human-like essences. When transferred, the organs and muscles form most naturally. We must capture more of them. Cryptics and Ash Spren are impossible to bring over properly with our current knowledge. The process of creating bodies for them results in a physical form that collapses upon itself immediately. It appears their physiology works against the fundamental laws of the physical realm. Storms, Leighton said, running a hand through his short hair. What does it mean?
Leave this place immediately,
The Stormfather said.
we must warn my children.
Agreed, Dalinar said. Grab anything you think might be useful, and meet me outside. We're leaving. Moash fled through the tower, using lashing after lashing as he felt the structure rumble, felt it come alive, felt light begin to surround him. Her light, the Queen's light, and before that, a terrible sound. It had pushed away his connection to Odium, forcing Moash to feel pain for the things he'd done, pain he didn't want, pain he'd given away. That pain seethed and spread inside him. He'd killed Teft. He'd killed Teft. Get out, get out, get out, he thought as he tore through a hallway, uncaring whether he hit people with his shard blade as he passed over their heads. He needed it ready, in case Kaladin found him, in case he hadn't broken. The walls were glowing and the light seemed brighter to Moash than it should have. He wasn't supposed to feel afraid. He'd given that away. He couldn't be the man he needed to be if he was afraid, or... The pain, the shame, the anger at himself was worse than the fear. Get out. Go. Go! The suffocating light surrounded him, burned him as he burst out the front gates of the tower. He felt more than saw what happened behind. Each level of the tower came alive one at a time. The air warped with sudden warmth and pressure. So much light.
So much light.
Moash lashed himself into the sky, darting out away from the tower. Soon after, however, he slammed into a hard surface. He dropped into something soft but cold, pained as his stormlight kept him alive, barely. It ran out before it could fully heal him, so he lay there in the cold, waiting for the numbness. He wasn't supposed to have to feel anymore. That was what he'd been promised. He couldn't blink. He didn't seem to have eyelids anymore. He couldn't see either. His vision had been burned away. He listened to distant cheers, distant sounds of exultation and joy as he lay in the cold on the mountainside. The snow numbed his skin, but not his soul. Not his wretched soul. Taft, he couldn't say it. The words wouldn't form. He wasn't sorry for what he'd done. He was only sorry for how his actions made him feel. He didn't want this pain. He deserved it, yes, but he didn't want it. He should have died, but they found him. A few heavenly ones who had been in the air when the tower was restored. They'd awoken, it seemed, after falling from the sky and leaving the tower's protections. They gave him stormlight, then lifted him, carrying him away. Odium's gift returned, and Moash breathed easier, blissfully without his guilt. His spine healed. He could walk by the time they dropped him among a camp of a few others who had managed to flee the tower. But he couldn't see them. No matter how much stormlight he was given, his eyes didn't recover. He was blind. 112. Terms. Roshar will be united in its service of the greater war. Musings of Hell, first of the final 10 days. Exhausted and confused, Dalinar and the Windrunners eventually landed back at their Amuli war camp mere minutes before a high storm was scheduled to arrive. He felt the weight of failure pulling him down, strong as gravity. He sagged as he dismissed the Windrunners to go rest. He'd gone all that way for nothing. He was no closer to understanding his powers, no closer to doing something about the capture of Urithiru, no closer to rescuing Nabani. He probably should have gone to Yasna to explain what they'd found, but he was so tired. He plodded through the camp, towing his failure like a cart behind him, populated by swirling exhaustion spren. And that was when they found him. Women running up with span raids to the tower that were suddenly working again. Messengers surrounded by glory spren, bringing amazing news. Nabani in contact, the tower and oath gates functioning. Dalinar listened to it in a daze. Good news. Finally, good news. He wanted to immediately get flown to Azamir so he could go see Navani, but he recognized the foolishness in that. He needed at least a short rest before enduring another lengthy flight, and there was that imminent high storm to worry about. He ordered a message sent to his wife, promising to come to her before the day was out. Then he asked Yasna and the Prime if he could meet with them after the storm. After that, they left him to at last approach the small building he made his base. It felt like coming home. Of course, he'd lived enough of his life out on campaign that home had acquired a loose definition. Any place with a soft bed usually counted.
Urithiru really is safe now, Dalinar,
the Stormfather said in his mind.
I was so distracted by the dead spren that I didn't notice at first. The sibling has fully awakened. Another bondsmith? The implications of this.
Dalinar was still trying to deal with those himself. Navani bonding a spren? That was wonderful. But he was so emotionally worn at the moment, he just wanted to sit and think. He pushed open the door to his house, stumbled through, and entered a vast golden field. The ground shimmered as if infused with stormlight. Dalinar pulled to a halt and turned around. The doorway was gone, the doorknob having vanished from his hand. The sky was a deep reddish orange, like a sunset. He was in a vision, but he hadn't heard the high storm hit. No, this wasn't a high storm vision. This was something else. He turned with trepidation, looking across the glimmering field to where a figure, clad in golden robes, stood on a nearby hilltop facing away from Dalinar and staring out at the horizon. Odium. Storms within, Dalinar thought, flagging. Not now. I can't face him right now. Well, a soldier couldn't always pick his battlefield. This was the first time Odium had appeared to him in a year. Dalinar needed to use this. He took a deep breath and pushed through his fatigue. He hiked up the hillside and eventually stopped beside the figure in gold. Odium held a small scepter, like a cane, his hand resting on the ball at the top. He appeared different from when Dalinar had last seen him. He still resembled a wise old man with a gray beard cut to medium length, a paternal air, sagacious, knowing, understanding. Only now his skin was glowing in places as if it had grown thin and a light inside was seeking to escape. The god's eyes had gone completely golden, as if they were chunks of metal set into a statue's face. When Odium spoke, there was a harsh edge to his tone. His words clipped, barely holding in his anger. "Our connection grows, Dalinar," Odium said. "Stronger by the day. I can reach you now as if you were one of my own. You should be." "I will ever and always be my own," Dalinar said. "I know you went to see Ishar. What did he tell you?" Dalinar clasped his hands behind him and used the old commander's trick of remaining silent and staring in thought. Stiff back, strong posture, outwardly in control even if you're one step from collapsing. "You were supposed to be my champion, Dalinar," Odium said. "Now I see how you resisted me. You've been working with Ishar all along, haven't you? Is that how you learned to bind the realms?" "You find it inconvenient, don't you?" Dalinar said. "That you cannot see my future. How does it feel to be human, Odium?" "You think I fear humanity?" Odium said. "Humanity is mine, Dalinar. All emotions belong to me. This land, this realm, this people. They live for me. They always have. They always will." And yet you come to me, Dalinar thought, to berate me? You stayed away all these months. Why now? The answer struck him like the light of a rising sun. Odium had lost the tower. Urithiru was safe, and there was another bondsmith. He'd failed again, and now he thought Dalinar had been working with Ishar. Cultivation's gift, though it had bled Dalinar, had given him the strength to defy Odium. All this time he'd been asking what a god could possibly fear, but the answer was obvious. Odium feared men who would not obey him. He feared Dalinar. "Ishar told me some curious things this latest visit," Dalinar said. "He gave me a book with secrets in it. He is not as mad as I feared, Odium. He showed me my connection to you and explained how limited you are. Then he proved to me that a bondsmith unchained is capable of incredible feats." He looked at the ancient being. "You are a god. You hold vast powers. Yet they bind you as much as they free you. Tell me, what do you think of a human bearing the weight of a god's powers but without that god's restrictions?" "The power will bind you eventually, as it has me," Odium said.
You don't understand a fraction of the things you pretend to, Dalinar.
Yet you're afraid of me, Dalinar thought. Of the idea that I might fully come into my power. That you're losing control of your plans. Perhaps Dalinar's errand to Dukar hadn't been a failure. He hadn't gained Ishar's wisdom, but so long as Odium thought he had... Bless you, Renarin, Dalinar thought, for making my life unpredictable to this being. Letting me bluff.
We made an agreement, Odium said. A contest of champions. We never set terms.
I have terms, Dalinar said, on my desk. A single sheet of paper. Odium waved his hand, and the words began appearing, written as if in glowing golden ink in the sky before them. Enormous, intimidating.
You didn't write this, Odium said, his eyes narrowing. Nor did that else caller.
The light grew more vibrant beneath Odium's skin, and Dalinar could feel its heat, like that of a sun rising, making his skin burn. Anger. Deep anger. White hot. It was consuming Odium. His control was slipping.
Safandrius,
Odium spat.
Ever the rat. No matter where I go, there he is, scratching in the wall, burrowing into my strongholds. He could have been a god, yet he insists on living in the dirt.
Do you accept these terms? Dalinar asked.
By this, if my champion wins, Odium said, then Roshar is mine, completely and utterly. And if yours wins, I withdraw for a millennium.
Yes. But what if you break your word? You've delayed longer than you should have. What if you refuse to send a champion?
I cannot break my word,
Odium said, the heat increasing.
I basically am incapable of it.
Basically? Dalinar pressed. What happens, Odium, if you break your word?
Then the contract is void and I'm in your power. Same but reversed if you break the contract. You would be in my power, and the restrictions honor placed upon me, chaining me to the Rosharan system, and preventing me from using my powers on most individuals, would be void.
But that is not going to happen, and I am not going to break my word.
Because if I did, it would create a hole in my soul, which would let cultivation kill me. I am no fool. And you are a man of honor. We will both approach this contest in good faith, Dalinar. This isn't some deal with a Voidbringer from your myths, where one tricks the other with some silly twist of language. A willing champion from each of us and a fight to the death. They will meet on the top of Urithiru. No tricks, no lies.
Very well, Dalinar said. But as the terms state, if your champion is defeated, it isn't only you who must withdraw for 1,000 years. The fused must go with you, locked away again, as well as the spren that make regals. No more forms of power. No more void spren. The light pulsed inside Odium, and he turned his eyes back toward the horizon.
I cannot agree to this.
The terms are simple, Dalinar said.
If you... I said I cannot agree, Odium said. The Everstorm has changed everything, and Safandrius should have realized this. Singers can adopt regal forms powered by the Everstorm. The fused are free now. They can be reborn without my intervention. The Oath Pact could have imprisoned them, but it is now defunct. I am literally unable to do as you ask, not without destroying myself in the process.
Then we cannot have an accommodation, Dalinar said, because I'm certainly not going to agree to anything less.
And if I agree to less?
Dalinar frowned, uncertain, his mind muddled from fatigue. The creature was going to try to trick him, he was certain of it. So he did what he thought best. He said nothing. Odium chuckled softly, rotating his scepter beneath his hand so the butt ground against the golden stone at their feet.
Do you know why I make men fight, Dalinar? Why I created the thrill? Why I encourage the wars? To destroy us. Why would I want to destroy you? I am your god, Dalinar.
Odium shook his head, staring into the infinite golden distance.
I need soldiers for the true battle that is coming. Not for one people or one miserable windswept continent. A battle of the gods. A battle for everything. Roshar is a training ground. The time will come that I unleash you upon the others who are not nearly as well trained, not nearly as hardened as I have made you.
Curious, Dalinar said. I don't know if you've noticed, but your hardening tactic has resulted in fused or going mad from the stress. The light grew stronger inside Odium, seeming as if it might explode from his skin.
If your champion wins, I will step away for 1,000 years, he said. I will retreat to Braze, and I will no longer speak to, contact, or influence the fused or void spren. But I cannot contain them, and you will have to pray that your descendants are as lucky as you are, as I will be less lenient when I return.
Dalinar started to speak, but Odium interrupted.
Let me finish, he said. In exchange for you giving up one thing you wanted, I will give up one in turn. If I win, I will give up my grand plans for Roshar. I will leave this planet for 1,000 years and abandon all I've worked for here. I give you and the Singers freedom to make your own peace. Freedom for you, and freedom for me. This is all I ask for my victory. As you represent honor, you can relax his prohibitions on me. No matter what happens in the contest, you never have to worry about me again. All I want is away from this miserable system.
Of course it wouldn't be as easy as Wit had promised. Dalinar wavered. Wit looked out for himself as he'd always said he would. The contract reinforced that idea. Odium offered a different, tempting prospect. To be rid of him. To fight this war as an ordinary war. Two forces pulled at him. Which did he trust? He doubted that any mortal, Yasna included, could construct a contract good enough to hold a god. But to simply give Wit what he desired? Who do you trust more? Wit or Amber? It wasn't really in question. He didn't trust Wit much, but he didn't trust Odium at all. Besides, if honor had died to trap this god here on Roshar, Dalinar had to believe the Almighty had done so for good reason. So he turned to go.
Send me back, Odium, Dalinar said. There will be no agreement today.
A flare of heat washed over him from behind. Dalinar spun, finding Odium glowing with a bright red-gold light, his eyes wide, his teeth clenched.
Stand firm,
Dalinar thought to himself.
Wit says he can't hurt you. Not without breaking his word. Not without inviting his own death.
Wit hadn't included that last part, but Dalinar stood his ground, sweating, his heart racing, until at last the power abated, the heat and light retreating.
I would prefer, Odium said, to make an agreement.
Why so eager? Dalinar thought. It's the power, isn't it? It's ripping you apart for delaying. It wants out. I've offered you an agreement, Dalinar said. I've told you that I cannot keep to these terms. I can seal myself away, but not my minions. I can demand that the fused and the unmade retreat, but not all currently obey my will. And I can do nothing about the Regals. Dalinar took a deep breath. Fine, he said. But I cannot entertain an agreement that frees you from this world. So we should focus on our conflict, you and me. If I win, you are exiled to damnation and withdraw from the conflict entirely. If you win, I will go into exile and my people will have to fight without my aid. You offer a mortal life for that of a god? Odium demanded. No, Dalinar. If I win, I want the Knights Radiant. The forces of Alethkar and Urithiru will surrender to my fused, and your Radiance will end this war. The other foolish kingdoms of men can keep fighting if they wish, but your people and mine will begin preparing for the true war. The one that will begin when the gods of other worlds discover the strength of surge binding. Your heirs will be bound to this as you are. I cannot negotiate for people who are not yet born, Dalinar said. Nor can I promise my Radiance will follow you, as you cannot promise the fused will obey you. As I said, this must be between you and me. But if you win, I will agree to order my armies to stand down and stop the fighting. I will give up the war, and those who wish to join you will be allowed to do so. Not good enough, Dalinar. Not nearly good enough. Odium took a long, suffering breath. That light pulsed inside him, and Dalinar felt a kind of kinship to the ancient god then, sensing his fatigue, which somehow mirrored Dalinar's own. I want so much more than Roshar. So much more than one planet, one people. But my people tire. I've worn them thin with this eternal battle. They seek endings, terrible endings. The entire war has changed based on what your wife has done. You realize this? I do, Dalinar said. It is time for a true accommodation. A true ending. Do you not agree? Yes, I realize it. What do you propose? Odium waved dismissively at the contract Witt had drawn up. No more talk of delays, of sending me away, of half measures. We have a contest of champions on the 10th of next month, Odium said. At the 10th hour. So soon? The month ends tomorrow. Why delay? Odium asked. I know my champion. Do you know yours? I do, Dalinar said. Then let us stop dancing and commit. On the 10th, our champions meet. If you win, I will withdraw to the kingdoms I currently hold, and I enforce an end to the war. I will even give up to you Alethkar and restore your homeland to you. I must have Herdaz, too. What? Odium said. That meaningless little plot of land? What are they to you? It's the matter of an oath, Odium, Dalinar said. You will restore to me Herdaz and Alethkar. Keep whatever other lands you've taken. They mostly followed you freely anyway. I can accept this, so long as you are still trapped on Roshar as honor wished. I will, Odium said. Though I will be able to focus my attentions on sending agents to the rest of the Cosmere, using what I've conquered here as enough for now. However, if I win the contest of champions, I keep everything I've conquered, Herdaz and Alethkar included. And I want one other small thing. I want you, Dalinar. My life, Odium? I intend to be my own champion. I'll have died if you win. Yes, Odium said, eyes shining golden. You will have, and you will give your soul to me. You, Dalinar, will join the fused. You will become immortal, and will personally serve me, bound by your oaths. You will be the one I send to the stars to serve my interests in the Cosmere. A cold shock ran through Dalinar, like he'd felt the first time he'd been stabbed. Surprise, disbelief, terror. You will join the fused. Are we agreed? Odium said, his skin now glowing so brightly that his features were difficult to make out. You have gotten from me more than I ever thought I would give up. Either way, the war ends, and you will have secured the safety of your allies, at the cost of gambling your own soul. How far does your honor extend, Blackthorn? Dalinar wavered, stopping now with Aesir and Thalena safe, with a good portion of Roshar protected, and with a chance for more in Alethkar and Herdaz if he won, was truly more than he ever thought possible. A true end to the war. Yasna spoke of the need for councils, groups of leaders. She thought putting too much power in the hands of one individual was dangerous. He could finally see her point as he stood there on that field of golden light. This new deal would be good for his allies. They'd celebrate it, most likely. But he couldn't know for certain. He had to make a decision. Dared he do that? Dared he risk his own soul? I have to contain him, Dalinar thought. His people were celebrating their victory in Emul, but he knew, deep down, the enemy had given it away. He had preferred to secure his power elsewhere. The Mink had said it himself. If Odium had wanted to crush Aesir, he could have. Instead, he secured what he had. Odium knew that in controlling Yakaved, Alethkar, and Iri, he owned the strongest portion of Roshar. Without this deal, Dalinar saw years of fighting ahead. Decades. Against an enemy whose fused were constantly reborn. From years spent defending Alethkar, he knew exactly how difficult it would be to retake. Dalinar saw his people dying by the thousands, unsuccessfully trying to seize lands he himself had fortified. Dalinar would lose this war in the long run. Honor had all but confirmed it. Renarin said victory, in a traditional sense, was nearly impossible, as long as Odium drove his forces. And Taravangian, whom Dalinar didn't trust but did believe, had foreseen the same fact. The enemy would win, wearing them down over centuries if need be. Their best chance was for Dalinar's champion to defeat Odium's. If that champion failed, then Dalinar's only reasonable option would be to surrender anyway. He knew that, deep in his gut. Most importantly, this seemed his only real chance to free Alethkar. He had to do it. He hadn't achieved what he had through indecision. He either trusted his instincts and the promises of his god, or he had nothing. He took a deep breath. Final terms are these. A contest of champions to the death. On the 10th day of the month, Hala, 10th hour. We each send a willing champion, allowed to meet at the top of Urithiru, otherwise unharmed by either side's forces. If I win that contest, you will remain bound to the system. But you will return Alethkar and Herdaz to me, with all of their occupants intact. You will vow to cease hostilities and maintain the peace, not working against my allies or our kingdoms in any way. Agreed, Odium said. But if I win, I keep everything I've won, including your homeland. I still remain bound to this system and will still cease hostilities, as you said above. But I will have your soul to serve me, immortal. Will you do this? Because I agree to these terms.
And I, Dalinar whispered. I agree to these terms.
It is done.
113. Emotion.
And I will march proudly at the head of a human legion.
Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days.
Disconnecting from the powers of the sibling left Navani feeling small. Was this really what life had been like before? Before she'd blended her essence with the siblings and gained awareness of the intricate motions of the thousands of fabrials that made up the siblings' physical form? She now felt so normal, almost. She retained a hint of awareness in the back of her mind, a sense for the veins of crystal that permeated the tower. If she rested her hand against a wall, she could sense its workings. Heat, pressure, light, life. I swore I would never do this again, the sibling said in her mind. I swore I was done with humans. Then it's good that Spren, like humans, can change their minds, Navani said. She was a little surprised to find her body as she remembered it, with a cut in her hava, bloodstained where the knife had taken her. Our bond is unusual, the sibling said. I still do not know what I think of what we've done. If we meant our words and keep them, does it matter? What of Fabrials? The sibling asked. You did not promise to stop capturing Spren. We will find a compromise, Navani said, picking her way out of the room with the crystal pillar. We will work together to find an acceptable path forward. Will it be like your compromise with Raboniel, where you tricked her? That was the best compromise she and I could come to, and we both knew it, Navani said. You and I can do better. I wish to believe you, the sibling said. But as of yet, I do not. I am sorry. Merely another problem to solve, Navani said, through application of logic and hope in equal measure. She approached Raboniel's fallen body in the hallway, then knelt over it. Thank you. The eyes opened. Navani gasped. Raboniel? You lived. Good. One of her hands twitched. It seemed that Moash had cut her with his blade low enough that it hadn't burned out her eyes, though one arm and both legs were obviously dead. Navani raised her hand to her lips. Do not weep, Raboniel whispered. I would have killed you to accomplish my goal. Instead, you saved me. Raboniel breathed in a shallow breath, but said nothing. We'll meet again, Navani said. You will be reborn. No, if I die, I will return. And my soul is burned almost all the way. Do not, please, please. What then? Navani said. This new light works. My daughter is truly gone, so I made more anti-void light. Where? Raboniel rocked her head to the side, toward her desk, situated in the hallway near the opening to the crystal pillar room. Navani rose and searched through the drawers, finding a black sack containing a diamond filled with the precious, terrible light. She returned and affixed the diamond to the dagger, which was wet with Moash's blood. After cleaning it and reversing the metal strip, she knelt beside Raboniel. "Are you sure?" Navani asked. Raboniel nodded. Her hand twitched, and Navani reached over and held it, which made the fused relax. "I have done what I wished. Odium is worried he may allow an ending." "Thank you," Navani said softly. "I never thought I would be sane at the end." Navani raised the dagger, and for the first time she wondered if she was strong enough for this. "I do wish," Raboniel said, "I could hear rhythms again." "Then sing with me," Navani said, and began to sing Honor's tone. The fused smiled, then managed a weak hum to Odium's tone. Navani modulated her tone, lowering her voice until the two snapped together in harmony one last time. Navani positioned the dagger above the wound in Raboniel's breast. "End it, Navani," Raboniel whispered, letting the song cease. "Make sure they let it all end." "I will," she whispered back. Then, humming her best, holding the hand of a former immortal, Navani thrust the dagger in deep. Raboniel's nerves had mostly been severed, so she didn't spasm as her daughter had. Her eyes went a glassy marble white, and a breath escaped her lips. Black smoke, as her insides burned away. Navani kept humming until the smoke dissipated. "You have performed a kindness," the sibling said in her head. "I feel awful. That is part of the kindness." "I am sorry," Navani said, "for discovering this light. It will let Spren be killed." "It was coming to us," the sibling said. "Consequences once chased only humans. With the recreants, the consequences became ours as well. You have simply sealed that truth as eternal." Navani pressed her forehead against Raboniel's, as the fused had done for her daughter. Then she rose, surrounded by exhaustion Spren. Storms. Without the tower light infusing her, her fatigue returned. How long had it been since she'd slept? Too long. But today, she needed to be a queen. She tucked the dagger away. It was too valuable to simply leave lying around, and took her copy of Rhythm of War under her arm. She left a note on Raboniel's corpse, just in case. "Do not dispose of this hero's body without first consulting the queen." Then she went to create order from the chaos of a tower suddenly set free.
Taravangian awoke late in the day. He barely remembered falling asleep. He barely could barely think. He was stupid. Stupider than he'd ever been before. That made him weep. Stupid weeping. He cried and cried, overwhelmed by emotion and shame-spren, a sense of failure, of anger at himself. He lay there until hunger drove him to stand. His thoughts were like crem, thick, slow. He stumbled down to the window where they had left his basket of food. Trembling, he clutched it, weeping at his hunger. It seemed so strong, and storms he drew so many spren when stupid. He sat beside his fake hearth and couldn't help wishing that Dalinar could be there with him. How grand that had been, to have a friend, a real friend who understood him. He trembled at the idea, then began digging in the basket. He stopped as he found a note, written by Renarin Kholin, sealed by his signet. Taravangian sounded out each glyph. It took forever, drawing a fleet of concentration spren like ripples in the air, for him to figure out what it said. 2 words. I'm sorry. 2 gemstones, glowing brightly, were included with the note. What were these? I'm sorry. Why say that? What had the boy seen? He knew his future wasn't to be trusted. Other spren fled, and only fear spren attended him as he read those words. He needed to hide. He climbed off his chair and crawled to the corner. He quivered there until he felt too hungry. He crawled over and began eating the flatbread in the basket. Then some kind of purple, hazish vegetable mash, which he ate with his fingers. It tasted so good. Had he ever eaten anything so wonderful? He cried over it. The gemstones continued to glow, large ones, with something moving in them. Hadn't he been told to watch for something like that? Thunder crackled in the sky, and Taravangian looked up. Was that the Everstorm? No, it was a high storm. He hadn't realized it would come today. Thunder rattled the shutters, and he dropped the bread. He hid again in the corner with globs of trembling fearspren. The thunder sounded angry. He knows, Taravangian thought. The enemy knows what I've done. No, wrong storm. He needed a way to summon odium. Those gems, that was what they were for. It would happen today. Today he died. Today it ended. The door to his hut slammed open, broken at the hinges. Outside, guards scrambled away from a figure silhouetted against a darkening sky. The storm was almost here. And Szeth had come with it. Taravangian gasped, terrified, as this was not the death he had foreseen. He'd waited so long for a transcendent day when he would be supremely intelligent again. He'd never wondered about the opposite. A day when he was all emotion. A day when thoughts didn't move in his brain and spren swarmed him, feeding gluttonously upon his passions. Szeth stood quietly, his illusion gone, his bald head freshly shaved, reflecting the light of the spears that had spilled from the basket. How did you know? The Shin finally asked. And how long have you known? Known? Taravangian forced out, crawling to the side through the fear spread. My father, Szeth said. Taravangian blinked. He could barely understand the words. He was so stupid. Emotions fought inside him. Terror. Relief that it would soon be over. How did you know my father was dead? Szeth demanded, striding into the room. How did you know that Ishar reclaimed his sword? How? Szeth no longer wore white. He'd changed to an Alethi uniform. Why? Oh, disguise, yes. He wore the terrible sword at his side. It was too big. The tip of the sheath dragged against the wooden floor. Taravangian hunched to the wall, trying to find the right words. Szeth, the sword. You must... I must do nothing, Szeth said, approaching steadily. I ignore you as I ignore the voices in the shadows. You know the voices, Taravangian. The ones you gave me. Taravangian huddled down, closing his eyes, waiting, too overcome with emotion to do anything else. What are these? Szeth said. Taravangian opened his eyes. The gemstones. Szeth picked them up, frowning. He hadn't drawn that terrible sword. Say something. What should he say? Szeth couldn't harm those. Taravangian needed them. Please, he cried, don't break them. Szeth scowled, then threw them, one after the other, at the stone wall, shattering them. Strange spren escaped, transparent wind spren that trailed red light. They laughed, spinning around Zeth.
Please, Taravangian said through the tears. Your sword. Odium, you...
Ever you manipulate me, Zeth interrupted, watching the wind spread. Ever you seek to stain my hands with the blood of those you would kill. You brought all this upon you, Taravangian. The world would have been able to stand against the enemy if you hadn't made me murder half their monarchs.
No,
Taravangian said. He stood up with effort, scattering the spren around him, his heart thundering in his chest. His vision immediately began to swim. He'd stood up too quickly.
We killed to save the world.
Let us die to save lives, Zeth said softly, tracking Taravangian with eyes dark and shadowed from the room's poor light, now that the spheres were gone. Idiocy. But I wasn't ever to object. I was truthless. I simply followed orders. Tell me, do you think that absolves a man?
No,
Taravangian said, trembling with the weight of his guilt, shame-spren bursting around him and floating as petals of rockbud blossoms to the ground. A good answer. You are wise for one so stupid. Taravangian tried to dash away past Zeth, but of course his legs gave out. He got tripped and collapsed in a heap. He groaned, his heart thumping, his vision swimming. A moment later, strong hands lifted him and slammed him back against the wall amid swarming exhaustion spren. Something snapped in Taravangian's shoulder, and pain spiked through his body. He drooped in Zeth's grip, breathing out in wheezes. The room started to grow golden. All this time, Zeth said, I wanted to keep my honor. I tried so hard. You took advantage of that. You broke me, Taravangian. Light. That golden light.
Zeth,
Taravangian said, feeling blood on his lips. Storms.
Zeth, he is here.
I decide now, Zeth said, reaching toward his waist, not for the terrible sword, but for the small knife he was wearing beside it. I finally decide. Me. No one else compelling me. Taravangian, know that in killing you, I make it my choice. Rumbling thunder, a brilliant, terrible golden light. Odium appeared. When he did, his face was distorted, his eyes shining with angry power. Thunder broke the landscape, and Zeth began to fade.
You should not tempt me today, Taravangian,
Odium thundered.
I have lost my champion again, and now I am bound by an agreement I do not want. How do they know how to move against me? Have you betrayed me, Taravangian? Have you been speaking to Ja'anat? What have you done?
The awe of that force, that transcendent power, left Taravangian quivering, spren of a dozen varieties swirling around him, fighting for his attention. So many emotions. He barely noticed Zeth pulling the knife free, for he was so overwhelmed. Awed, frightened, excited all at once. Fear won. Taravangian cried out, his shoulder afire with pain, his body broken. His plans had been silly. How had he thought to outthink a god when stupid? He couldn't do that when smart. No wonder he'd failed. Did you fail? The sword is here. Odium is here. Cold steel bit Taravangian's skin as Zeth stabbed him right in the chest. At the same moment, Taravangian felt something pushing through his fear, his pain. An emotion he'd never thought to feel himself. Bravery. Bravery surged through him so powerfully he could not help but move. It was the dying courage of a man on the front lines charging an enemy army. The glory of a woman fighting for her child. The feeling of an old man on his last day of life stepping into darkness. Bravery. The physical realm faded as Odium pulled Taravangian into the place between worlds. Taravangian's body was not as weak here. This form was a manifestation of his mind and soul, and those were strong. The sword at Szeth's waist, that strange, terrible sword, manifested here in this realm where Odium brought Taravangian. The god looked down and saw the curling black darkness and seemed surprised. Taravangian seized the sword and pulled it free of its scabbard, hearing it scream for pleasure. He turned and thrust it upward, black smoke curling around his hands. "Destroy!" the sword bellowed. "Destroy!" Taravangian rammed it up into Odium's chest. The sword drank greedily of the god's essence, and as it did, Taravangian felt a snap. His body dying. Szeth finishing the job. He knew it immediately. Taravangian was dead. Anger rose in him like he had never known. Szeth had killed him. Odium screamed, and the golden place shattered, turning to darkness. The sword undulated in Taravangian's grip, pulling power from the god it had stabbed. The figure that contained Odium's power, the person who controlled it, evaporated, taken by the sword. That alone was so much investiture that Taravangian felt the sword grow dull in his fingers. Full, lethargic, as when a hot brand was shoved into a barrel of water there was an initial hiss. But this power was too vast for the sword to drink. It killed the person holding that power, however, which left a hole, a need, a vacuum, like a gemstone suddenly without stormlight. It reached out, and Taravangian felt a distinct connection to it. Passion, hatred. Today, Taravangian was only passion. Hatred, fear, anger, shame, awe, bravery. The power loved these things, and it surged around him, enveloping him. His soul vibrated. "Take me," the power pled, speaking not in words but in emotion. "You are perfect. I am yours." Taravangian hesitated briefly, then thrust his hands into the well of power, and ascended to godhood, becoming Odium. 114. Broken Gods. They should not be discarded, but helped to their potential, their final passions. Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days. Verlaine walked with Venley and his new friends, Dul, Mazish, and the others Venley had recruited, to the Oath Gate where Kaladin waited to transfer them to the Shattered Plains. Verlaine felt in a stupor, despite a day having passed since his revelation, since speaking his first words as a Truth Watcher. The Spren had been watching him from the heart of a Kremling. Verlaine and Venley had mistaken Toomey for a Void Spren, but he wasn't exactly the same thing. Once an ordinary Mist Spren, Toomey had let Ja'anat touch him, and in so doing make him into something new, a Spren of both honor and odium. Toomey pulsed to a new rhythm, the rhythm of war, something he had learned recently, something important for his siblings to hear. Nora knows, Verlaine thought. He suggested you, Toomey said, and told our mother about you. He was right. Our bond will be strong, and you will be wondrous. We are awed by you, Verlaine, the bridger of minds. We are honored. Honored. That felt good. To be chosen because of what he'd done. Kaladin waited for them at the transfer room. He made the transfer with the sill blade. The air of the Shattered Plains was wetter and felt familiar to Verlaine as they stepped onto a platform outside Narok. There, they met with Leshwi and the other 4 fused who, upon being transferred here earlier, had regained consciousness. Leshwi hovered over and tipped her head toward Kaladin in respect. "You could stay here at Narok," Kaladin said to her. "We'd welcome your aid."
"We fought against our own to preserve lives," Leshwi said. "We do not wish that to continue. We will find a third option outside this war. The path of the listeners. We'll find our way out here," Venli said to Confidence. "Somehow."
"Well, go with honor then," Kaladin said. "And with the Queen's promise. If you change your minds, or if you and yours need refuge, we'll take you in." The Heavenly Ones took to the air, humming to praise. They began lowering the new listeners and their supplies down into the chasm for the hike eastward. With the high storm past, and with Fused to watch for chasm fiends from above, they should be able to make their way to the eastern flats where the other listeners had gone. Verlaine gave Venli a hug and hummed to praise.
"I don't deserve any of this," she whispered to him. "I was weak, Verlaine."
"Then start doing better," he told her, pulling back. "That is the path of radiance, Venli. We're both on it now. Write me via Spanreed once you find the others, and give my best to Thud and Harvo if they made it." She hummed to appreciation.
"You will come to us soon?"
"Soon," he promised, then watched her go. Kaladin stepped up beside Verlaine and rested a hand on his shoulder. Verlaine couldn't feel the plate, though it was apparently always there, invisible but ready when needed. Like a shard blade, but made up of many spren. Kaladin didn't ask if Verlaine wanted to leave with the others. Verlaine had established that he needed to stay, at least until Renarin returned. Beyond that, well, there was something Verlaine had started to fear. Something nebulous, but, once it occurred to him, persistent. If the humans had a chance to win this war, but at the expense of taking the minds of all the singers as they'd done in the past, would they take it? Would they enslave an entire people again, if given the opportunity? The thought disturbed him. He trusted Kaladin and his friends, but humankind? That was asking a lot. Someone needed to remain close in order to watch and be certain. He would visit the listeners, but he was a Radiant, and he was Bridge 4. Urithiru was his home. "Come on," Kaladin said. "It's time to go give Teft a proper send-off. Among friends." Taravangian's vision expanded. His mind expanded. His essence expanded. Time started to lose meaning. How long had he been like this? He became the power. With it, he began to understand the Cosmere on a fundamental level. He saw that his predecessor had been sliding toward oblivion for a long, long time. Weakened by his battles in the past, then deeply wounded by honor, this being had been enslaved by the power. Failing to claim Dalinar, then losing the tower and Stormblessed, had left the being frail, vulnerable. But the power was anything but frail. It was the power of life and death, of creation and destruction, the power of gods. In his specific case, the power of emotion, passion, and, most deeply, the power of raw, untamed fury, of hatred unbound. In this new role, Taravangian had two sides. On one was his knowledge, ideas, understandings, truths, lies. Thousands upon thousands of possible futures opened up to him. Millions of potentials. So numerous that even his expanded godly mind was daunted by their variety. On the other side was his fury. The terrible fury, like an unbridled storm, churned and burned within him. It, too, was so overwhelming he could barely control it. He was aware of what he'd left behind in the mortal realm. Szeth had long since climbed to his feet and sheathed Nightblood. Beside him, the assassin had found a burned-out corpse, mostly eaten by the sword's attack. That was Ray's, Taravangian's predecessor, but Szeth wasn't able to tell. The sword had consumed clothing and most of the flesh, leaving bits of stone-gray bone. "They think that's me," Taravangian thought, reading the possible futures. "Szeth didn't see what happened to me spiritually. He doesn't know Odium was here." Almost all possible futures agreed. Szeth would confess that he'd gone to kill Taravangian, but somehow Taravangian had drawn Nightblood, and the weapon had consumed him. They thought him dead. He was free. Free to destroy, to burn, to wreak havoc and terror upon those who had doubted him. No, free to plan, to devise a way to save the world from itself. He could see so far, see so much. He needed to think, to burn. No, to plot, to... Taravangian was startled as he became aware of something else. A growing power nearby, visible only to one such as him. A godly power, infinite and verdant. He was not alone. They gave Teft a king's funeral, soul-casting him to stone. A sculptor would be commissioned to create a depiction of Fenderana to erect next to it. The sibling said there was a room, locked away, where the ancient Radiants stood forever as stone sentries. It would feel good to see Teft among them, in uniform and looking at them all with a scowl despite the embalmer's best efforts. It felt right. All of Bridge 4 came, except for Rock. Scar and Dre had relayed the news after returning to the Shattered Plains. It seemed Kaladin wouldn't be seeing Rock again. Together, the men and women of Bridge 4 praised Teft, drank to him, and burned prayers for him in turn. Afterward, they sought a tavern to continue celebrating in a way Teft would have loved, even if he wouldn't have let himself participate. Kaladin waited as they drifted away. They kept checking on him, of course, worried for his health, worried about the darkness. He appreciated each and every one of them for it, but he didn't need that type of help today. He was kind of all right. A good night's sleep and finding peace restored to the tower had helped. So he sat there, looking at the statue created from Teft's body. The others finally seemed to sense he needed to be alone, so they left him. Syl landed beside him, fully sized in a Bridge 4 uniform. He could faintly feel her when she rested her head on his shoulder. "We won't stop missing him, will we?" she asked softly. "No, but that's all right, so long as we cling to the moments we had." "I can't believe you're taking this better than I am." "I thought you said you were recovering." "I am," she said. "This still hurts, though." Once the tower had been restored, she'd mostly returned to herself. Some of what she'd felt had been gloom from what Raboniel had done. Some of it wasn't. "We could ask Dalinar," Kaladin said. "Maybe there's something wrong with you. A bond or something unnatural." "He won't find one. I'm merely alive. And this is part of being alive. So I'm grateful, even if part of it stinks." He nodded. "Really stinks," she added. Then, for good measure, "Stinks like a human after... How long has it been since you had a bath?" He smiled, and the two of them remained there, looking up at Teft. Kaladin didn't know if he believed in the Almighty, or in the Tranquiline Halls, or whether people lived after they died. Yes, he'd seen something in a vision, but Dalinar had seen many dead people in his visions, and that didn't mean they still lived somewhere. He didn't know why Tien had given the wooden horse to him, as if to prove the vision was real, only for it to immediately vanish. That seemed to indicate Kaladin's mind had fabricated the meaning. He didn't let it prevent him from feeling that he'd accomplished something important. He'd laid down a heavy burden. The pain didn't go away, but most of the shame, that he let fall behind him. Eventually, he stood up and embraced Teth's statue. Then he wiped his eyes and nodded to Syl. They needed to keep moving forward, and that involved deciding what he was going to do with himself, now that the crisis had ended. Taravangian grew more capable by the moment. The power molded him as he bridled it. He stepped to the edge of infinity, studying endless possibilities as if they were a million rising suns and he were standing on the bank of an eternal ocean. It was beautiful. A woman stepped up beside him. He recognized her full hair, black and tightly curled, along with her vibrant round face and dark skin. She had another shape as well, many of them, but one deeper and truer than the others. "Do you understand now?" she asked him. "You needed someone who could tempt the power," Taravangian said, his light gleaming like gold, "but also someone who could control it. I asked for the capacity to save the world. I thought it was the intelligence, but later wondered if it was the ability to feel. In the end, it was both. You were preparing me for this. Odium's power is the most dangerous of the 16, she said. It ruled Reyes, driving him to destroy. It will rule you too, if you let it. They showed you this possibility, I assume, Taravangian said, looking at infinity. But this isn't nearly as certain as I imagined it. It shows you things that can happen, but not the hearts of those who act. How did you dare try something like this? How did you know I'd be up to the challenge?" "I didn't," she said. "I didn't. You were heading this direction. All I could do was hope that if you succeeded, my gift would work. That I had changed you into someone who could bear this power with honor. Such power. Such incredible power." Taravangian peered into infinity. He'd wanted to save his city and had succeeded. After that, he'd wanted to save Roshar. He could do that now. He could end this war. Storms, Dalinar and Odium's contract, which bound Taravangian just as soundly, would do that already. But beyond that, what of the entire Cosmere? He couldn't see that far yet. Perhaps he would eventually be able to. But he did know his predecessor's plans and had access to some of his knowledge. So Taravangian knew the Cosmere was in chaos, ruled by fools, presided over by broken gods. There was so much to do. He sorted through Odium's previous plans and saw all their flaws. How had he let himself be maneuvered into this particular deal with Dalinar? How had he let himself rely so much upon a contest of champions? Didn't he know? The way to win was to make sure that, no matter the outcome, you were satisfied. Odium should never have entered a deal he could not absolutely control. It can still be done, Taravangian realized, seeing the possibilities so subtle that his predecessor had missed. Yes, Dalinar has set himself up to fail. I can beat him. Teravangian, Cultivation said, holding her hand out to him. Come, let me teach you about what you've been given. I realize the power is overwhelming, but you can control it. You can do better than Reyes ever did. He smiled and took her hand. Inside, he exulted. Oh, you wonderful creature, he thought. You have no idea what you have done. He was finally free of the frailties of his body and position that had always controlled and defined him. He finally had the freedom to do what he desired. And now, Teravangian was going to save them all.
115. Testament.
Yes, I look forward to ruling the humans. Musings of El, on the first of the final 10 days.
Shallan sat by candlelight, writing quietly in her notebook. Adolin pulled his chair up beside her. She looks better, he said, than she did when I saw her in the market. But I don't know, Shallan. Shallan put down the pen, then took his hands, glancing to the side, where, in their little chamber in lasting integrity, her first spren sat on a chair, Pattern standing beside her and humming. Had the limp fibers of her head pattern straightened? In talking with Pattern, they decided upon an Alethi name for Shallan's previous cryptic, one that fit, best they could tell, with the meaning of her individual pattern. Testament does seem better, Adolin, Shallan said. Thank you for speaking with her. Maya sat on the floor, cross-legged, in a kind of warrior's pose. She hadn't recovered completely, but she was improved. And though she still didn't say much, Shallan doubted many beings, human or spren, had ever spoken words quite so valuable as Maya had at the trial. One might say, by simple economics, that Maya was one of the best orators who ever existed. If you aren't going to say much, then you might as well make what you do say mean something. It gave them hope that whatever Shallan had done to Testament could also be repaired. I'll try to explain everything Maya and I have done, Adolin said, as honor spren bells rang somewhere near. But the truth is, I don't think either of us know, and I'm not exactly an expert on all this. Recent events considered? I think you're the only expert. Shallan reached up and cupped his face. Thank you, Adolin, for being you. I'm sorry for the secrets. You did tell me, he said, eventually. He nodded toward the knife with the gemstone, still unused, which rested beside her open notebook on one side of the table. The cube Maraise had sent rested on the other side. The bells are ringing. Time? She removed her hand and situated herself at the desk. Adolin fell silent, waiting and watching as Shallan lifted the top of Maraise's cube. With help from Kalek, they'd gotten it open without harming the thing inside. A spren in the shape of a glowing ball of light, a strange symbol at the center. No one here recognized the variety of spren, but Wit called it a Sion. Are you well, Ayle? Shallan asked. It was said like A-lay. Yes? The spren whispered. You can come out of the cube. You don't need to live in there anymore. I'm supposed to stay. I'm not supposed to talk to you, to anyone. Shallan glanced at Adolin. The odd spren resisted attempts to get it free. It acted like an abused child. Another in the list of Maraise's crimes, Radiant thought. Agreed. Shallan replied. Radiant remained. They agreed that once they found the right path, she would eventually be absorbed as Vale had been. For now, Shallan's wounds were still fresh, practically bleeding, but what she'd done would finally let her begin to heal. And she knew why Pattern had always been so certain she would kill him, and why he'd acted like a newly bonded spren when she'd begun noticing him on the ship with Yasna. The simple answer was the true one. He had been newly bonded. And Shallan had not one shard blade, but two. She still had questions. Things about her past didn't completely align yet, though her memory was no longer full of holes. There was much they didn't understand. For example, she was certain that during the years between killing Testament and finding Pattern, her powers had still functioned in some small ways. Some of this, Kalek said, had to do with the nature of Deadeyes. Before the Recreants, they had never existed. Kalek said he thought this was why Mraize was hunting him. Something to do with the fall of the Singers and the Knights Radiant, so long ago, and the imprisoning of a specific spren. "Contact Mraize, please, spren," she whispered to the ball of light. "It is time." The ball floated into the air, and the next part took barely a moment. The globe of light shifted to make a version of his face, speaking to her. "Little knife," the face said in Mraize's voice. "I trust the deed has been done?" "I did it," Shallan said. "It hurts so much, but she is gone." "Excellent. That... she, little knife?" "Vale and I are one now, Mraize," Shallan said, resting her hand on her notebook, which contained the fascinating things Kalek had told her about other worlds, other planets, places he desperately wished to see. Like the other heralds, Kalek wasn't entirely stable. He was unable to commit to ideas or plans. However, to one thing he had committed. He wanted off Roshar. He was convinced that Odium would soon take over the world completely and restart torturing all the heralds. Kalek would do practically anything to escape that fate. There was a long pause from Mraize. "Shallan," he finally said, "we do not move against other Ghost Bloods." "I'm not one of the Ghost Bloods," Shallan said. "None of us ever were, not fully. And now we are stepping away." "Don't do this. Think of the cost." "My brothers? Is that what you're referencing? You must know by now that they are no longer in the Tower, Mraize. Pattern and Wit got them out before the occupation even occurred. Thank you for this Sion, by the way. Wit says that unbound ones are difficult to come by, but they make for extremely handy communication across realms." "You will never have your answers, Shallan." "I have what I need. Thank you very much," she said, as Adolin put a comforting hand on hers. "I've been speaking to Kalek, the Herald. He seems to think the reason you're hunting him is because of an unmade. Ba Ado Mishram? The one who connected to the Singers long ago, giving them forms of power? The one who, when trapped, stole the Singers' minds and made them into Parshmen? Why do you want the gemstone that holds Ba Ado Mishram, Mraize? What are you intending to do with it? What power do the Ghost Bloods seek with a thing that can bind the minds of an entire people?" Mraize didn't respond. The Sion, imitating his face, hovered in place, expressionless. "I'll be returning to the tower soon," Shallan said, "along with those honor spren who have decided, in light of recent revelations, to bond with humans. When I do, I expect to find you and yours gone. Perhaps if you cover yourself well, I won't be able to track you down. Either way, I am going to find that gemstone before you do. And if you get in my way, well, it will be a fun hunt, wouldn't you say?"
This will not end well for you, Shallan, Mraize said. You make an enemy of the most powerful organization in all the Cosmere.
I think we can handle you.
Perhaps. Can you handle my master? Can you handle her master?
Thydekar? Shallan guessed.
Ah, so you've heard of him.
The Lord of Scars, Wit calls him. Well, when you next meet this Lord of Scars, give him a message from me.
He comes here in Avatar only, Mraize said. We are too far beneath his level to be worthy of more.
Then tell his avatar something for me. Tell him we're done with his meddling. His influence over my people is finished. She hesitated, then sighed. Wit had asked nicely. Also, Wit says to tell him, deal with your own stupid planet, you idiot. Don't make me come over there and slap you around again.
So it must be, Mraize said. Know that in doing this, you have moved against the Ghost Bloods in the most offensive of ways. We are now at war, Shallan.
You've always been at war, Shallan said. I've finally picked a side. Goodbye, Mraize. End contact. The floating spren molded into a globe instead of Mraize's face. Shallan sat back, trying not to feel overwhelmed.
Whoever they are, Adolin said, we can handle them.
Ever optimistic? Well, he had good reason. With the leaders of the Honor Spren in disgrace, and lasting integrity open again to all who would visit, he had accomplished his mission. He'd been correct all along, both about the Honor Spren and about Shallan herself. Shallan reached forward and flipped to the next page in her notebook, where she'd done a drawing using Collect's descriptions. It showed a pattern of stars in the sky and listed the many worlds among them. Shallan had kept her head down too long. It was time to soar. The listeners raised bows toward Venli as she walked up to their camp, alone, after insisting that the others stay back a few hundred feet. She didn't blame the listeners for turning weapons against her. They assumed she had come to finish the job she'd started, so she raised her hands and hummed to peace, waiting and waiting and waiting. Finally, Thud himself emerged from behind their fortification of piled rocks. Storms, it was good to see him. By the counts they'd done from the air, almost all of them must have made it through the Narrows and out this side. 1,000 listener adults, along with many children. Thud approached, wearing war form, but he stopped short of striking range. Venli continued to stand and hum, feeling 100 bows focused on her. This eastern plain beyond the hills was a strange place, so open, and full of a surprising amount of grass.
Storms? Venli?
Thud turned to dash back behind the fortifications. She realized he must have just now seen her patterns. She was wearing a form he'd never known, so of course he hadn't recognized her from a distance. "Thud!" she called out, taking in enough stormlight to glow in the daylight. "Thud, please?" He stopped, seeing her light. "Did my mother make it?" she asked to Longing. "Is she alive?"
"She is," he called. "But her mind is gone."
"I think I might have a way to heal her."
"Traitor!" he shouted. "You think I believe you? You would have had us killed."
"I understand," she said softly to Consolation. "I deserve everything you can call me, and more. But I'm trying as I never did before. Please, listen to what I have to say." He wavered, then crossed the stone to meet her.
"Do the others know where we are? Does the enemy know?"
"I'm not sure," Venli said. The humans found you. One fused knew of you, but she is dead now. I don't know who she told.
What is a fused?
There's a lot you don't know, Venli said. Our gods have returned. Terrible as warned. I was largely responsible for this, even if Relaine says he's certain they would have found their way back anyway. Thude perked up at Relaine's name. We're going to have to do something to protect ourselves, Venli said. Something to make everyone leave us alone. She held out her hand, and a little spren in the shape of a comet flew up from the grass and started circling it. She's new to this realm, and a little confused, but she's seeking someone to bond and make into a radiant, like me and my friends.
You came to us last time with a spren who wanted a bond,
Thude said to reprimand.
and what happened?
This will be different, Venli said, a light with stormlight. I've changed. I promise you all the time you need to test my words, to decide without being pushed. For now, please let me see my mother. He hummed to winds at last, a sign for her to follow as he started walking back to camp. Venli attuned joy.
There are more of these spren that will make listeners into radiants?
He asked. Yes, she said.
How many?
Hundreds, she said. The rhythm of joy grew loud inside Venli as she entered the camp, though many who saw her hummed to anxiety. She cared for only one sight. An old singer woman sitting by a tent made from woven reeds. Venli's heart leaped, and the rhythms sounded more pure, more vibrant. Jaxlim really was alive. Venli rushed forward, collapsing to her knees before Jaxlim, feeling as if she were again a child, in the good way. "Mother?" she asked. Jaxlim looked up at her. There was no recognition in the old listener's eyes.
Without her,
Thude said, stepping up beside Venli.
we're losing the songs. Nobody else who knew them escaped.
It's all right, Venli said, wiping her tears. It's going to be all right. Timber within Venli let out a glorious song. Venli held out her hand, and the little light spren inched into the air, then began spinning around Venli's mother. The Reachers were searching for people who exemplified their ideal, freedom, and the listeners were the perfect representation. However, a radiant bond required volition, and her mother couldn't speak ideals, though the Reachers indicated that the start of the bonding process didn't require that. They also thought becoming radiant would heal her mother, though they couldn't say for certain. Mental wounds were difficult, they explained, and healing depended greatly on the individual. Jaxlim could still want this, couldn't she? She could still choose? Listen, Mother, Venli pled to peace. Hear me, please. Venli began singing the Song of Mornings, the first song she'd learned, her mother's favorite. As she sang, listeners gathered around, lowering their weapons. They started humming rhythms to match hers. When she finished, Thude knelt beside her. The little spren had slipped into Jaxlim's body to seek her gem-ball, but no change had happened yet. Venli took out a stormlight sphere, but her mother did not drink it in.
It was beautiful,
Thude said.
It's been too long since I heard one of the songs.
I will restore them to you, Venli whispered. If you'll have me. I understand completely if you won't, but I've brought other Radiants with me, my friends, along with some of the enemy who have chosen to defect and become listeners. Thude hummed to skepticism. Again, if you turn me aside, that is understandable, Venli said. But at least, listen to my friends. You're going to need allies to survive in this new world. A world of surge binders. We can't go alone as we did before.
We're not alone,
Thude said.
I think you'll find that things have changed for us, as they have for you.
Venli hummed to consideration. Then she heard a scraping sound, like rock on rock. Or claws on rock? A shadow fell over Venli, and she started, staring up at a powerful long neck with a wicked arrowhead face on the end. A chasm fiend, here, and no one was panicking. Storms. That's, she whispered. That's how you got out of the chasms that night? During the storm? Thude hummed confidence. Before she could demand answers, something else interrupted her. A voice. Venli? Venli? Is that you? Venli looked down to see that her mother's eyes had focused, seeing her. Your words, Venli, a distant female voice said in her mind, are now accepted.
116. Mercy.
Nearly as much as I look forward to serving you, newest Odium, who was so recently one of them. You understand. And you are the one I've been waiting to worship.
Musings of El on the first of the final 10 days. Around 4 hours after Teft's funeral, Kaladin went looking for Dalinar. The Blackthorn had returned the previous night, but Kaladin had been too exhausted that evening to do more than salute him, then find his bed. So he excused himself from the party at Jor's winehouse and soared up toward the top of the tower. It felt good to fly up all on his own. Here, as reported by the messenger who brought him the news, Kaladin and Syl found the bondsmith, the Stormfather's bondsmith, taking reports with Navani, the other bondsmith. That was going to take some getting used to. Kaladin and Syl intended to linger outside the small council room until Dalinar finished his current meeting, but as soon as he saw them, he broke it off and came trotting over.
Kaladin, he said, I've been meaning to speak with you.
You've been busy, sir, Kaladin said. He glanced down at his uniform. Maybe I shouldn't be wearing this. Dalinar actually blushed. What a remarkable sight.
About that, he said. I should have known I couldn't and shouldn't try to relieve someone like you from...
Sir, Kaladin interrupted. He glanced at Syl, who nodded. He turned back to Dalinar. Sir, you were right. I have a lot of healing to do before I should be in command again.
Even still,
Dalinar asked, glancing at Kaladin's forehead and the missing brands.
After what you've accomplished? After swearing the fourth ideal?
The ideals don't fix us, sir, Kaladin said. You know that. We have to fix ourselves. Perhaps with a little help. He saluted. We were on the correct path with me, sir. I need to take time away from the battle. Maybe so much time that I never return to full command. I have work to do, helping men like me in Dabbit. I'd like your permission to continue.
Granted,
Dalinar said.
You've grown, soldier. Few men have the wisdom to realize when they need help. Fewer still have the strength to go get it. Well done. Very well done.
Thank you, sir, Kaladin said. Dalinar hesitated. Something seemed to be troubling him. He put his hands behind his back, watching Kaladin. Everyone else was celebrating, not Dalinar. What is it, sir? Kaladin asked.
I haven't made it public knowledge yet, but Odium and I have set a time for our contest of champions.
That's excellent, Kaladin said. How long?
10 days.
10 days? Delanar nodded. Syl gasped, and Kaladin felt a spike of alarm. He'd always kind of thought... He'd spent this year assuming that... Sir, Kaladin said, I can't...
I know, son,
Delanar said quietly.
You weren't right for the champion job anyway.
This is the sort of thing a man must do himself. Kaladin felt cold. 10 days. The war. Does this mean it will be over?
One way or another, it will end,
Delanar said. The terms will enforce a treaty in 10 days following the contest. The contest will decide the fate of Alethkar, among other items. Regardless, the hostilities will continue until that day, and so we must remain vigilant. I expect the enemy to make a play to capture what he can before the treaty finalizes borders. I perhaps made a miscalculation there. Regardless, an end is in sight. But I'm going to need help from someone before this contest arrives. The fight won't simply be a sword fight. I can't explain what it will be. I don't know that I understand yet either. But I'm increasingly confident I need to master what I can of my powers. I don't know if I can help with that, sir, Kaladin said. Though we share a surge, our abilities seem very different. Yes, but there is one who can help me. Unfortunately, he's insane. And so, Kaladin, I do not need you as a soldier right now. I need you as a surgeon. You are of the few who personally understand what it means to have your own mind betray you. Would you be willing to go on a mission to recover this individual and find a way to help him? So he can help me? Of course, sir, Kaladin said. Who is it? The Herald Ishi, Delanar said. Creator of the Oath Pact, Herald of Truth, and original binder of the Fused. Syl whistled softly. Sir, Kaladin said, feeling unnerved. 10 days isn't enough to help someone with ordinary battle shock. It will take years, if we can even find proper methods. To help a herald? Well, sir, their problems seem far beyond mine. I know, soldier, Delanar said. But I think Ishar's malady is supernatural in nature, and he gave me clues to help him recover. All I need from you now is an agreement to help, and a willingness to travel to Shinovar in somewhat odd company. Sir? Kaladin asked. I'll explain later, Delanar said. I need time to think this over, decide what I really want to do. Kaladin nodded, but glanced at Syl, who whistled again. 10 days, she said. I guess it's happening. Delanar started back toward his meeting, then paused and reached for something on a nearby table. A flute. Wits flipped. Lift had this, Delanar said, handing it toward Kaladin. She said that Dabbit recognized it as yours. It is, Kaladin said with awe. How is Lift, by the way? My lunch is gone, Delanar said, so I'd say she's doing fine. We found her spren once the tower was restored, and they have, for some reason, decided to begin carrying around a bright red chicken. He sighed. Anyway, she said she found that flute in a merchant's bin down in the breakaway. One who sells salvage from the Shattered Plains. There might be other things your men were forced to abandon there. Huh. Did you say which merchant? Kaladin asked. The pursuer drew in a deep, angry breath as he woke. Then he screamed in rage. It felt good to have lungs again. It felt good to shout his frustration. He would continue to scream it. Killed. A second time. By that Windrunner. That insolent mortal who thought his victory was due to his skill and not raw luck. The pursuer screamed again, glad for the sound to accompany his fury. His voice echoed. He was someplace dark, but enclosed. That made him pause. Shouldn't he be out in the storm?
Are you quite done, defeated one?
A voice said in their language, but with no rhythm. The pursuer sat up, twisting to look around.
Who dares call me?
He cut off as he saw who stood on the other side of the room, lit only by a void light sphere held casually in his hand. A sleek figure looking out a dark window, his back to the pursuer. The figure had twisting horns on his head and carapace that reflected the light wrong. He always ripped off his natural carapace formations at each rebirth, then replaced them with metal inclusions. They were incorporated into his body by void light healing and his own special talents. L, the one with no title. The pursuer silenced himself. He didn't fear this fused. He feared no one, but to L, he did not complain.
Where am I?
The pursuer asked instead.
Why have I been reborn so quickly? I was unbraced for barely a day before I felt the pull.
We didn't want to wait, L said softly, still facing away from the pursuer. No rhythms. L was forbidden rhythms.
So we had it done the old way, the way before the storms. I thought Odium wasn't doing that any longer. Our new god made an exception, defeated one.
The pursuer grunted, picking himself up off the ground.
They gave your title to another, you know, a human. I've heard. Disrespectful, the pursuer said to derision. It should have remained unused. Give me that void light. I need to recharge myself to earn back my legacy.
Earn back? The pursuer forced himself to keep his tone respectful, to not shout. The one with no title could be difficult.
I will hunt the mortal who killed me, the pursuer said. I will kill him and then anyone he ever loved. I will murder mortal after mortal until my vengeance is recognized, my atonement made. I assume you all know this if you couldn't wait for me to be reborn. So give me that damn void light.
L turned, smiling in the shadows.
It is for you, Lezian. Excellent, the pursuer said, stalking forward. But you mistook me, L said. When we said we did not want to have to wait for your rebirth, it was not your convenience that troubled us, but mine. I am very curious, you see, and you were the sole appropriate subject. Subject for what? The pursuer asked, reaching the window and looking out over Kolinar at night. Oh, to see if this really works.
L raised the void light sphere, and the pursuer saw it was attached to a knife. Did the light look wrong somehow? Warping the air around the gemstone?
I think this might hurt, L said,
then grabbed the pursuer by the front of his beard.
Enjoy this final passion, defeated one.
He plunged the knife down as the pursuer struggled, and his soul ripped itself apart. Kaladin walked the now bright streets of the breakaway, bathed in cool, steady light from above. The transformation the tower had undergone already was amazing. The air had become as warm as it was in Aesir, an envelope of temperate weather that extended out to the fields. People breathed more easily now. The entire tower was not only properly ventilated, it had water running through hidden pipes into many rooms, like they had in rich cities such as Kharbranth. And that was just the beginning. While some rooms in the tower had once held normal wooden doors, many others had stone doors that opened to the touch. They hadn't realized how many rooms they'd missed while exploring because they'd been closed when the tower had last shut down. The place was truly a wonder. He finally found the merchant shop Lift had told Dalinar about. Though the hour was growing late, the market was busy with people celebrating, so a lot of the shops were open, this one included. Kaladin was directed to a bin of salvage, and he began rifling through it, Syl on his shoulder. He found Rock's razor, and some of Sigzil's brush pens, and he held up a miniature wooden horse, carved in exacting detail. Syl breathed out an awed sound. "I lost this before coming to the Shattered Plains," Kaladin said. "I lost this in Alethkar. Tien gave it to me the day we were recruited into the army, and it was taken with my other things when I became a slave. How?" He clutched the horse close to his chest. He was so amazed that he walked off and had to come running back to pay for what he'd taken. After that, he trotted back toward the tavern. He'd promised earlier that he would meet Dabbit, Norrell, and the others he'd rescued from the monastery sick rooms to decompress from yesterday's events. Kaladin would do as Dalinar asked, and go to save the Herald Ishi. That was for tomorrow, however. Today, Kaladin had another promise to keep. After all, he'd told Teft he would join these meetings and start taking care of himself. Dalinar felt energized as he smelled the crisp, cool air of the mountains. He stood at the very top of the tower, drinking it in while holding Navani, her warmth pressed against him. The sun had set, and he'd had enough of reports for the day. He wanted time with his wife and to look at the stars. "I should have known you'd find a way out of it on your own," he whispered to Navani as Noman bathed them in light. "I should have seen your potential." She squeezed his arms. "I didn't see it either. I spent a long time refusing to do so." Dalinar heard a rumbling in his mind. Not angry rumbling, though. More contemplative. "The Stormfather doesn't know what to make of this," Dalinar said. "I think he finds it strange. Apparently his bondsmith and the Night Watcher's bondsmith sometimes had relationships, but the siblings' bondsmith was always apart. The sibling is curious that way," Navani said. "I'll introduce you once they are ready. It might take them time." "As long as it's within 10 days, Dalinar said. "I can't guarantee what will happen after then." "That deal you made," she said. "I'm sorry. I had to make an agreement while I had him. It isn't everything we wanted, but it's a good deal, Dalinar," Navani said. "Inspired, even. We will have peace, even if we have to give up Alethkar. I think we've all been coming to realize that was a probability. Instead, this gives us a chance. I just wish that last bit you agreed to. That worries me." He nodded. "Yes," he whispered. "I know." This was his job, though, to sacrifice himself, if need be, for everyone else. And that Taravangian was right. It still felt so wrong for Taravangian to be dead. Dalinar would never have a chance to prove to Taravangian that Dalinar's way was correct. Gone, without a farewell, burned away in another stupid plot to manipulate Zed. "At least we can stop the bloodshed," Navani said. "Tell our troops to hold position and wait for the contest." "Yes," Dalinar said. Unless... should Dalinar have insisted the contest happen sooner? He didn't feel ready, but would he ever? Something feels wrong, he thought. Something has changed. We need to be ready for these next 10 days. He felt that truth like a twisting in his stomach. "I feel your tension," Navani said. "I'm second-guessing what I've done," Dalinar said. "The best information we have indicates this contest is our most reasonable hope of success," Navani said. "And I doubt anyone the enemy presents can best Stormblessed."
I'm not going to pick Kaladin, Gemwart.
Why? Navani asked. He's our best warrior.
No, Dalinar said. He's our best soldier. But even if he were in peak fighting shape, I don't think he'd be our best warrior. Or our best killer. Wit says the enemy can't violate our agreement, and isn't likely to try to misinterpret it, not intentionally. In fact, Wit seems to think the victory is already ours. But he got what he wanted. Odium will remain trapped either way. I'm worried, though. There's more I'm missing, I'm sure of it. At the very least, I think I left Odium too much room to continue fighting in the coming 10 days.
We'll find the answers, Dalinar, Navani said. We have a goal now. If we can win this contest, that will be enough. We will find a way to live in this new world, with the singers in their lands and humans in ours.
Navani squeezed his arm again, and he took a deep breath, intent on enjoying this moment. Storms, it felt good to be holding her. Beneath them, the tower's lights shone brightly in the night, and down in the corridors, it was positively warm. He'd had to come all the way up here to smell mountain air.
I should have known, Dalinar repeated, about you.
I don't think so, Navani said. It was a remarkable stroke of luck that I figured it all out.
Not luck, Dalinar said.
Conviction, brilliance. I was scared for you, but should have remembered when I was scared of you, and realized how much danger the Fused were in by trying to take your fabrials from you. You are incredible. You've always been incredible.
She breathed out a long, contented sigh.
What? He said.
It's good to hear someone say that.
He held her for an extended moment of peace. But eventually, their crowns came calling. People came looking for Navani to settle something regarding the tower, and she was forced to leave. Dalinar lingered on the top of the tower. He settled down on the edge, putting his legs over the side, the place where Kaladin had reportedly leapt into the darkness of the storm.
You were wise to give the Windrunner more time during his fall, the Stormfather said, approaching Dalinar. You were wise to show mercy.
It's an important concept to learn, Dalinar said to him. The more you study it, the more human you will become.
I do not wish to become human, the Stormfather said. But perhaps I can learn. Perhaps I can change.
That's all it takes, Dalinar said. A willingness.
You are wrong, though. I do understand mercy. I have expressed it on occasion.
Really? Dalinar said, curious. When?
117. One final gift. 14 months ago. Eshonai hit the ground of the chasm in a furious splash. Above, the battle for Narak continued, and the rest of the listeners summoned the Everstorm. She should be leading them. She was foremost among them. She leaped to her feet and shouted to a dozen horrible rhythms in a row, her voice echoing in the chasm. It did no good. She had been defeated by the human shard-bearer, sent tumbling into the chasms. She needed to get out of here and find the fight again. She started trudging forward. Though the water came up to her waist, the flow was not swift. It was merely a constant, steady stream from the weeping. And in shard plate, she was able to walk against the current, her greaves flooded with chill water. Which way was which? The lack of light confused her, but after a moment of thinking, she realized she was being silly. She didn't need to go either direction. She needed to go up. The fall must have dazed her more than she'd realized. She picked a rough-feeling section of wall and began clawing her way up. She managed to get halfway to the top, using the awesome gripping strength of shard plate. the rhythm of conceit pounding in her ears. But then the way the chasm wall bulged presented a problem. In the darkness, she couldn't find a proper handhold, and the flashes of lightning above were too brief to help. Lightning? Was that lightning too frequent, too bright, to be coming from other storm forms? Her own powers had been ruined by the water, naturally. She could barely feel any energy in her. It flooded out the moment it started to build. What was happening? That was the Everstorm coming, wasn't it? Yes, she could feel its power, its energy, its beauty. But there was something else. Listening to the howling wind, she realized what it was. A second storm. A high storm was coming as well. She attuned the rhythm of panic. The two storms clashed, making the very ground tremble. Clinging to the wall within the chasm, Eshonai felt the wind howling above. The lightning made her feel like she was blinking her eyes quickly, light and darkness alternating. Then she heard a roar, the terrible sound of water surging through the chasm, becoming an incredible wave. She braced herself, but when the water hit, it ripped her off the wall. It was here, within these high-storm rainwaters, that Eshonai's first battle began, the fight for survival. She slammed into a rock, her helmet cracking. Escaping stormlight lit the dark waters as they filled her helmet, suffocating her. She thrashed in the current and managed to grab something hard, an enormous boulder lodged into the center of the chasm. With a heave, she pulled herself out of the water. A few precious moments later, her helmet emptied, letting her gasp for air. "I'm going to die," she thought, the rhythm of destruction pounding in her ears. Water thundered around her, splashing her armor, and lightning spasmed in the sky above. "I'm going to die, as a slave." No. An ember within Eshonai came alive. The part of herself she'd reserved, the part that would not be contained, the part that made her let Thud and the others escape. It was the core of who she was, a person who had insisted on leaving the camps to explore, a person who had always longed to see what was over the next hill, a person who would not be held captive. That was when her second battle began. Eshonai screamed, trying to banish the rhythm of destruction. If she was to die here, she would die as herself. It was a high storm. In high storms, transformations came upon all people, listeners and humans alike. Within a high storm, death walked hand in hand with salvation, singing a harmony. Eshonai began summoning her blade, but in a rumbling flash, her boulder shifted and she lost her grip. The rhythm of panic ruled her briefly as she was again submerged. Lightning flashing above made the water seem to glow as she was smashed into one chasm wall, then another. "Not panic, not your rhythms. I reject you, my life, my death. I will be free!" Sunken deep in the water, Eshonai summoned her blade and rammed it into the chasm wall. For some reason, she thought she could hear its voice, far away. Screaming? She clung to it anyway, holding steady before the current. She banished all rhythms, but she could not breathe. Darkness began to close in upon her. Her lungs stopped burning, as if everything was going to be all right. There, a tone, the strange haunting one she'd heard when taking war form. It seemed one of the pure tones of Roshar. It began a stately rhythm. Then a second tone, chaotic and angry, appeared beside it. The two drew closer, closer, then snapped together. They melded into harmony, making a song of honor and odium both. A song for a singer who could fight, but also for a soldier who wanted to lay down her sword. She found this tone as in the blackness, a small spren, shaped like a shooting star, appeared ahead of her. Eshonai strained, reaching, clawing. Her head came above water, and then her helm blessedly emptied. The rush of the river was slowing. She gasped sweet air, but then her hand slipped from her sword, and she slipped back under the water and was towed away, though with less force than before. She attuned the rhythm of war, the rhythm of victories and losses, the rhythm of a life at its end. To its beats, she resummoned her blade and rammed it into the ground, holding it tightly as the waters slowed further. She would not die. She would live. She was strong enough. Her journey was not at an end. Not yet. She held on, belligerent, until the water slowed, until the weight of her plate was enough to resist the current without her effort, and she slumped against the bottom of the chasm, her back to the wall, water streaming over her. She felt at her side, where the plate had broken, as had her body. She bled from a deep gash here, her carapace ripped away. Each breath came as a ragged, sodden mess, and she tasted blood. But in her mind, she cycled through the rhythms of her childhood. Awe, confidence, mourning, determination, then peace. She had lost the first battle, but she had won the second. And so, to the rhythm of victory, she closed her eyes and found herself drifting in a place full of light. What is this? Eshonai thought.
You were highly invested when you died,
A voice said. It rumbled with the sound of 1,000 storms echoing through her.
So you persist for a short time.
Invested? Eshonai thought.
You were radiant when you died. You couldn't say the words under the water, but I accepted them anyway. How do you think you survived that long without breathing?
She floated. So, this is my soul?
Some would call it that,
Said the rider of storms.
Some would say it is a spren, formed by the power you left, imprinted with your memories. Either way, this is the end. You will pass into eternity soon, and even I cannot see what is beyond.
How long? Eshonai asked.
Minutes, not hours.
She had no eyes to close, but she relaxed in the light, floating. She could hear the rhythms, all of them at once, with accompanying songs. What did it mean, then? She asked as she waited. Life.
Meaning is a thing of mortals,
The rider said.
It is not a thing of storms.
That's sad.
Is it?
He asked.
I should think it encouraging. Mortals search for meaning, so it is proper they should create it. You get to decide what it meant, Eshonai. What you meant.
If I decide, then I failed, she thought. I gave my people to the enemy. I died alone, defeated. I betrayed the gift of my ancestors. I am a shame to all previous listeners.
I would think the opposite,
The rider said.
In the end, you made the same choice as your ancestors. You gave away power for freedom. You know those ancient listeners as few ever have, or ever will.
That gave her peace, as she felt her essence begin to stretch, as if it were moving towards something distant. Thank you, she said to the rider.
I did nothing. I watched you fall and did not stop it.
The rain cannot stop the bloodshed, she said, fading. But it washes the world afterward anyway. Thank you.
I could have done more, the rider replied. Perhaps I should have.
It is enough.
No, he said. I can give you one final gift.
Eshonai stopped stretching, and instead found herself pulled toward something powerful. She had no eyes, but she suddenly had an awareness. The storm. She had become the storm. She felt every rumble of thunder as her heart beat.
Watch,
the rider said.
You wanted to know what was beyond the next hill? See them all.
She soared with him, enveloping the land, flying above it. Her rain bathed each and every hill, and the rider let her see the world with the eyes of a god. Everywhere the wind blew, she was. Everything the rain touched, she felt. Everything the lightning revealed, she knew. She flew for what felt like an eternity, sustained by the rider's own essence. She saw humans in infinite variety. She saw the captive Parshmen, but saw the hope for their freedom. She saw creatures, plants, chasms, mountains, snows. She passed it all. Everything. The entire world. She saw it. Every little piece was a part of the rhythms. The world was the rhythms. And Eshonai, during that transcendent ride, understood how it fit together. It was wonderful. When the rider finished his passage, exhausted and limping as he passed into the ocean beyond Shinovar, she felt him let go. She faded, but this time she felt her soul vibrating. She understood the rhythms as no one ever could, without having seen the world as she had.
Farewell, Eshonai,
the rider of storms said.
Farewell, Radiant.
Bursting with songs, Eshonai let herself pass into the eternities, excited to discover what lay on the other side.
Epilogue. Dirty Tricks. Quit strolled the hallways of Elokar's old palace on the shattered plains, searching for an audience. He flipped a coin in the air, then caught it before snapping his hand forward and spreading his fingers to show that the coin had vanished. But of course, it was secretly in his other hand, palmed, hidden from sight. Storytelling, he said to the hallway, is essentially about cheating. He tucked the coin into his belt with a quick gesture, keeping up the flourishes of his other hand as a distraction. In a moment, he could present both hands empty before him. He added to the theatrics by pushing back his sleeves. The challenge, he said, is to make everyone believe you've lived 1,000 lives. Make them feel the pain you have not felt. Make them see the sights you have not seen. And make them know the truths that you have made up. The coin appeared in his hand, though he'd simply slipped it out of his belt again. He rolled it across his knuckles, then made it split into two, because it had always been two coins stuck together. He tossed those up, caught them, and then made them appear to be four, adding the two he'd been palming in his other hand. You use the same dirty tricks for storytelling, Wit said, as you do for fighting in an alley. Get someone looking the wrong direction so you can clock them across the face. Get them to anticipate a punch and brace themselves so you can reposition. Always hit them where they aren't prepared. With a flourish, he presented both hands forward, empty again. On his coat, Design made a peppy humming sound. I found one, she said. In your belt. Hush, Wit said. Let the audience be amazed. The audience? Wit nodded to the side, where a few odd spren were following in the air. Almost invisible and trailing red light. Wind spren, but the wrong color. She was expanding her influence, that old one was. He was curious where it would lead. Also horrified. But the two emotions were not mutually exclusive.
I don't think they care about your tricks, Design said. Everyone cares about my tricks. But you can make the coins vanish with light weaving, she said. So it doesn't matter how many you hide in your belt, and if you do something amazing, everyone will assume it was done with surge binding. Wit sighed, tossing 4 coins in the air, then catching them and presenting 1 solitary coin. They don't even use those for money here, Design added, so you'll only distract them. Use spheres.
Spheres glow, Wit said, and they're tough to palm.
Excuses.
My life is only excuses. He wound the coin around his knuckles. The illusion without light weaving is superior, Design.
Because it's fake?
Because the audience knows it's fake, Wit said. When they watch and let themselves be amazed, they are joining in the illusion. They're giving you something vital, something powerful, something essential. Their belief. When you and the audience both start a performance knowing that a lie is going to be presented, their willing energy vibrates in tune with yours. It propels you. And when they walk away at the end, amazed but knowing they've been lied to, with their permission, the performance lingers in their minds. Because the lie was real somehow. Because they know that if they were to rip it apart, they could know how it was done. They realize there must have been flaws they could have caught, signs, secrets.
So it's better, Design said, because it's worse than an illusion using real magic?
Exactly.
That's stupid.
Wit sighed. He bounced his coin off the ground with a metallic pling, then caught it. Would you go bother someone else for a while?
Okay,
Design said excitedly. She moved off his coat and to the floor, then zipped away. His audience of corrupted windspren trailed after her. Traitors. Wit started down a side hallway, but then felt something. A tingling that made his breaths go wild. Ah, he thought. He'd been expecting this. It was why he had left the tower, after all. Odium couldn't find him there. He hiked to Elikar's former sitting room and made himself available. Visible, easy to reach. Then, when the presence entered the nondescript stone chamber, Wit bowed. "Welcome, Rays," Wit said. "It's been not nearly long enough."
I noticed your touch on the contract,
A dramatic voice said in his head.
You've always been a clever one, Wit said. Was it my diction that clued you in, my keen bargaining abilities, or the fact that I included my name in the text?
What game do you play here?
A game of sense.
What?
Sense, Odium. The only kind I have is nonsense. Well, and some sense. But scents are nonsense here, too, so we can ignore them. Scents are mine aplenty, and you never cared for the ones I present. So instead, the sense that matters is the sense Delanar sensibly sent you. I hate you.
Rays, dear, Wit said. You're supposed to be an idiot.
Say intelligent things like that too much, and I'll need to reevaluate. I know you adjusted the contract, trying for an advantage. How does it feel to know that Delanar bested you? I shall have my vengeance, Odium said. Even if it takes an eternity, Saphandrius, I will destroy you. Enjoy that, Wit said, striding toward the door. Let me know how the brooding treats you.
I spent a century doing it once, and I think it improved my complexion. So interesting, Odium said. How did I never see you there in all my planning? Tell me, whom would you pick as champion if you were in my place? Why does it matter? Wit asked. Humor me. Wit cocked his head. There was something odd about this change in tone from Odium. Asking whom Wit would choose? Rays wouldn't care to know. Never mind, Odium said quickly. It matters not. Whomever I pick, they will destroy Delinar's champion. Then I will use him and my minions on this planet to finally do whatever I wish. Yes, but where will you find that many willing horses? Wit said, continuing on his way out the door. He started whistling as Odium's presence remained behind. That had gone exactly as he'd imagined, except that last part. He slowed, turning the words over in his mind. Was Ray's growing more thoughtful? Wit didn't need to worry, did he? After all this, Odium would be safely imprisoned no matter what happened. There was no way out. Unless... Wit's breath caught, but then he forced himself to keep whistling and walking. A power slammed into him from behind. A golden energy, infinite and deadly. Wit's eyes went wide and he gasped, sensing something horribly wrong about that power. I have made an error, I see, the power said, soft and thoughtful. I am new to this. I should not have pushed for information. It's all about giving you what you expect. Even a being thousands of years old can be tricked. I know this from personal experience now. Who are you? Wit whispered. Odium, the power said. Let me see. I cannot harm you. But here, you have used this other investiture to store your memories, haven't you? Because you've lived longer than a mortal should, you need to put the excess memories somewhere. I can't see enough. I can see these, can't I? For the first time in a long, long while, Wit felt true terror. If Odium destroyed the breaths that held his memories. I don't believe this will cause you actual harm, Odium said. Yes, it seems my predecessor's agreements will allow me to... Wit stopped in the hallways of Elikar's old palace on the Shattered Plains. He searched around, then cocked his head. Had he heard something? He shook his head and continued forward, looking for an audience. He flipped a coin in the air, then caught it before snapping his hand forward and spreading his fingers to show that the coin had vanished. But of course it was secretly in his other hand, palmed, hidden from sight. Storytelling, he said to the empty hallway, is essentially about cheating. He tucked the coin into his belt with a quick gesture, keeping up the flourishes of his other hand as a distraction. Then he heard a pling as something slipped free of his belt. He stopped and found one of his fake coins on the ground. The ones that could be stuck together to appear as one. But just one half. That should have been safely tucked away in the little pocket hidden in his shirt. He picked it up, glanced around to see that no one had noticed the mistake. Pretend you didn't see that design, he said. But she wasn't there on his coat. Storming spring. Had she slipped away when he hadn't been looking? He put a hand to his head, feeling an odd disorientation. Something was wrong. But what? The challenge, he said, tucking away the fake coin, is to make everyone believe you've lived 1,000 lives. Make them feel the pain, the sights, the truths. Damn. It was wrong somehow. You use the same dirty tricks for storytelling, Wit whispered, as you do for fighting in an alley. Always be ready to hit them where they aren't prepared. but no one was listening. Hadn't there been a couple of Jahanat's minions following him earlier? He vaguely remembered design chasing them away. Wit stared around himself, but then felt something. A tingling that made his breaths go wild. Ah, he thought. He'd been expecting this. It was why he had left the tower. Odium couldn't find him there. He hiked the short distance to Elakar's former sitting room and made himself available. Visible, easy to reach. Then, when the presence entered the nondescript stone chamber, Wit bowed. "Welcome, Rays," Wit said. "It's been not nearly long enough." "I noticed your touch on the contract," a dramatic voice said in his head. "You've always been a clever one," Wit said. "Was it my brilliant prose that clued you in? My keen bargaining abilities? Or the fact that I included my name right there for you to read?" "What game do you play here?" "A game of sense." "What?" "Sense, Odium. The only kind I have is nonsense. Well, and some sense." He glanced down at the coin he still held in his hand, then cocked his head. "I hate you." "Rays," Wit said, looking up. "You're supposed to be an idiot. Say intelligent things like that too much, and I'll need to reevaluate. Anyway, I know you adjusted the contract, trying for an advantage. How does it feel to know that Dalinar Kholin, a simple mortal, has gotten the better of you?" "I shall have my vengeance," Odium said. "Even if it takes an eternity, Saphandrius. I will destroy you." "Enjoy that," Wit said, striding toward the door. "Let me know how you enjoy the time with yourself. The Beyond knows no one else can stand your company." "It doesn't matter," Odium roared. "My champion will destroy Dalinar's, and then I will use him and my other minions here to do whatever I wish." "Yes, well," Wit said from the door. "Once you're done, at least try to remember to wash your hands." He slammed the door, then spun and continued on his way. He tried to find a tune to whistle, but each one sounded wrong. Something was fiddling with his perfect pitch. Odium's presence had remained behind. Was something wrong? "Don't trouble yourself," he thought. "This is working." After all, Wit's first face-to-face meeting with Odium in over 1,000 years had gone exactly as he had imagined. The end of Book 4 of the Stormlight Archive. End note. Burdens, our calling. Songs of home, a knowledge. Knowing a home of songs called our burden. Ketik, written by L., fused scholar of human art forms, to commemorate the restoration of the sibling. Poem is curious in its intentional weighting of the last line, where Alethi poets traditionally weight the center word and build the poem around it. Singers, it can be seen, have a different interpretation of the art form.
Ars Arcanum. The 10 essences and their historical associations. 1. Yes. Gemstone, sapphire, essence, zephyr. Body focus, inhalation. Soul casting properties, translucent gas, air. Primary and secondary divine attributes, protecting, leading. 2. Non. Gemstone, smokestone, essence, vapor. Body focus, exhalation. Soul casting properties, opaque gas, smoke, fog. Primary and secondary divine attributes, just, confident. 3. Chach. Gemstone, ruby, essence, spark. Body focus, the soul. Soul casting properties, Fire. Primary and secondary divine attributes: brave, obedient. 4. Vev. Gemstone, diamond. Essence, Lucentia. Body focus, the eyes. Soul casting properties: quartz, glass, crystal. Primary and secondary divine attributes: loving, healing. 5. Hala. Gemstone, emerald. Essence, pulp. Body focus, the hair. Soul casting properties: wood, plants, moss. Primary and secondary divine attributes: learned, giving. 6. Shash. Gemstone, garnet. Essence, blood. Body focus, the blood. Soul casting properties: blood, all non-oil liquid. Primary and secondary divine attributes: creative, honest. 7. Betab. Gemstone, zircon. Essence, tallow. Body focus, oil. Soul casting properties: all kinds of oil. Primary and secondary divine attributes: wise, careful. 8. Cock. Gemstone, amethyst. Essence, foil. Body focus, the nails. Soul casting properties: metal. Primary and secondary divine attributes: resolute, builder. 9. Tanat. Gemstone, topaz. Essence, talus. Body focus, the bone. Soul casting properties: rock and stone. Primary and secondary divine attributes: dependable, resourceful. 10. Ishi. Gemstone, heliodor. Essence, sinew. Body focus, flesh. Soul casting properties: meats, flesh. Primary and secondary divine attributes: pious, guiding. The preceding list is an imperfect gathering of traditional Vorin symbolism associated with the 10 essences. Bound together, these form the double eye of the Almighty, an eye with 2 pupils representing the creation of plants and creatures. This is also the basis for the hourglass shape that was often associated with the Knights Radiant. Ancient scholars also placed the 10 orders of Knights Radiant on this list, alongside the heralds themselves, who each had a classical association with one of the numbers and essences. I'm not certain yet how the 10 levels of void binding, or its cousin, the old magic, fit into this paradigm, if indeed they can. My research suggests that indeed there should be another series of abilities that is even more esoteric than the void bindings. Perhaps the old magic fits into those, though I am beginning to suspect that it is something entirely different. Note that I currently believe the concept of the body focus to be more a matter of philosophical interpretation than an actual attribute of this investiture and its manifestations. The 10 surges. As a complement to the essences, the classical elements celebrated on Roshar, are found the 10 surges. These, thought to be the fundamental forces by which the world operates, are more accurately a representation of the 10 basic abilities offered to the heralds, and then the Knights Radiant by their bonds. Adhesion, the surge of pressure and vacuum. Gravitation, the surge of gravity. Division, the surge of destruction and decay. Abrasion, the surge of friction. Progression, the surge of growth and healing, or regrowth. Illumination, the surge of light, sound, and various waveforms. Transformation, the surge of soul casting. Transportation, the surge of motion and realmatic transition. Cohesion, the surge of strong axial interconnection. Tension, the surge of soft axial interconnection. on the creation of fabrials. 5 groupings of fabrials have been discovered so far. The methods of their creation are carefully guarded by the Artifabrian community, but they appear to be the work of dedicated scientists, as opposed to the more mystical surge bindings once performed by the Knights Radiant. I am more and more convinced that the creation of these devices requires forced enslavement of transformative cognitive entities known as spren to the local communities. Altering fabrials. Augmenters. These fabrials are crafted to enhance something. They can create heat, pain, or even a calm wind, for instance. They are powered, like all fabrials, by stormlight. They seem to work best with forces, emotions, or sensations. The so-called half-shards of Yakeved are created with this type of fabrial attached to a sheet of metal, enhancing its durability. I have seen fabrials of this type crafted using many different types of gemstone. I am guessing that any one of the 10 pole stones will work. Diminishers. These fabrials do the opposite of what augmenters do, and generally seem to fall under the same restrictions as their cousins. Those Artifabrians who have taken me into confidence seem to believe that even greater fabrials are possible than what have been created so far, particularly in regard to augmenters and diminishers. Pairing fabrials. Conjoiners. By infusing a ruby and using methodology that has not been revealed to me, though I have my suspicions, you can create a conjoined pair of gemstones. The process requires splitting the original ruby. The 2 halves will then create parallel reactions across a distance. Span reeds are one of the most common forms of this type of fabrial. Conservation of force is maintained. For instance, if one is attached to a heavy stone, you will need the same strength to lift the conjoined fabrial that you would need to lift the stone itself. There appears to be some sort of process used during the creation of the fabrial that influences how far apart the 2 halves can go and still produce an effect. Reversers. Using an amethyst instead of a ruby also creates conjoined halves of a gemstone, but these 2 work in creating opposite reactions. Raise one, and the other will be pressed downward, for instance. These fabrials have only just been discovered, and already the possibilities for exploitation are being conjectured. There appear to be some unexpected limitations to this form of fabrial, though I have not been able to discover what they are. Warning fabrials. There is only one type of fabrial in this set, informally known as the alerter. An alerter can warn one of a nearby object, feeling, sensation, or phenomenon. These fabrials use a Heliodor stone as their focus. I do not know whether this is the only type of gemstone that will work, or if there is another reason Heliodor is used. In the case of this kind of fabrial, the amount of stormlight you can infuse into it affects its range. Hence, the size of gemstone used is very important. Wind running and lashings. Reports of the Assassin in White's odd abilities have led me to some sources of information that, I believe, are generally unknown. The Wind Runners were an order of the Knights Radiant, and they made use of 2 primary types of surge binding. The effects of these surge bindings were known, colloquially among the members of the order, as the 3 lashings. Basic lashing. Gravitational change. This type of lashing was one of the most commonly used lashings among the order, though it was not the easiest to use. That distinction belongs to the full lashing below. A basic lashing involved revoking a being's or object's spiritual gravitational bond to the planet below, instead temporarily linking that being or object to a different object or direction. Effectively, this creates a change in gravitational pull, twisting the energies of the planet itself. A basic lashing allowed a windrunner to run up walls, to send objects or people flying off into the air, or to create similar effects. Advanced uses of this type of lashing would allow a windrunner to make himself or herself lighter by binding part of his or her mass upward. Mathematically, binding a quarter of one's mass upward would halve a person's effective weight. Binding half of one's mass upward would create weightlessness. Multiple basic lashings could also pull an object or person's body downward at double, triple, or other multiples of its weight. Full lashing. Binding objects together. A full lashing might seem very similar to a basic lashing, but they worked on very different principles. While one had to do with gravitation, the other had to do with the force, or surge, as the Radiants called them, of adhesion, binding objects together as if they were one. I believe this surge may have had something to do with atmospheric pressure. To create a full lashing, a windrunner would infuse an object with stormlight, then press another object to it. The two objects would become bound together with an extremely powerful bond, nearly impossible to break. In fact, most materials would themselves break before the bond holding them together would. Reverse lashing, giving an object a gravitational pull. I believe this may actually be a specialized version of the basic lashing. This type of lashing required the least amount of stormlight of any of the three lashings. The windrunner would infuse something, give a mental command, and create a pull to the object that yanked other objects toward it. At its heart, this lashing created a bubble around the object that imitated its spiritual link to the ground beneath it. As such, it was much harder for the lashing to affect objects touching the ground, where their link to the planet was strongest. Objects falling or in flight were the easiest to influence. Other objects could be affected, but the stormlight and skill required were much more substantial. Light weaving. A second form of surge binding involves the manipulation of light and sound in illusory tactics common throughout the Cosmere. Unlike the variations present on Cell, however, this method has a powerful spiritual element requiring not just a full mental picture of the intended creation, but some level of connection to it as well. The illusion is based not simply upon what the light weaver imagines, but upon what they desire to create. In many ways, this is the most similar ability to the original Yolish variant, which excites me. I wish to delve more into this ability with the hope to gain a full understanding of how it relates to cognitive and spiritual attributes. Soul casting. Essential to the economy of Roshar is the art of soul casting, in which one form of matter is directly transformed into another by changing its spiritual nature. This is performed on Roshar via the use of devices known as soul casters, and these devices, the majority of which appear to be focused on turning stone into grain or flesh, are used to provide mobile supply for armies or to augment local urban food stores. This has allowed kingdoms on Roshar, where fresh water is rarely an issue because of high storm rains, to field armies in ways that would be unthinkable elsewhere. What intrigues me most about soul casting, however, are the things we can infer about the world and investiture from it. For example, certain gemstones are requisite in producing certain results. If you wish to produce grain, your soulcaster must both be attuned to that transformation and have an emerald, not a different gemstone, attached. This creates an economy based on the relative values of what the gemstones can create, not upon their rarity. Indeed, As the chemical structures are identical for several of these gemstone varieties, aside from trace impurities, the color is the most important part, not their actual axial makeup. I'm certain you will find this relevance of hue quite intriguing, particularly in its relationship to other forms of investiture. This relationship must have been essential in the local creation of the table I've included above, which lacks some scientific merit, but is intrinsically tied to the folklore surrounding soul casting. An emerald can be used to create food, and thus is traditionally associated with a similar essence. Indeed, on Roshar there are considered to be 10 elements, not the traditional 4 or 16, depending upon local tradition. Curiously, these gemstones seem tied to the original abilities of the soul casters who were an order of Knights Radiant, but they don't seem essential to the actual operation of the investiture when performed by a living Radiant. I do not know the connection here, though it implies something valuable. Soul casters, the devices, were created to imitate the abilities of the surge of soul casting, or transformation. This is yet another mechanical imitation of something once available only to a select few within the bounds of an invested art. The honor blades on Roshar, indeed, may be the very first example of this, from thousands of years ago. I believe this has relevance to the discoveries being made on Scandriel and the commoditization of allomancy and feruchemy. Stone shaping. As I've had further occasion to study the use of investiture on Roshar, and the curious manifestation of it known as surge binding, I've found occasion to ruminate further on the nature of intent and connection. The power known as stone shaping, as practiced by the orders of stone wards and will shapers, is an excellent example of this. This ability manipulates the surge of cohesion, and is in many ways a cousin to the axial manipulation known as microkinesis, as both grant the ability to manipulate the forces that bind individual axes together. Fortunately, in my explorations, it appears that stone shaping is far less explosive of a power, bounded by the rules that honor placed upon it to protect from the mistakes that happened on Yoda. Nevertheless, a practiced stone ward or will shaper can mold stone as if it were clay, weakening the bonds between axes. Indeed, this can be done to other materials as well, I'm led to believe, but stone is the easiest and most common application. This is not simply a chemical process. Normally, one might expect heat to be involved to excite the axis, but this is not the case. Indeed, it is the intent of the user that is relevant here. The stone senses the desire of the stone ward, and the practitioner is able to shape it through desire as much as through physical force. I don't believe I properly understood the way investiture responds to the conscious intent of the user until I read of the interactions of Spren and sapient beings on Roshar. There is so much to learn here, and so much to explore. I have sent my best agent to embed among the stone wards. His research has been most illuminating. It suggests there are 3 ways we can look at the nature of intent as it relates to stone shaping. Willingness. Stone seems to be uniformly willing to obey the commands of a surge binder attuned to cohesion. This is curious, as stone is often among the most difficult of materials to work with in soul casting, even more difficult than living beings, depending on those beings' emotional, mental, and spiritual states. Why is stone so eager to change for a stone ward or will shaper? What about it makes it so likely to respond to their desires, to incorporate them, and to enjoy the result? Like a willing audience at a comedy, The stone lets the surge binder guide it. Connection. The stone can sense the intent of the surge binder, and even their past. I have reliable reports of stone reaching back through generations of connection to display events, feelings, emotions, and ideas from long ago. It will shape the faces of stone wards long dead. It will create pictures of events long forgotten. What I initially dismissed as an inferior form of microkinesis is indeed much more focused and, in some ways, more remarkable. There is a divining property to stone shaping I had not thought to find. Command. The stone shaper must often make a command, mental or verbal, to truly control the stone. This is much like many other arcana around the Cosmere, and is in itself not that novel. However, I find electrifying the news out of the mountains of Ur that their current queen seems to have been able to command the creation of an anti-investiture. Long theorized, this will be my first true evidence it is possible and can only be created through intent. I think that perhaps Foyle, deep within his ocean, would find this information supports my theories over his. And he'd do well to listen to me on this matter if he ever wishes to achieve control over the ethers, as he has insisted is his goal.